Okay, so let's close all this. So guys, please come into the projects tab. Okay, so please switch on your secondary monitor and everybody please confirm that you can see the demo screen clearly.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
give me a second, sir. Give me a second.
Yes, it's fine.
Sir,
Yes, tell me.
again, the same thing. My reports and activities is missing on the tab.
Oh, so but just don't worry. See, reports and activities, they come from this button. The activities will come if you open at least one project. See, first of all, if I want to close this, if I close the project, the activities tab will be gone. And if I click here, the reports will be gone. See, like this, right? So I have no tabs now. So the first tab that I should be starting is the project. Do you see this, the icon on the left panel?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so you just click this, you close all the tabs and you click this. So first we will start with the projects. Okay,
Yes.
reports is here. See this. You see this icon below the resource?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a, so if you click this, you will get the reports, but we will not need it right now. So you just should have only the projects. Okay, now in the projects, so what you can do, you can open, I mean, not open exactly, you place your cursor on the learning and development. So everybody please confirm that you are synchronized till this point, then we will continue. So you are synchronized till this point?
Yes, sir. I am listening.
Okay. So after you guys are all here, so please tell me, Ashish, you are here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sayantan, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, guys, everybody, please. Now you, Asad, you grab your mouse. Now, after this, we are going to create a project. See, if you are in the project tab, right? And if you have selected a portfolio, after selecting the portfolio, if you click this plus button, it is going to create a new project. This button is called add. In every tab, it will create the entity of that tab, because we are in the project tab, it will create a project. If you're in an activity tab, it will be creating an activity. So place your cursor on the learning and development first here. Now you click on the add. So what you are going to get is it's a create a new project wizard. Now what is the meaning of the wizard? Wizard means a wise person, but here the wizard is basically a guide. So the wizard will accept the information from you step by step. So guys, just see, since you are already in the learning and development, you will be seeing learning and development here. So everybody please confirm that you are seeing this learning and development here.
Yes.
Okay. Now it is going to ask you to fill the information in a step-by-step manner. That is the benefit of a wizard. Now click on the next. Now in this, you enter the project ID like this. I'm going to write this right here, LSN-1, exactly like this. And in the project name, you write scheduling with calendars. Scheduling with calendars. Correct. Very good.
Sir,
This is the correct spelling. Scheduling with calendars, DARS. Perfect. Yeah, tell me.
Yes, sir. Okay, I got it.
Okay. So you write the name here, scheduling with the calendars. This is our lesson 1. Now we will go into the next. So the project plan start will be 1st of May 2023, 8 a.m. You scroll to the future. No, we always plan for the future. 1st of May 2023 and 8 a.m. And you select the time as 8 a.m. like this. Okay. Now click on the select. So guys, please have a look at the demo screen. See, the date is 1 May 2023, 8 a.m. Why are we doing this? See, I am also sensitizing you to the fact that you should start planning as soon as possible, because the planning itself takes time. The planning itself is a sort of a mini project that you have to first complete the planning, then you can start the project. So in the planning, lot many people will be providing their viewpoints, they will be providing their feedback, someone will ask you to make a correction. Okay, adjustments will be there, right guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Sooner you start planning, the sooner you can spot any problems in the plan. If you sort out the problems at the planning level itself, at the ground level, you will be very fine. Okay, you will have no problem at all. You will be having a smooth sailing through the project. If you have a perfect plan, the execution will be perfect. Okay. See, we cannot foresee any risk, because risk is basically, there are two kind of risk. One is the predictable risk, one is the unpredictable risk, right? Known risk, as we call it in the project management. What is the known risk? Rainfall is a pattern in any area. If you know the rainfall, what is the pattern, you can predict it for this year also, right guys? But guys, can you predict an earthquake? No, you cannot predict an earthquake. So you can say that, okay, this is an area, it is in the seismic zone 5, this is an earthquake prone, but you still cannot predict when the next earthquake will happen. But you can say that, okay, during the last 10 years, the rainy season, I can say in Delhi NCR, the rainy season starts from the end of the June or in the first week of the July. So I can anticipate the rain to start between this fortnight, the last week of June and the first week of the July. Then I can say the rainy season usually ends on the end of the August, but sometimes the rainy season may continue to the mid-September also. So these are the known risks, which are to some extent they are predictable, but not the always. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
And some risks are known, some risks are unknown risks. So we should be dealing with the known risk first. Okay. So having a perfect plan lets you deal with the known risk. So what is the known risk first? The first known risk is the due to the faulty planning and due to the missynchronization of the resources. Sometimes what happens on the site, my machine is there, but the material has not arrived. So with perfect planning, we can prevent such kind of risk. Okay, so that's why we should be starting the planning in the future. I mean, for the future project as soon as possible, so that the plan can be examined by all the subject matter experts, engineers, planners, and all the stakeholders, so that they can find any chinks in the plan and they can fix it, right? So that's why we are planning with a future date of 1st of the May 2023. Okay, now click on the next. Now responsible manager has been automatically been picked up correctly, because you are creating it under the learning and development. That is why it has picked up the correct responsible manager. Now click next. Rate type will be standard, then next, then finish. Okay, so we have created the first project here. Now I'm going to switch off the Gantt chart so that you can see the column. So it has a start date, but not a finish date. The finish date will come when we put at least one activity. Right now, there is no activity here. But why are we doing this lesson scheduling with calendars? Now, let me explain to you the core concept, that how do we handle the Primavera. Okay, so I will go into my document folder. You don't have to go. You please stay here and watch. Now I'm going to share a very secret, I mean very well kept secret with you. This is how I use the Primavera. I follow the scheduling rules. Okay. Now, if you read the rules, just a moment. So let me get rid of this. Okay. Now, guys, please read these rules. Read this, Asad. Read it a little bit loudly. Your mic is not on. Please switch on your mic.
Schedule is created by calendar. Schedule is adjusted by critical path. No working days like weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types. Schedule is adjusted by resource.
Okay, guys. So the schedule is the core of the matter, because once you have mastered the schedule, then you can say that you have mastered more than half of the Primavera. In fact, in any project management software, the scheduling is the greatest problem that the people are they're facing. I mean, the senior managers, they want a perfect schedule, but people are not able to create it. So the first is that schedule is created by the calendar. So we will learn about the concept of the calendar first. Okay. Then in the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the schedule which has been created by the calendar, it is fine-tuned. It is fine-tuned according to the realistic way the work can be done in the real world. Okay. Because there are certain time constraints, date constraints, some resource constraints. Okay. So these are adjusted by the point number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you get a very refined and highly realistic project plan, which is executable perfectly, right? Now, there is point number 5. It says only Primavera, right? Only Primavera means this is a feature only available in the Primavera software, only in Primavera. And this is highly useful feature. So we will see that also by the end of the day. And schedule is adjusted by resource. So what kind of resource? See, there are two kind of resource, man and machine. Man is called labor in the Primavera. It is labor type, and the machine is called non-labor type resource. So man and machine, they have an impact on the schedule, because if you increase the number of man and machine, then the duration of an activity can be reduced. Okay. If you have less men, if you have less people and less machines to work with, then the duration of the project may be increased, right? So these are the scheduling rule. The first one is more important. First of all, why does the mankind need a calendar? Because a calendar is something very common in our lives. But guys, can you tell me, can you just guess that why did mankind create the calendar?
Track the time.
So for tracking the time, he could look at the sun. They had
Mark
the
seasons.
water clock, but you see, the calendar is for the entire year or some greater periods of time, right? See, okay, so let me tell you the story. See, in the beginning, mankind was a hunter-gatherer, right? Hunting and gathering. So if people felt hungry, so they will form a gang. They will get out of their dwellings or caves, and they will hunt and they will gather something. So gather the fruits and any kind of the vegetable products. Now, what happened after some time, when mankind developed more taste for the gathering, then mankind realized that certain kind of fruits, they occur in certain seasons. So mankind started to track the seasons and would look forward to his favorite fruits and the vegetables, right, guys? Because there are certain fruits and vegetables which they occur, I mean, they grow in a certain season. So we know that in India, the mangoes grow in the summer. So similarly, the watermelon. Okay, so there are many other kind of fruits which are there in the winter, like the oranges, apples. Okay, these are the winter fruits. So someone who is fond of the apples would look forward to the winter season, right? So similarly, so mankind started to track the season. Then mankind realized that the season has a pattern. Approximately after 365 days, the season repeats, right, guys?
Yes.
So mankind created the calendar, and then mankind went slowly and slowly from hunting, then mankind became agriculturist. So for the agriculturist, it is very important to sow the right seeds at the right season so that you can get the maximum productivity. Okay. So the mankind needed the calendar for in the early times, the mankind needed the calendar for his agricultural activities. So after that came the concept of culture, then came the concept of the religion. So all those were incorporated into the calendar, right? So many cultures, they created their calendar, the calendar which we use internationally. So basically it is a CE calendar, Christian era calendar. It has got the year 0. So they started this calendar based upon the premise that the year of the birth of Jesus Christ is the year 0. So it is running into the year 2022. In India, we have a Hindu calendar, the Vikrami calendar. So the current year is 2079, right? And in the Middle East, we have a calendar. So this is having the year 1425. Okay, so every culture, they might have created their own calendar. So the calendar is required for culture. It is required for a company also, because all the companies, they have their own work pattern or a work culture. Some companies work 5 days a week. Some companies work 6 days a week, and certain companies, they have a mixed. So for those companies, they have a 6 day week or the 5 day week at the corporate office, and they have a 7 days a week working schedule on the site. Right, guys?
Right.
Certain companies, certain construction companies, they have this kind of the work culture. On-site work is 7 days a week, and the corporate, it is 5 or 6 days. Certain companies, they have a 6 days a week, but once in a month, they have a second or the last Saturday off, right? So they have a 6 day week, but one day is sort of a off, which is the either the second or the last Saturday. So all this is captured by the calendar, and the calendar also, they set up the daily schedule. Like some all the Middle East countries, they have a work culture starting at 8 a.m. in the morning. In the US also, I lived there for 2 years, so they have a 8 a.m. Okay, it really does not matter whether you live in the hot zone or the cold zone. So they have a 8 a.m. starting time, right? So similarly in India, we have a starting time around 9 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. So we need a calendar to create the schedule for the entire year, and we need a calendar for the schedule for the daily work, right? So that is why we say the schedule is created by calendar. So schedule, what is the schedule? It is the start and finish time of every activity. The start date and time and the finish date and time of every activity is called a schedule. So right, guys, is it clear? What is the
Yes.
need of the
Yes.
calendar is clear, because
Yes.
we want to have a predictability in the project. That is why we need a calendar. Okay. Now the calendar will create a schedule. Then we go through these points from 2 to 6 to fine tune the schedule. So once you have a grip on the schedule, then you have the maximum grip on the Primavera. Okay, so let us learn the schedule well, so that we don't make a mistake there, because I've got feedbacks that people are making a mistake in the schedule. Then we have to put them to the on-site work. So I don't want this to be happening here. I want you to guys to have a perfect command over the schedule. Now, please come back to your Primavera. So you have to open the project by right clicking. So you right click and open project. So you will get into the activities tab like this. Okay, in the activities tab, you switch off the Gantt chart. So how do you switch off the Gantt chart? Okay, guys.
Clicking on table. Huh?
Yes, if you click on the table, so it will show you only the table. Okay. Now we have got some columns here which we don't need at this point of time. At this point of time, we don't need this column. We don't need this column. We will have to remove these two columns. We have to add two more columns here. So guys, you are ready to configure the columns?
Yes.
Okay, good. So to configure the columns, you can right click here or here. So in this right click menu, you can see columns. Click it. So guys, you are into the column toolbox.
Yes.
I cannot right click.
No, right click you have to do with the mouse. On the mouse, you do a right click.
Okay, now it's working.
You click the right button on the mouse. So you are going to get a right click menu, and then you will select the column. You will come into the column toolbox. Okay, so you're here.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So since we are opening this box for the first time, first of all, we'll increase the font size so that it is comfortable to use. So go into the table font and row, and you select Vardhana 9. Okay, guys, you have done that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So some columns that we don't need, we are going to return them. So this is the button to return the column. So we have to return the remaining duration. So you select remaining duration and click on this button, remove from list. So guys, just hold on. So after you have removed, do you see that it goes into the duration group? Because the Primavera is not only returning the column, but it is telling you that which group is the column belonging to, right? Okay. Now let's see that when I return schedule percentage complete, where it goes. So click here. So it goes to the percentage complete, right? You see that? Schedule percentage. So in the future, if you want this column back, so you should go to this group, if you can remember it, and you can bring it here, right? Okay, now there are two columns I want, but I don't know that where they are, in which group they are. So if I know their name, so I can find them. So you know these two columns. So I want one column which I want is the calendar, and another column which I want is the predecessor details. So I don't know where is the calendar column, in which group. So if you don't know, but if you know the name, so you can find by name. So what do? You go to this triangle and click it, and you will get a find option. Click it. Okay, just hold it here. So everybody please confirm that you are in the find box.
Yes.
Okay, in the find box, you should always type the partial name. You should not type the complete name. You type here Calen, C-A-L-E-N. Now find. Click on the find. So guys, now first of all, you should close this box. Then you place your cursor next to the finish, and now you add this add to list. Click on the add to list. So guys, just make sure that the calendar new column should appear next to the finish. And if it has landed in a wrong place, not to worry. You can basically use the up down buttons to place it in position. Right, guys?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so done. So everybody is synchronized till this point.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now I want to use another column, but I don't know the group. But I know the column name. The column name is predecessor detail. So I will search for PRED, pred only. So first you go to the find and type type 4 letters pred, PRED, and find next. So you have found it, predecessor detail. It is in the list. So you take it and place it next to the column, next to the calendar column, like this. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Santan, you have done the same?
Yes, sir.
Ashish,
Yes, sir. Yes.
Anit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So after you have selected the column, so click on the OK. This will be implemented on the screen below. So now we have this sequence, activity ID, activity name, and total float in the same sequence we selected in the list. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to add the activities here. So guys, just make sure that your activity ID column is sorted with the triangle pointing downwards. Okay. So is this triangle pointing downwards?
Yes.
Okay. Now to add the new activity, what we need to do? We need to click on the add button. So click the add button 12 times. It will create 12 activities. And on the last activity, press enter. Press enter here. And just watch me that what I'm going to do. After adding the activities, I realize that I can adjust the size of the column like this. Okay, I can reduce the size here, and I need to increase for the start and the finish date, and I need to increase for the calendar name column, and original duration column, I can reduce the size. So guys, just have a look and make sure that you have optimized the column sizes so that you can see the data that you need to see and there is no extra space being wasted. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So you have something like this. Okay. Now place your cursor on the first activity here on A1000. Okay. After placing your cursor on the A1000 and switch on the Gantt chart by clicking the Gantt chart button. So on the right hand side, you will get the Gantt chart. Now what do? You grab the divider and bring it here in the middle. So 50-50, you divide the screen 50-50 between the column and the Gantt chart. Now to get the Gantt chart, because you will not see the the activity bar right away. So since your cursor is on the first activity, in front of the first activity, you do a double click here. Okay, so you have done.
Yes.
So everybody has brought the activity bars here, the adjacent to the activity. See, if your activity bars are not exactly here, so you can use the first row of the calendar, the time scale, and you can fine tune this like here. Okay. And if you want to adjust the width so that it is comfortable for you to read the letters of the day, so you can adjust the width also from the second row like this. Okay, so it should be comfortable for you to read, but it should not waste any space because the space is premium, right? Now you have a tracking line here. You want to switch it off, so click this. Click this button to switch off the tracking line. The tracking line will be needed. The progress line will be needed later. And guys, so once you remove the progress line, do you see there is a thin blue line here?
Yes.
Yes.
This thin blue line is representing the starting date and time. It has the time part also, because I told you that Primavera is a very detailed software. If you magnify the day, you will be able to see that this timeline is starting exactly at 8 a.m. This is at 8 a.m. Okay. So let me show it to you that what I'm saying. See, I'm going to stretch the day. Guys, do you see?
Sir,
Look at the Monday. Do you see this? Monday.
sir, my calendar showing different calendar, not corporate standard full time.
Okay, just don't worry. I will come and show it to you. You must have been doing some practice. Okay. So guys, do you see that this is in the middle of the Monday? This is actually 8 a.m. See, this is total 24 hours, right?
Yes.
Monday is totally 4 hours, and this is the 0 hour. This is the 24 hour, right, guys?
Yes.
Proportionately, do you see that this is the 8 a.m. time, right?
Yes.
All the activities are starting on the Monday at 8 a.m. So this is the detail which is there inherent in the Primavera software. So you should reduce it to single letter now so that you can optimally use the space and see the maximum Gantt chart. Okay, so I'm going to Anit's screen, so you can share your screen and let me have a look what's happened.
No, it's me, sir, Shant.
Okay, yes, Anthony. Yeah, you show. So I told you not to experiment, please don't, so that we can go in the flow in a straight line. And then you can, once you learned it, so I will give you a lot of projects and you can plan it.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you are practicing with the Oman calendar, right? I told you not to do it. Okay. Because that then disturbs the training. Now you add here 12 activities by clicking on the add button here. You click on the add button 12 times. And press enter on the last one. Press enter. Yes. Okay. Now, since the data is inside the column, so it is now easy for us to adjust the column width according to the requirement of the data. So we need more space on the start. We need more space on the calendar column. After that, then we switch on the Gantt chart. Okay. And then we get,
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
yeah.
In my interface, time and date is not showing the same.
Yeah. So we will fix it also. Yeah. Now you share your screen, please. Okay. So actually, you were also doing some practice. So your time is not switched on. So what we will do, we'll go to the dates and select 12 hours. So once we select the 12-hour format, the time part will come also. The time part is there. Now you got to optimize this width like this. So sometimes if you do a double click, it will adjust. Okay. So
And the date. And the date.
just by doing the double click. So this is there in the Excel also. Then you can bring the screen divider here. And then what you can do, you can use the second layer to shrink it to a single letter. So what is the advantage? Because we will be able to see more of the Gantt chart like this, right? So everybody is synchronized till this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
Date is not the same.
date is
Same.
not the same. So which date? So I told you to create the project with the 1st of the May. So let me go into the project detail and we will go into the dates here. So dates tab. So we will change the date to the 1st of the May. I told you to create with the 1st of the May. Okay. So this data date will be also 1st of the May. So now what we will do that we will go into the activities. So you select all these activities. Okay. Like this, you select and then you click on the delete of the button, which is on the right side. Click on the delete button and click yes. And then you add again 12 activities. No. You did you not unselect the wizard? Because you know why this wizard is coming? Because each time you are trying to create an activity, it pops up the wizard. So you should not, because the wizard is very, very irritating. Okay, you don't need the wizard for such a small thing. So please check this button. Do not show the wizard again. Check this and click on the finish. Click on the finish. Click on the finish. Okay. Now you add more 11 activities right now. Okay. You don't need the wizard for such a small thing. Okay. Yeah, fine. Good. Okay. Now you press enter on the last one. Okay. Okay. Now to get the activity activity bar here. So you double click here. Yes. Now you should fine tune the placement here by grabbing the first row. No, bring it near. Yes, correct. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Now you can see maximum column. You can see the maximum Gantt chart. So you have basically divided the screen. Okay. So if you need more space for the Gantt chart, you can basically see the corporate. So you can bring the divider here. So that okay, now keep your cursor on the first one. Now we are going to see that how the schedule is created. Okay, how the schedule is created by this software. Okay, now I'm going to Asad. See, now if you look at this schedule, you will notice that the scheduling is basically starting on the 8 a.m. and it is finishing on the 4 p.m. Okay. Now, guys, do this thing. Go to the last activity and reduce the duration to 1 day. You put here 1 day. Now, guys, when you put here 1 day, so it is finishing the same activity on the same day at 4 p.m., right? You see that? Okay, now you click on the add, you add an activity, new activity. In the duration column, you put here 0.5D. 0.5D means half day. 0.5D. Correct. Press enter. Half day. Now, guys, what it is doing, it is translating the half day into 4 hours. Now, do you see what is the finish time?
12 p.m.
12 p.m., right?
Yes.
From 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., it is 4 man hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you click on the add and you put here 9 hour. You write here 9H into the duration column. 9H. Now, guys, what do you see? That what it is translating into? It says 1 full day and 1 man hour is extra. So that will be shifted to the next day. Do you see what is the finish date and time?
Yeah,
The
next day.
finish date is the 2nd of May and 9 a.m. Right?
Yes.
The finish date is 2nd of May, 9 a.m. Right? Because the 1 hour that is the extra, it will be shifted to the next day's schedule. So that work will be done by the worker on the next day because it is a 8 man hour work day. The work day is equal to 8 man hour. It means I can say that 1 man day is equal to 8 man hours or 8 man hours equal to 1 man day. Right, guys? Is this clear? Okay. Now, after this, you click on the add, and then you type here 5 day. Now, when you type here 5 day and look at the date of the finish, what is the date of the finish? 5th of the May. Okay, now you add one more activity just below this and you put there 6 days. Yeah, it is already taking by default. You just press enter. Now, if you look at the activity of 6 day activity is finishing on the 8th of the May, but not on the 6th of the May. Why is it so? Tell me, guys. Look at the calendar.
Because it's Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. So the Saturday and Sunday, they are collectively they are called non-work days. See, the terminology in the project management is work days, and non-work days. Now, what is the non-work days? So non-work days, weekends, guys, read this.
Work day and non-work day.
So
Weekends, special
different
month.
kind of the non-work days, weekends, and second is the special monthly weekends. Special monthly weekend that they occur only once in a month. Like some company is following 6 days a week. Okay, so special monthly weekend will be one of these Saturdays, 2nd or 4th or the last one. These are called special monthly weekends, right, guys?
Yes.
And of course the holidays, which basically come from the culture of the country, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, the culture which is followed by the particular country, but in India we have got many states. So state-wise also there are certain very specific holidays, right, guys?
Yes.
So that would appear in the calendar of the site. Okay. So these are basically the non-work days. So non-work days are basically making the activity jump over them. So it is a 6-day work. Okay. But on the calendar, it is covering 8 days. So this is called the work days. And this is called the calendar days. So guys, do you now realize that the calendar days will be always greater than the work days?
Yes.
Yes.
The work days will be purely your engineering days. So if you are seated in a meeting, if someone is asking you when you will finish this task, suppose you have got 15 engineering days in mind, do not try to calculate the calendar days. You just tell the person that, look, it will take 15 work days, but the actual finish date will be dependent upon the calendar. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you look at the month of May and June in India, do you have any of the holiday there? No, you don't have any. So you can finish any activity of the 15 days very early in the month of May and June. May and June, July, these 3 months are an exception. They do not have any public holidays at all. Right, guys? But if you look at the month of the October and October and the November, they are full of the holidays. Right, guys? So your 15 work days will take longer. So you should not try to predict. You should tell very, very clearly and professionally that the finish date can exactly be calculated. We calculate when we have a calendar and we input the duration into the Primavera. So after I input the duration into the Primavera, I will share my dates with you. Do not commit the dates in a meeting. You will get stuck. Right, guys? Is this clear? Only tell the work days, or I call them, personally, I call them in engineering process days. Right, guys? Is it right or not?
Yes.
Because you derive this duration from where? From your engineering process. It's not your personal matter, right? Right or wrong?
Yes.
It is well defined all over the world that what kind of activity in a particular domain takes how many days. Whatever engineering you are doing, whether you do civil, mechanical, electrical, structural, software, in every domain, the process duration is the same all over the world because we live in a highly standardized world, right? So these engineering process days are basically derived from the global knowledge of the engineering and your experience. And you can also consult a subject matter expert. So when you input this into the Primavera combines it with the calendar. Now, how does the Primavera create the schedule? So what is the schedule? See, the schedule is the blue rectangle that I'm going to make. Just a moment. Let me get you a blue rectangle. So guys, schedule is this, right? Now, how is the schedule created? I will draw the flow chart like this. See, first of all, you will input the duration here. Okay, you will input the duration here. Then this duration will be taken by the Primavera. The Primavera will take this duration and the Primavera will input into the inbuilt calendar. Okay, so it will combine with the calendar plus scheduling algorithm, right? So after it has combined with the scheduling algorithm, so what it is going to do, it is going to give the result into the start and the finish date column, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So your input will be in the duration column. This input will be combined with the calendar and the scheduling algorithm will work on the combination of the duration and the calendar, and the output will be created as start and finish date. The start and the finish date, they are called the schedule. So this is the schedule. The combination of the start and the finish date column is called the schedule. So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
So
Yes.
scheduling requires a specialized software. Okay, you cannot create a perfect schedule with the Excel or any other programming. People are wasting a lot of their time, okay, reinventing the wheel in the Excel, because Excel is just a container. It can contain the data in a structured way, but it does not do any calculation. So if you are doing some mathematical work or if you're doing some financial work, it is fine for that, but it can never be a perfect scheduling software. Okay, so you should use the project management software. The number one software in the world is the Primavera. It will create a very perfect schedule with you. Right, now we have to understand that what is the structure of this calendar, right? Okay, now we will understand the calendar. So guys, the concept of the non-work days is clear.
Yes.
Yes.
So there are three kind of the non-work. So guys, is there any fourth kind
Weekend special.
beside this? See, weekend are the regular weekends. So suppose some company is having the weekend Sunday. It's a 6-day week company. Then it will have the number 2 also. But if a company is already 5 days a week, it does not require the number 2. Right, guys? If a company is already 5 days a week, it will not require the number 2. And number 3 is, of course, in every company it is there. So number 1 and 3 is there always. Right, guys?
Yes.
Special monthly weekend is given only in those company, those who are working 6 days a week. Okay, so they will give it either once or twice a month. So that depends upon the company's policy and the work culture of the company. Okay, now we are going to understand that how the work days and the non-work days are programmed into the calendar, how you can do it, how you can create your own calendar. But first of all, we will understand an existing calendar, then we will create our own. Right, guys? Okay. Now I'm going to clear the screen. Everybody, please click on the calendar tool icon. Do you see this tool? This is the icon for the calendar. So click it. After you click it, you are in the calendar toolbox. So you are here.
Yes.
Okay, now guys, if you're here, you will see that there are three categories here. The first one is the global. Now, what is the meaning of the word global? Global means for everybody, right? Something which is global. Now, what is the context of the global in a company? So in a company, the context of the global is for entire company. So when you are working in a networked environment, this set of the calendar will be visible to all the users of the Primavera, because it is a globally useful. These calendars are useful for the entire company, so they are kept under the global category. So who does that? Who is managing this thing? The Primavera administrator. There will be a dedicated person to administer the Primavera administration part for the currency, for the user accounts, for the user permission, and for putting the globally useful calendars into the global category. So global category calendars are those calendars which are useful for majority of the projects in the organization. Now there is a default checkbox. So guys, can you guess that what is the meaning of the default calendar here? Just guess.
Anytime we make a calendar, it goes to the default distance.
No, anytime you create a new project, this calendar will be applied on that project by default.
Yes.
So the default is a convenience. So because he feels that this is the majorly used calendar, so any new project which is created, so by default, it will get the corporate calendar. But if the project manager feels he wants to use a different one, he can change it then. But suppose if 90% of the projects are requiring the corporate, then it is a good choice. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will see that which projects are using the corporate calendar. Guys, do you see this button used by? It will tell you which projects are being governed by the corporate calendar. So click this. You will see a list of the projects. And in fact, you will see a very long list because it is the global. See, okay, if you stretch this box downwards, we'll see it is a long list. So all these projects, they are being governed by the global calendar. In fact, your project, that is your lesson number 1, In fact, the lesson number 1 is also there in the list. You see at the end. Please browse it.
Yes.
Tell me, Anit, did you browse to the bottom?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ashish, did you browse to the bottom of the list?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you can basically know from here that which projects are currently being scheduled or governed by this calendar, which is the corporate calendar. It is a highly useful calendar. So that is why it has been kept in the global. So click on the close button. So the list will close. Now there is one more kind of the category, which is called the project category. So the project category you select right now, it will be blank. Now I'll tell you that what is the meaning of this category. In this category, you create your own very specific project calendar. Why you need a project calendar? Because if you're creating a calendar which has a very peculiar time, it is not useful for any other project at all. So you should not create it in the global, because if you create it in the global, it will clutter the list. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
We don't want to share that calendar with the other projects, because it is not useful for them. It is not needed for them. If you create any calendar within the project list, it will be visible to you and your team members only. The other teams will not be able to see your project calendar. They will be able to see their project calendar. You don't want to see their calendar because you don't need that. They will not see your project calendar because they don't need that. But if someone needs a highly useful calendar, so you can tell the administrator. What the administrator will do, he will push the calendar from here to the global calendar if that is globally useful, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Now there is a third category here, which is the resource calendar. Click it, and I will tell you what is the concept of the resource calendar. Why do we need a resource? So resource here means specifically human resource. Now, suppose there is a consultant in your company. A consultant is a sort of a part-time employee. He works your company on Monday. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. He works only three days a week in your company, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right, guys? Now,
Right.
when he is working with you only 3 days, his time should be scheduled not with the company calendar, but by his personal calendar. In his personal calendar, it will have the structure for the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday only, and rest of the days will be off. So if you give him 6 days work, so his 6 days will be covered 3 days in the first week and 3 days in the next week. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so that is why we need a personal calendar. A personal calendar is created with the personal name of the person. If you look here, you will see that there is a name here. So you just click on this name, Frank Shu. Click on this name and click on the used by. You will find only one name. This is the person. So the personal calendars are always having the person's name. Right, guys? It is attached one to one only. Right? Clear? Okay. Now you close it. And you select Mathis lane here, lane Mathis CIO, and click on the used by. You will see only just one name. Right, guys? Is it clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now click on the close. And sometimes the resources are coming from a contractor. Shared resource calendar. Select the carpenters here. And click on the use by. You will see 2-3 names only. Why you have the 2-3 names here? Because these 3 guys are coming from the same contractor, and they use this particular schedule. They come on the particular dates, but their days are not similar to the company working. Suppose the company is working 5 days a week and they are doing some modification work. Okay, so guys, tell me, use your common sense. If you are doing a modification work through some contractor in your office, which days will you give them? Suppose your working days are Monday to Friday. So which days you will ask these carpenter guys to come?
Weekend.
Absolutely right. Weekend. Because on the weekend, your premises will be empty. So they will be able to do the modification work and clean it and leave. And they will do it week after week after week. So it will not affect your current work. And they will be also able to improve the or do the upgradation. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
That is why we created dedicated resource calendar. Sometimes we have to work in an already running premises. So we can create a calendar like this. So their work will be scheduled on the non-working days of the company. The non-working days of the company will be the working days for these workers, right?
Hmm.
So there will be 2, 3, 4 names here. So click on the close. So guys, is it clear? The three categories are here. Global is for the entire company, resource is for the particular resource, and project calendar is a very, very peculiar, uncommon calendar, which is useful in only 1 or 2 projects. So we don't put them into the global. Now please come into the global. In the global, select the corporate. Okay. Then you click on the modify. We are not going to modify, we are going to examine. We are going to understand the structure, that what is the structure of this calendar. So guys, you are here. Make
Yes.
sure that this radio button is selected with the one on the left hand side. So guys, this one is a selected one.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Now we will understand that how do they define their time periods. What is the man hour for the working day, working week, working month, working year? Click this. So once you click this, see the man hours will be always 8. Why? Because this is mandated by the labor law. Is this clear, guys?
Hmm.
Sir, my time period is not on.
Your time period is not on.
No.
So
I can't click it.
okay, fine. So let me check on your screen.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
And your calendar is also starting from the Saturday. You have been doing a lot of experiments, right? Okay, so let me go into the admin preferences. Okay, so first day of the week. Guys, do you see that why is he getting the first, the calendar is starting from the Saturday. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Because he chose the Saturday and it is very, very inconvenient. It is not a problem, but we should select the Monday so that when we look at the calendar will show you the Monday first, then it will push the weekend on the right hand side. So it will be good. Now let me find out that where is the time periods. Use assigned calendar to specify the work hours for each time period. We check this box and then we can see the time periods. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you go into the calendar tool, go into the calendar. Okay. Now you select the modify. After you have selected the modify, then you select the time periods. Okay. So now you can see that the Monday is the starting day of the week. So it is a convenient thing to read. It is easy for us to read and understand the calendar. So guys, the work the hours is 8. Why? Because it is mandated by the labor law. You can reduce it, but you can't increase it. Right, guys? In the Netherlands, they have, I think in their country, they have reduced it to around 6. Okay, 6 per day is the new man hours per day for all the private and the government organization. Because they feel that their productivity of their country has increased. They do not need any more wealth creation or income. Okay, to reduce the carbon footprint, to relax the people, they have reduced the work hours per day to 6. But in rest of the world, it is still 8. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
And why in this company their man hours for the week is 40? Why is it 40 for the week, for the total week? Because it is
Because
8 5 the 40.
5 days work.
5 days work. Now guys, just do one thing. You divide this 172 by 8 in your calculator and just check out how many working days are there in a month. So you can select the calculator here. Very good. and you type here 172 divided by 8. So guys, how many man days are there in their month? 21.5.
5.
They expect their people to give an output of 21 full days and a half day in a month, right? Okay, now you check that how many man days are there in their year. So you clear this first, you clear this calculation, click on the C. Then you divide 2000 by 8, 2000 divided by 8. So they expect their people to give 250 man days in a year.
Yes.
So in a year, we have got the total 365 calendar days. Out of the 365 calendar days, so people are expected to work 250 man days. Right, guys? Is this clear? That is their company work culture. So that depends, that will vary from company to company. Right, guys? Is this clear? Okay,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
going back to Asad's screen. But tell me, Ashish, you don't have the secondary monitor on today?
It is because I'm comfortable with switching the screen. I am comfortable with switching the screen.
No. You share your screen. Then I'll have to come to your screen. I think Asad has a double screen. So switching the
Yes.
screen is not advisable. So you share your screen only. I'll work from your screen. So guys, you can see this demo screen clearly.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fine. So I'll be staying here. Okay. Now we can clearly see that what is the work culture in this organization. So they work. Just a moment. Okay, now it is 8 man hours per day because that is the labor law. And here what we have is the 40 is the 8/5 the 40, and they've got 21.5, they've got 250. Okay, now you click on the cancel. So after that, we are going to understand that how did they create the working and the non-working days. See, these days are basically non-work. Do you see that? You see that? What is the color? Dark gray color. And the working days are marked with a light gray color, like this. These are the standard days, right? Now, how to create the work week? The work week is created by this button, work week. So after creating this work week, so we can see that how to switch on a day and how to switch off a day. See this clearly. So guys, do you see a correlation here? If you put 0 in a particular slot of the day, it will become non-work day of the week. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay. And rest of the days, which are the working days, even if you put 1, something greater than 0, it will become a working day. But normally you will not put 1 because the 1 is normally not there. The working day is having 8 hours minimum. Right? So this company has created the pattern of the 5-day week pattern by putting the 0 in the Saturday and the Sunday, and rest of the day it has to make them as the work. So they have put the 8 hours like this. Okay, guys, is this in clear?
Yes.
So this is the configuration for the weekly. Okay. Now we would like to know that what is the configuration for the daily 8 hours. How is the daily 8 hours subdivided, right? So click on the cancel because the day has got 24 hours. So there should be some starting time and finish time and break time. Now click on the detailed work hour per days. So guys, this has a meaning, detailed work hour per day. So what is the daily breakup? So click on the work week. Click on the work week. Okay, so after you have clicked on the work week, so you will see a slab-like structure. Guys, do you see this? Z00. Now, guys, have you seen a digital clock at midnight? So what does a digital clock show on the midnight? 0 hours, right? So once 60 minutes are completed, it will start showing you 1. Do you see this 1 a.m.? So 1 a.m. happens after 60 minutes are completed for the new day, right? 60 minutes make 1 hour. So 1 hour will give you 1 a.m. So like that, they have got 1 a.m., 2 a.m., but they are following the 24 hours clock. So this is the 0 hour. And at this point, on the right hand side, you are completing 24 hours. So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you can clearly see it is starting at 8 a.m. Right? So the starting time of this company is at 8 a.m. And what is the finish time of this company? The finish time of this company is here. So guys,
4
can you
p.m.
tell me that what is the finish time here?
4 p.m.
Yes, it is the 4 p.m. point. This point is the 4 p.m. And between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., how many working slabs of the hours you can count? How many of them are there?
8.
8. So do you see any break time?
No.
There is no break time because the work culture is set by the CEO. CEO says, ki come quickly and go quickly. Come early and go early. No break time for you guys. Okay. So that is the work culture. So this is the Monday. So guys, please check on the Tuesdays. So select Tuesday and check. It will have the same. Wednesday, same. Thursday, same. Friday, same. Saturday. Do you see that? Saturday is a holiday. It is a non-work day. Sunday.
Yes.
Sunday is also a non-work day. Okay, click on the Sunday. Non-work day. So non-work days will be having the dark gray bars, and the working days will have the light gray bars. And if you are having a break time, so break time will be there. So in this case, there is no intervening break time. No hour has been allocated for the break. So people come at 8 p.m. and they leave at 4 p.m. So they're working continuously for 8 hours. But I'm sure they would be allowed to go to the toilet at least. Right, guys? Is this clear? But then I'm thinking that I will create a new work culture in which people will work for 8 hours. So people will have the 1 hour break time and they will work 4 hours, 1 hour break time, and then 4 hours. So they will come at 9, leave at 6. Okay. So we will create our own calendar. So guys, understanding of this structure is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the cancel. So we will get out of here. We don't want to change anything, then cancel again and click yes. And then you click on the close. So we close the calendar toolbox. Now we will go into the document and we will first look at the new structure that we want to create, and then we will create it here. Okay, so let us go into the document folder. So the document folder, so you don't have to go, you just watch this screen. I will go into my whiteboard. See, this is my whiteboard. Okay. So normally in a classroom, I would write something on the whiteboard. So here I write it in the Word file. So this is my, now I'm going to create a new calendar, which will be called the Indian Standard Time. So in this company, the people will work how many days, guys? See this.
6 days.
6 days a week. Then I will decide that which 6 days. So guys, which 6 days?
Monday to Saturday.
And how many man hours they are expected to work each day?
8.
8 man hour per working day. See guys, I am using the terminology working day, right? Working day is having 8 man hours. But how many of the hours are there in a calendar day? Calendar day has got 24 hours. I'm not talking about the calendar day. I'm talking about the working day. Then working week will be 48, right, guys?
Yes.
8 6 the 48. Now the working month will have 192. How? 48 multiplied by 4. Simple.
Hmm.
Right, guys? 48 multiplied by 4. And then, so guys, what is 192 multiplied by 2400?
Hmm.
1304.
But why
23.
are we using 2400? I had told you earlier. Please try to recall and tell me. Why are we using 2400?
Because some Saturdays are working day. That's why.
Yes, because there are certain months in which there are 31 days and there is a fifth working Saturday. So to accommodate that time also, so we are rounding it off to 2400 man hours per working year, right?
Hmm.
Now, how the 8 man hours will be divided? The subdivision will happen for the first shift. So guys, what is the timing for the first shift?
9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
And what is the lunch time?
1 to 2.
And then what is the second shift?
2 to 6.
2 to 6.
2 to 6 p.m. So what is the total work? Total work is 4 man hours plus 4 is equal to 8 man hours. Right, guys?
Yes.
And in between these 8 man hours, we have put a break time of the 1 hour. Right, guys? So the total time a person will spend in the company from 9 to 6 will be 9 hours. But out of those 9 hours, 1 hour will be the break time. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And plus, the company will give holidays as declared by the company. So they will be incorporated into the calendar also as declared by the company. Right?
Mm.
Guys, keeping this structure in mind, so we are going to create the calendar. Right? Okay. So let us create the calendar. Let us go into the Primavera.
Sir, I have a
Yes,
question.
yes, good.
Kindly show the previous page.
The Word file, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, in the calculation of 2,400 man hour per working year, sir, we already calculated 6 days, right? 8 man hour per working day into 6 is equal to 48.
Mhm.
So why we are again taking?
Because the 6 days is based upon 4 weeks. But there is a fifth weekend in which this working Saturday is included. See, I'll just show it to you here in the P6 only, right?
Yeah.
Because if you looked at a calendar carefully, you will see that there are many months. Okay, I'll just show it to you. Let me go into the year 2023. Look at the month of the December. How many Saturdays are there? Count it.
Yeah, 5.
5 is there.
Yeah.
This fifth is in a 6-day week company. This would be the working day, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have to add that also on top of the 2304. See this. How many Saturdays are here? 4.
Mm.
4. 4. How
Five.
many Saturdays are here?
5.
In fact, this month is so perfect. It has got 5 Saturdays and 5 Sundays also.
5 Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, now you will start to seeing these patterns. Okay, see how many Saturdays are here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. 5.
That is why we are rounding it off to 2400.
Yes.
Okay,
Clear.
now is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Good question. Yeah, I love questions. Okay.
Mm.
Yes. Be curious, live curious. Steve Jobs used to say. Now, guys, so okay, let me optimize the duration column here. We can reduce the size here. Okay, we can keep it like this. Okay, guys, now please come to the calendar tool. We will create a new calendar from scratch. Now, everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now to create a new calendar, you will see and instinctively you will find add button is there. Add means create a new calendar. Okay. Now, In this, on the top, so what you are saying, just read this text, guys. Read this text.
Select calendar to copy from.
Why Primavera is asking you this? What is the thought process behind this? I'll tell you a small little story. Listen to me carefully. Suppose your boss has given you a task to write a letter of 40 pages, but you came to know from your colleague that he has written a similar letter earlier and he has a copy. So will you write it from scratch, or you will take a copy and modify that? Tell me, what would be smarter?
Refer.
Take
Hmm?
a copy.
Modify.
Yeah, because if you modify, it will save time, it will save upon mistakes, and you just have to only put the facts, which are new facts, and your new document will be ready. So that is why Primavera is telling you, please select a calendar which is the nearest match. And I feel the nearest match is the corporate, because it has got 5 days and my calendar has got 6 days. I will modify this and a new calendar will be created. I'll have to do very little modification, right, guys? Is this clear? With
Yes.
minimum modification of the copy of the corporate, I'll be able to create my own 6 working days calendar, right? Okay, now click on the selection. So after you have clicked on this selection, you will see a blank row. In the blank row, you type IST in the capital letter, IST. So this is the short form of Indian Standard Time. If you press enter, it will get sorted. Now it is.
So can you go back 2 steps behind? So
You click on the ad. First of all, you click on the ad. Click the ad.
just a second.
Then you select the corporate. Then you select the plus. No, don't do it again. You will be creating multiple. So click on the delete here.
So first click on the calendar, or
Oh, you are so behind. You click on this button then.
okay, just a second. Yeah.
So first you come into this toolbox.
Yeah.
Okay. Now in the next step, you click on the ad.
Okay.
After you click on the ad, so you select the corporate. Select the corporate calendar, then click on the plus green button, this green button. It will create a copy. And then you modify the name of the copy to IST and press enter. Done? Please communicate.
Okay. Just make
So once you get a new calendar, you modify that into IST and press enter, it will get sorted. It will be positioned alphabetically. And after it is sorted, you select on the default checkbox to make it the default calendar. Now, what is the advantage of the default? Advantage of the default calendar is, so each time you are creating a new project, it will get applied. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah,
Yes.
clear. Yeah.
So you are up to date. Who was that?
yeah, it's good.
Okay,
Anit?
you are now synchronized.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So after this, after you have clicked on the default, now we are going to modify this because we made a copy, right? So the copy will be modified for our requirement. So click on the modify. After you have clicked on the modify, you will see the new calendar interface. In this, first of all, we will modify the time period. So guys, make sure that you select this option, total work hour per day, then click on the time periods, right? So the time period for the day is fine, but for the week, so how many man hours should be there for the week, guys? It is a 6-day week.
48
48. So right here.
days.
Now don't close it. Stay here. Now for the man hours per month. So guys, what is 48 multiplied by 4?
192.
192. So put here 192, and for the year we had already decided that it will be 2400, right? So guys,
Yes.
please, everybody please confirm that you have done this.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the OK. So the time periods we have set. Now we will set the working and non-working for the week, that which days we will work and which days we will not work. So we go into the work week. So our work week is basically 6 days from Monday to Saturday. So Saturday you put here 8 hours. Okay, and click on the OK. Okay, guys. Guys, I'm pausing here. Please confirm that you are synchronized till this point.
Yes.
Yes.
Now you can see only the Sunday is the non-work day, right? See how the Sunday is the non-work day. So guys, if you place your cursor on any of these days, the working days, you will see here, 8. You place your cursor on the Sunday, you will see 0. Do you see that?
Yes.
Any of the Sunday you place your cursor, you will see 0. Any of the day you place your cursor, you will see 8. Right? Now we are going to tell the subdivision of the 8. How the 8 is subdivided over the daily working time. Right? So you'll have to go into the detailed work hour per day. Right, guys? Is the meaning clear to you? Detailed work hour per day. We are going to tell the breakup of the 8 hours, that when a person will start the work, when he will take the break, and when he will do the second shift. Okay, and we will have to do it for the 6 days from Monday to Saturday, right? So guys, please select this tab. Okay, and after that you click on the work week. So after you have selected the work week, so guys, now you select Monday to Saturday. Okay, so is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Monday to Saturday you select. You have done that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now guys, what we are going to do, we are going to create the breakup. So 8 hours is the non-work. So guys, you do this thing, you select the first lab here, and then you click on the non-work like this. So let me show it to you. First of all, you click here, click non-work. Select the next about 30 minutes non-work. So the entire 1 hour will become non-work. Do you see? Guys,
Yes.
did you see that how it is made non-work? Then it is the 13 is the 1 p.m. So this is the break time. So you go ahead. The Ashish, click on the non-work. Now the next 30 minutes will non-work. Then 16 and 17 will be the work. Work. And hold the screen here. So guys, have a look at the demo screen. So this structure of the day is being applied for 6 days, right? So for all these 6 days, the structure will be, the person will work from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then the person will also work from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So this side is actually, this end is the 6 p.m. Okay, end of this bar is actually representing the 6 p.m. Right, guys? Is this clear? And in this middle bar is representing break time. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
And starting time is 9 a.m., of course, which you can see very clearly. Okay. So, this structure is getting applied to 6 days at once, because once you have the working day, the working days are normally the same. Right? Now, to apply this change, so we will click on the OK. So, guys, we will now verify the change. Now, guys, place your cursor on any of the Monday. So, guys, is the breakup looking correct here?
Yes.
Okay, check Tuesday. Check the Tuesday.
Correct.
Correct. Check Wednesday.
Correct.
Check Thursday. Correct. Check Friday. Correct. Check Saturday. Correct. Check the Sunday. Sunday should be, of course, non-work. So that is also correct. So guys, if any one of the weekday you have checked this to be correct, this will be perpetually applied. So perpetual, I don't know. This might be, so Primavera can create a calendar for 500 years, 1000 years. We don't need that much, right? So if it is creating a calendar for us, say, if I look at my lifetime that I'm left with, so if it can create a calendar for that much time period, so I'm fine with that, right, guys? So is this clear?
Yes.
I don't need a calendar beyond my lifetime. So the software can create it for thousands of years also. Okay, it can predict that after 1000 year, which particular year, which date it will be, which day. Okay, it can predict the day also because it's a computer. So computer can calculate for thousands, many thousands of years. Once you put the software can do. Software can even tell you that what will be the planetary position 1000 years hence. Right, guys? Softwares are doing it. Okay.
Yes.
Now, once this has been done, so you can click on the OK to save this data. So save this structure of the calendar. Now, this calendar has been saved and it has been changed into the default calendar. So default calendar means that if any project is created henceforth, the calendar of that project will be applied as Indian Standard Time. By default, it will be the governing calendar. Right, guys?
Yes.
Now, we will close this box also. This is the calendar toolbox. Now, what we will do, since we have just created the calendar, we will change the calendar for this project. Go into the project. Everybody, please come into the project. And from the project, you select the scheduling with calendar. Okay. And your lesson name should be LSN-1. Okay. So after selecting this, go into the default tab. Please come to the default tab, guys. In the default tab, you can see the calendar is the corporate. And now we want this project to be governed by the Indian Standard Time. So select Indian Standard Time. Click on the select button, green button. Okay, just hold your screen. So guys, everybody please confirm that you have selected the Indian Standard Time.
Yes.
Yes.
The 3 years should be there.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you are saying yes for 2 people.
So once you click IST, just cross it or?
You selected IST in the default. And one more thing you have to select, which I will explain to you later. In the duration type, you select fixed duration and units per time. Okay. So make sure that it is like this. And here in the calendar, it is like this. Okay. Because this is the most useful type, the duration type and units per type. And this is useful for calculating the resource cost accurately. This is a better option. Right, guys? Is this fine?
Yes.
So everybody has selected these 2 parameters. The calendar is the more important parameter. Now we are switching to the Indian Standard Time. So it means that any activity created henceforth will be governed by the Indian Standard Time calendar. So let's see that what is the impact. Okay. So after we have done this, if you find that the floppy button is active, this floppy disk is active, it means that you have to save. So click this button twice. Okay. So click this twice. And then refresh. Click on the refresh also. Okay. Yes. Now, after you have done the refresh, go to the activity tab. Go into the activity tab. Now, in the activity tab, you add a new activity here. Add a new activity here. So, guys, what do you see in the calendar column?
IST.
IST. Okay. And how do you see the time? Do you see the 6 days activity is completing on Saturday itself? It is not going to the next week because it is a 6-day week activity. Because this calendar is having 6 days a week working. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So according to this calendar, The activity is finishing on the Saturday 6 p.m. Okay, fine, guys.
So we are assigning, we can assign a different calendar for different tasks.
Yes, if it is required, because I'll tell you a situation here. I have a client, so he is fabricating the petroleum or some kind of the refinery plant for the clients in the Middle East. The fabrication part of the major components is done here in Noida. So the activities which are done here in Noida, they are governed by the Indian Standard Time. So the fabricated components are transported to on-site in the Middle East, and all the activities which are done to be done in the Middle East are governed by the Middle East calendar.
Okay.
Right? So you can choose which activities are to be performed in the Middle East. You can change the calendar. How do you change the calendar? Very simple. You just go into the calendar column and do a double click here. Double click, it will show you the pop-up. And you select the calendar here. See, here is your list of the calendar. You select the IST. Immediately you will see IST calendar will be applied and the schedule will change. You see, now the schedule is changed according to the IST. You see that?
Yes.
Immediately the activity is shifted from Monday finish to the Saturday finish, right? Because if you look at the corporate calendar, it has a 5 days a week. So a 6-day activity will finish on the next Monday. But in the IST calendar, since the Saturday is also the working day, 6-day activity will finish on the Saturday of the same week. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to show you something. So you and enter here 1 month, 1 MO. Just type here 1 MO. Now, guys, what it has done? It has translated 1 month into 24 working days. Primavera is telling you that 1 month is actually a collection of 24 man days. Now, if you look at the 24 man days, these 24 man days is finishing in 27 calendar days. Why?
With holidays.
No, weekends.
Yeah, with weekends.
3 non-working days, it is jumping.
Yes.
It is jumping over 3 non-working days to complete 24 working days. So, guys, calendar days will be greater than the working days. Right, guys? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Because the calendar days are inclusive of non-working days, and working days are purely working days or engineering days or process days. Right?
Correct.
So when an engineer is thinking the duration, he is only thinking the working days, and let the scheduling part be handled by the Primavera. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, guys. So we will take a break for 20 minutes and after that we will continue. Okay. So I'm going to pause the recording on my side. Okay, guys, you are here. So everybody here. So yes, Asad, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yanit, you are here. Santan, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we were trying to see that how the schedule is created by the calendar, right? So we enter the duration and the calendar is creating the, of course, the start date will come from the start of the project and it is calculating the finish date based upon the duration. Okay. Now we will see that how it is being done. So now you create a new activity here. And in this new activity, you enter 4 hours, 4H. Okay, guys. So when you enter 4 hours, so what is the finish time?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. Now you tell me that if you create an activity, so 4H is not being displayed. It means that on your system, the setting for the fraction of the time is not there. So please go into the user preferences. Please go into the user preferences here. Yeah, fine, same thing. Now you go to the time units. In the time units, show the subunit, that is the hours. Click on the close. Okay, so when you enter 4 hours, it is showing you 1 p.m. as the finish time on the same day. Now, suppose if I create another activity of 5 hours, what will be the finish time? So you enter here 5h, you write here 5h. So guys, what is the finish time for the 5 hours? Why it is not 2 p.m.?
Break.
1
Lunch
to
break.
2 is break.
Correct, because 1 to 2 is the break time. Okay, so Anit, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, what do you do? Create another activity here. Create another activity here. Now you put here 22h. Put here 22h. Okay, so when you enter 22h, it is showing you 2 day and 6 hours. How it is doing? It is doing a calculation by this division, right? So it is like this. We used to do it in the school.
Hmm.
So is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Because it is dividing the 22 man hours by the 8 man hours per day. So the 22 is getting, so the 22 is getting divided into 2 whole days, and then minus 16, and the remaining is 6 hour per day. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Guys, do you hear any noise in the background?
No.
Hmm?
No.
That's noise.
Okay, fine. Okay, now we will check more. Okay, now guys, create another activity here.
Now noise is coming, sir.
Yeah, now it's coming.
Yeah, now it is coming fine, because it's a marriage next door and there is some music that started. So just give me the moment. Guys, give me a moment. I'm shifting to another room.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Guys, you can hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, so now we will see that what is the duration if you put here 1 year. You type here 1y. See that what happens. Now, why the 1y is being mentioned as 300 days? See, it is a very simple calculation. The calculation is like this. We had told that 1 year will be having 2400 man hours. And when you divide 2400 man hours by 8, so that's going to give you 300 man days. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So the new calendar is working according to the structure which you have put. So it is giving you the schedule. So in one project, you can have multiple calendars if that is the requirement. Some activities which are done on one side, but one calendar will always be the default. So how you will choose the default? The default calendar will be the one which has got maximum activities scheduled with that one. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to basically understand that suppose if I have to change the calendar manually, right? So suppose I don't need this calendar. I don't need this corporate. I don't need them. Now, one option is that I can go into each of the columns and change them manually. But guys, have you heard of something called macros in the Excel? Have you heard of something called macros?
No.
Yes.
Anybody knows that what a macro does in Excel? Hmm?
No, I don't know.
Reads the same pattern and converts the data automatically according to that pattern.
Correct. So macro is a small little program which you can write. And basically what a macro does, it does a repetitive job according to a given pattern. And it is used to update the data according to a given pattern. And it can do that job over 1000 rows, 10,000 rows in less than a second. It works very fast and it is basically a repetitive job done by human being. So people become very much proficient in the repetitive job, but the repetitive job is still risky because what happens, people can still make a mistake, right, guys? So when people are working on a repetitive job, they can still make a mistake. So that is why they create something called global change. In the Primavera, the macro is called a global change. Now, how do we implement the global change? We implement the global change by clicking on this button. So in the Excel, it is called a macro. In Primavera, it is called a global change. So we are going to make a global change in which we will basically change the calendar at the press of a button. Okay, now how to change the calendar at the press of a button? First of all, we will create a macro. We can see some existing global changes are here. Assign resource in role, increase cost by 10%, increase duration, increase units, decrease units. So basically a global change can work upon units, it can work upon numbers, it can work upon dates, it can work upon text. So we will create one global change which will work upon the calendar, right? So to create a global change, we will click on the new. And when we create a new global change, a box will come up. In this box, the first thing that we should do is to give it an appropriate name, because with an appropriate name, we'll be able to use it properly in the future. Because if you select a wrong one and if you run that, it will give you the wrong result. So it is better that whenever you create a macro, you should first give it a proper name. So this macro we are going to use to what? For apply IST calendar. So put the name as apply IST calendar.
My Primavera is frozen for some reason.
Okay, so wait for it to come back. Are you running other bus software? If you are running some other
No,
bus
no,
software,
nothing.
so
No,
you
no, no.
you can you can close them. You can close the browser. You can close the Word, Excel if you have. So it will give more memory to the Primavera.
Okay.
Because you know what happens, that Primavera is a very memory intensive and also CPU intensive. So if some other software is running, it may sometimes try to grab the memory, try to grab the CPU processing time.
Oh.
So it might seem like it is freezing for some time.
No, it's fine, sir. It was on this
It's
other
fine, it
screen.
has come back. So
Yeah,
just see that if you're running any other software, please shut that down. So it will make the Primavera run very smoothly. Okay. Now in this global change box, there are basically two blocks. This is called the condition block. Okay. And the condition block, the condition is checked. If the condition is found to be true, then it is executed by the execution block. In the condition block, so you are checking the condition using the if, and in the action block, you are executing the command by using then. So now we need only one row because there is only one single condition. So guys, make sure that you have only just one row. Now in this row, in front of the where, there is a column. So you use the key C. You press C. Select C for calendar. Correct. And then you write here. Then you select the condition not equal to, is not equal to. So what we are going to do, we are going to run this macro to check each and every activity. If an activity does not have a calendar equal to which one, IST. So you go and click in the value and select IST. Correct. Correct. So guys,
I
we
couldn't.
created the condition. Yeah, tell me.
I couldn't find calendar.
So you have to just click here like this, and you press the C for calendar. You will be able to find. Just a moment.
Okay, just a second. Okay, yes. Okay.
Okay, guys. So did you get the C for the calendar?
Yes. Can you give permission to record?
Oh, you don't have the permission. Did you log out? Okay. Yeah, I think you had logged out. Yeah, now you have got the permission. Please press Alt R. Or if you want to see the button, I can stop the sharing of the screen. Press Alt R, then your recording will start.
Is it recording?
So if you see, okay, fine. Just don't worry about the recording. So we can continue. You can get it from me. Okay, fine. Okay, now guys, tell me, did you select calendar is not equal to IST?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now you have set the condition. Now you will set the action. Now, guys, look very carefully. If you click in the middle of this box, you will see the rectangle will come this side. See this. I'm in the condition block. Now I'm in the action block. Do you see this? Do you see the small little rectangle?
Yes.
This boundary that comes up, it means that you are in this action block. Now you click on the add, it will add a new row. Now you select the parameter calendar, select the parameter calendar. Now this parameter value should be ist. So what we are telling the Primavera, if the calendar value is not ist, then you transfer the value ist into the calendar column, right? First we are checking each and every activity, so we are not concerned if it could be just any other calendar, but we are only concerned with this fact that if it is not ist, in that case then you push the ist into the calendar column, right guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So this is the instruction to the computer. Now we will store this instruction by clicking on the OK. So once you click on the OK, you will see the apply ist calendar is appearing here. It is one of the global changes. Okay, here. Now what we can do, we can move this thing a little bit to the side so that when we run this, we can see it in action. You can bring it on the side because our main focus will be on this calendar column, right, guys? We would like to see the result of the change in the calendar column.
I didn't get the apply IST calendar.
You didn't get that? Okay, so not a problem. I'll come and check your screen. Because once you save it, it will appear there. You share your screen, please.
Okay, I'll drop.
So can you just switch to just one screen only for a moment, so that I can get the pop-ups here only, because you have got two screens, and that is why the pop-up, I think it is going to the screen number 2.
Yes. Can we undo anything over here? No.
Undo, I'll just ever tell you. So can you please let me access the global change? So just, you switch it to one screen only, because what is happening that when you have multiple screens, the pop-up goes to the second screen. I need to help you, but I can't see. See, when I click on the tools, okay, and your screen, and I don't know if you're running some other program or not. If I click on the tools and then I select the global change, but I'm not getting the box here. Yeah. So apply IST calendar, it's here. See this. And let's check that what did you create. So in this, you have put the condition where calendar is not equal to IST, then set the calendar to IST. So you have done it correctly. Absolutely fine. Right, guys?
Okay, because before. Okay.
So you have to bring this thing here a little bit here so that you can see the result. The result will be basically the application of the new calendar in in the calendar column. So I'm putting that where it is going to act, it is going to act here in the calendar column. So what you're seeing right now that it has got the corporate in many of the rows. So this corporate will be replaced by the IST, right guys? Okay, now to run this, so you have to click on the apply change. So click on the apply change button, you will see this in action. Now guys, do you see this notepad here? In the notepad, what it is saying, the old value is the corporate and the new value is the IST. And guys, can you see the arrows which I'm drawing on the screen?
No.
No. So I'm going back to Ashish's screen. So please share your screen here with me. So guys, what you can see here that it is showing you certain values which are basically from the old value. And this is the new value, but it is not going to change immediately without your confirmation. So how do you confirm? So guys, do you see this button here, commit changes? And after that, you say, no, we don't want to save the log file. We don't need. So guys, so what it is going to do, it is going to run the macro. And after the macro is run, you will see that the calendar has been applied. So you close this box and you will see that the scheduling has been rescheduled according to the new calendar. The scheduling has been recalculated according to the new calendar. And if you look at the Gantt chart, you see the Gantt chart is also having the schedule created according to Indian Standard Time. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how this calendar thing works. The calendar can be changed by the macro if you need to. So this macro in the Primavera, it is called the global change. So global change is the terminology in the Primavera. And in some other softwares like the Excel or any other software, it is called a macro. So keep this in mind. You can access the global change from the global change button, which is there in the panel number 1. And you can also access this button for the global change in the tools. So in the tools, you have this button here, the global change. Okay, guys, do you see the connection here? So the global change has a globe, and do not confuse it with the smaller globe. So there is a small globe here. This is for connecting to the project website. So this thing should not be confused with the global change. The global change has a bigger size of the globe. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now guys, for further practice of the global change, I want to make sure that you have permanently understood the global change. We will create one more, but this time we will create the global change using the copy paste method, and the global change that we are going to create will be the opposite one. How to do it? You follow with me step by step. So everybody, please tell me you are synchronized till this point.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to create another macro, which will be another global change, which will be called the apply corporate calendar. So it will do the opposite thing. How to do it? So first of all, we will open the global change tool. In the global change tool, after selecting IST, there is a copy button here. You click the copy button. Now you can see the paste is active. Do you see? After you click the copy button, the paste button has become active. Now you click on the paste button, it will create a copy. So you will see a copy has been created. Now you should first of all rename this as apply corporate calendar. Space. Apply corporate calendar. First of all, you should have a proper name. So after the proper name has been put, then you will be able to write the instructions. Calendar, DAR. The correct spelling of the calendar word is DAR. Calendar. Yes, like this. Press enter. Okay, after that, click on the modify button. So guys, have you created this copy?
Yes.
No, sir. I missed out. Can you please repeat?
No, why are you missing, Baba? What is the problem? Am
Because
I
my
going fast?
secondary screen just got stuck, sir. That's why.
So you okay, the secondary screen. So you just do one thing you use your mobile phone. Don't use the secondary screen. Okay, you just log in into the mobile phone and switch off the sound, and you can use that. It will work fine for you. Now tell me where you are right now.
I just make a copy and paste it, and I need to.
Okay, now you rename this first.
Yeah.
Okay, you rename this as on the screen. Now you can see the screen.
No, sir.
So you just do one thing, you press Alt tab and you can basically look at the Zoom which is running on your laptop as well, right? You press Alt tab, you will be able to select Zoom and you come to the Zoom on your laptop.
Yes, it started, sir. Right now
Okay,
it's okay.
okay, now it's okay, fine, very good. Okay, now after that you will click on the modify button. Click on the modify.
Apply corporate calendar. Okay.
Yeah, apply corporate calendar has been created. Click on the modify button and you will go inside. Now here you change it to corporate and here also you change it to corporate. Corporate standard full-time, change it and you change it to corporate standard full-time, the parameter. Now what we are telling the Primavera is that if the calendar is not equal to the corporate, then you change the calendar to the corporate, right? Right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
So is this clear? So
Yes.
basically you have created another macro or a global change from the copy method. You have modified the parameters to suit the new one. Okay. Now you click on the OK. After that, you bring this box a little bit to the side so that you can see the action that it creates. Okay, now what we will see when we run this macro. So when we run this macro using the apply change button, we will find that all the calendar field will be changed to the corporate. So what it is saying that the old value is IST, the new value is the corporate. Do you confirm? So how do you confirm? By clicking on the commit changes. We don't need to save the log file because log file will create a trash. We don't want that. So after this macro is run, so you can see that all the activities are now being scheduled using the corporate and you can see the 6-day activities are now going to the next Monday. Guys, do you see that? They are all going to the next Monday, right?
Yes.
Now, if I ask you that, guys, please change the calendar to IST. So how you are going to do it?
In global
Yes.
change.
Go by global change.
Yes, then?
Apply IST calendar.
Yeah, apply IST calendar, then you have to click the button to run it. Apply the change.
Yes.
After you have applied the change, so this new value will be applied. And once the new value is applied, you can see the result has immediately created a new schedule. So click on the commit changes. After that, say no, and then you can close this box. You can close it. Okay. So guys, so new calendar has been applied. So calendar can be changed from the column and calendar can also be changed from the detail. So I will go into the detail. So guys, in the detail, guys, do you see that in the general tab, there is an activity calendar box. Do you see that? You see that in the detail below, there is
Yes.
activity calendar box. So once you have the activity calendar box, so you click on it, a pop-up will come. After a pop-up comes, you select the corporate. Select it. So guys, do you see that it has changed here also? So basically, why did we use the column? We use the column for the training purpose only. Why? So that you can see that which activities are having which calendar at once. We normally don't need it. If I need to change the calendar, I can change it from the activity detail also. I can use the global change also. So we use this column basically to display that which activities are having which calendars. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Which
Yes.
activities are having which calendars, only to display that only. So that is a convenience, but we don't use it or otherwise. But if you want to say, basically, if you're facing any problem with the schedule, sometimes in certain project you will have the mixed use of the calendars. More than one calendars will be there. In that case, when you're trying to do the troubleshooting, you can include this calendar column to see if the correct activities are, if the specific activities are getting their particular calendar or not. So it is a matter of the convenience, but it is not required to be seeing or looking at the calendar at all the times, because you can see the calendar of an activity from the detail also. Okay, so is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now once again you change it to the IST from here only. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now guys, I'm going to show you something which works like a macro, but it is not a macro. So you switch off the bottom details so that you got a full display of the activities here. Okay, now this feature is called a fill down. Now, what is the purpose of the fill down? Suppose I want this value of the 6 days to be filled in all the rows below from top to the bottom. Okay, from here to here, from the bottom to the top, I want this to be applied in all the rows. So how do I do the fill down? First of all, I will press the shift button. So on whose screen I am? I am on the Ashish. So Ashish, press the shift. Okay, and then with your right hand, with your left hand you press the shift, with your right hand you press the down arrow till you reach to the bottom row. Okay guys, so guys, do you see that what he has done?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you have done the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you should remember one thing, the actually the focus is on this column. Now there is a button here which I'm going to point out. So this button is here. Do you see this button on the right panel with the arrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you click this button, what this button will do, it will take the value from the topmost and it will fill from top to the bottom. Click this.
Okay.
Now, guys, did you see that all the rows are having the 6 days?
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll show you another example of it for the practice. So, guys, please come to the first activity and you type here task. You write the word task in small letter, task, and then like this. Now you do the same thing again. Ashish, pressing the shift and press the down arrow. So now click on the fill down. Now guys, what do you see in the fill down?
Task.
It is replicating the task. So where it will work? So this fill down will work on the activity name and on the duration, but fill down will work on the calendar also. It will not work here, not here, and not here. Right, guys? Is this clear? Because the activity ID, it has to be unique. So a Primavera will prevent if you try to fill down, and it will work on the calendar also. Then you might be wondering, then why should we learn the global change? Because in the fill down, it will do in a mass based fashion. Okay, suppose if I choose the corporate here and I do the fill down, so the Ashish do the fill down. So in the global change you can put condition, but in the fill down you cannot put a condition. That is the problem. No, your cursor is not on this column. The focus should be on this, like this. See, the glow should be on the last row. Do you see the glow on the last row?
Yes.
Okay. So you do a fill down. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, I'm going to show you the advanced use of the global change. Okay. So basically, you might be wondering that if we can do it through the fill down, then why do we need a global change? Okay, I'm going to give you certain example so where you can understand. Suppose there are certain tasks which are marked with the M. This task is to be done in the Middle East. Okay. So how many tasks are to be done in the Middle East? 4 tasks. Right? So, okay, fine. Now I will go into the global change. First, I will create a new global change using the copy paste method. Okay. Now I will copy the IST, copy and paste, and then I will write here apply Middle East calendar. Okay. Now I will go into the modify option. So I will change the calendar. I will select say I will select this calendar 5/10. Let's say this is the 5/10 calendar which is being applied in the Middle East project. Okay. Now after that I will say okay. Now in this modify not only the calendar but I will put here one more condition. Just see where the calendar is not equal to 5/10 and the task name, I will select the task name parameter T for task. Okay, I'll go to the task or the activity name. Actually in the Primavera it is activity name contains, okay, contains M, right? Do you see that? I put one in the indicator that only which task we have to be changed. Activity name normally is not containing M. We will make the change. We will apply this calendar 5/10 only to those activities where the calendar is not equal to 5/10 and activity name is containing M. So activity name is containing the M. Now I'm going to place it on the right side. Apply ME a calendar, Middle East calendar. Then I will run it, apply change. Now look what the macro will do. So guys, do you see that? Because it is picking only those activities which are containing the M. And once I click on the apply or the commit change, so it is going to change only the activities which are having the M. So their calendar has been changed to the 5/10. Right, guys? So
Yes.
so what I was trying to tell you that this is the difference between the fill down and the global change. Global change, you can add more complex condition, but in the fill down, there cannot be any condition. Fill down means that it is going to work in a serial fashion. Okay, like that it is going to work. So you cannot put any kind of the find selection method in the fill down. Fill down is sort of a mass production thing. Right? Okay, now if I want all the activities with the IST calendar, so I've got two ways. One is the fill down. Okay, so Ashish, go ahead and do the fill down. No, you place your cursor in this and then you select and then you go to the fill down. So it's going to fill down, right? So guys, is this clear that what is the meaning of the fill down? Okay, now I want you to do the fill down in the activity name column also. So basically your focus should be visible by this glow. This glow should be on the column where you want to do the fill down, right? Okay, now you go and click on the fill down button. So it will fill down the value from the top row and below all the rows. And it will do it in an unconditional or unselective manner. It will do a mass change, right guys? Is it clear? That
Yes.
the fill down button is used for the mass change. It is not useful where you want selective change. For selective change, you will have to use the global change. So is this clear now?
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'm pausing for questions on this lesson. Do you have any question on the structure of the calendar or this global change, the macro or the fill down?
Sir, in the first step, I had accidentally modified default calendar. So can we actually unchange it or do
Yeah,
something about
default
it?
calendar for the project. Fine. So there is
Yes.
something new to learn with your mistake, because such mistake can happen in real life also. It is
Yes.
good that we can address this mistake here in the training. So please
Okay.
share your screen so that we can learn something.
It's on double screen. I'll just change it once.
Yeah, first you change your screen to the single screen, and then you share your screen.
Yes.
So how to change to the single screen? Press the window and P and select one screen only. Window P. You do the combination of the key window and P.
And yes,
Okay.
did
After that, you select main screen, and now you share your screen.
yes.
Now you tell me that of what happened.
Uh, I went to global change. Then I don't remember which one, but I modified one of these. Not this one, but I think either of these. I don't remember. And
No,
modified
no.
them.
Actually, you did not do. You just created a new one, which is a blank one. So
Global
you
change.
can see that there is a blank of global change on the top.
Yeah.
So there is a blank one. So that's not a problem if the blank one is there. So we'll let it remain there. Or what
Yes.
you
Okay.
can do, that you can delete it if you don't need it, if you don't want to change it. Okay.
Yes.
If you don't need it for any purpose, you select and you delete it.
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. So that's not a problem. Click on the close. So
All right.
basically, you can create a copy if you need another new global change macro, right? If you don't need it, don't copy. Okay.
All right.
So is this clear now, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any questions from you guys? Guys, some question has to be there.
So we need to fill holidays manually as per the days.
Yes. So we are going to do it in the next one. So you please share your screen. Holidays have to be entered specifically on specific days. Okay, it has to be entered manually on the specific days, which is the next one. So next we will learn to do the holidays and the critical path. Okay, guys.
Another
So
question, sir. One
good.
question. Yeah, at calendar section, we made the calendar in global, but if we do in project, then it is any change or it is same?
No, the structure of the calendar will be remain the same. But the thing is that if you create a calendar in the project category, it will be visible to you and your team members only. It will not be visible to your the other colleagues in the company.
Oh, okay,
It will be visible to you and your team member,
okay.
right?
Only that project only.
The project is private within the project team. Okay,
Okay,
so everybody has a shared space. The global is a shared space, but the project is a private space. The resource calendar is also a shared space, but these kind of the calendars are specifically attached to the resources only. They can't be used for the project level. They are used at the resource level only to create a very particular, the particular schedule for a particular resource. Okay, is this clear, guys?
okay. And we need to copy from the only corporate standard to, if any, I need to modify something. I need to copy or just add. I think it's here. It's only add. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So when you are basically creating a copy, so what it is doing, that's suppose if you feel that you want to create another column, look at the existing calendars. So if
Mhm.
you think that the target calendar is matching one of them in the structure, so you use the copy. So you
Yeah.
use that one for the copy, and after the copy has been created, first of all you rename it to the appropriate name, then change the structure of the column using the modify button, right? And
Yeah.
then this calendar, if you think that it is globally useful, you can go to the default and you make it the default. So what is the advantage of the default? Advantage of having the default checkbox is that it will be applied automatically on a new project parameter. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the purpose of the default. So global means for everybody. Project means it is private within the project team.
Yeah.
Suppose if your team has got 10 members, only 10 members can see this. So different team will be able to see their project calendar. So this project basically is a private space of a particular team. So you are keeping that calendar here because you don't want to clutter the global category. Because if you put too many calendars into the global category, it will defeat the purpose of the global category. Global category should contain only those calendars which are very, very frequently used throughout the company, throughout the organization. So only those should be put into the global. Right, guys? Is it clear now?
Yes.
Okay. So if you don't have any doubt, then we will work on the lesson number 2. Okay. So for that, we will close it. Now, how to close the project, guys? Control W. If you press Control W, it will save and close the current project data. Okay. Then we basically reports are not required right now. So you can close it. So guys, you come back to the project tab here. Do you see this? Your lesson number 1 is here. Scheduling with calendars. You see that? Now,
Yes.
what we are going to do, we are going to create the lesson number 2 using the copy paste method. Now to do the copy paste method, so first of all, what you should do, you select the lesson 1 and press Control C. Control C for copy. Now place your cursor on the portfolio. So guys, have you done the Control C?
Yes.
Yes.
Now place your cursor on the portfolio and press Control V. V for victory. Actually, Control V is for pasting. So after that, you need to just click on the OK button 3 times. Actually, another box will come. There you say OK. Okay. Click OK and click OK. So 3 times it will ask you if you want to copy this sort of the data. So after that, you will see that it has created a copy, but the coding is lesson 2. Do you see that? The project ID will be unique. Each time you are doing a copy, it will create a unique ID, lesson 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. But the name may not be unique. So name you can change by double clicking here. First, you go into the field, delete the existing content, and then you write here critical path and holidays. Critical, CRITICAL, critical path and CAL, critical path and holidays. So we will see that how the schedule is further fine-tuned with the concept of the critical path and the holidays. Right, guys? Okay, just hold it here. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are able to, that you have created the lesson 2 with the name critical path and holidays.
Yes.
Yes.
Now
Yes.
you open this one, you will find an exact copy. You'll find that the content is having an exact copy. Now, why I am asking you to do this? Because I want you to inculcate a habit. Suppose you are planning a big project and you are working with multiple teams. Before you work with the second team, see if your project plan is final with the first team, make a copy, then work with the second team. If something goes wrong while you are planning with the second team, you always have a good copy, right?
Sir, in the project tab.
No, just first you confirm, have you understood what
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you?
Yes.
Now you ask your question. Yes, tell me.
No, I was just asking in the project tab, why was it showing in total activity 0 for lesson number 1?
Oh, lesson number 1, you know why it is showing? Basically, it is not updating here. It will show you if you open this one.
Yeah.
Okay, now if you open this one, then you come to the projects, then it will show you for this one. Then it will not show for this one.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
but how to update it here? I'll just tell you. Basically, what you should do, you open both these projects at once. You select this both and click on the open project.
Okay.
Okay, so now you come to the project, it will show for both of them at once.
21.
Okay,
Yes.
but then how to update it here permanently? There is a button here which is called basically summarize. So it is summarizing the data in the interface at the dashboard. So this is the dashboard actually, and you click on open project, not on all project, because all project will hang up your computer. So click on the open project. So what it will do, it will take the data from the inside and put the summary data in the dashboard. Now just do this thing, Ashish, you press Control W, close the projects. Even if the project is now not loaded, this summary dashboard is updated. Do you see now the data is updated here? Now both the projects, even though they are not open, they are still showing the start and finish date of the projects. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so basically the summary data needs to be updated from the projects inside it. So once it is updated, then it will start showing in the columns here. Okay, so now I hope that your answer is clear. Now,
Sir, my
yeah, tell me again.
hello.
Tell me,
My lesson 1 finish date is not showing.
lesson 1 is finished, but it is not showing.
Finish date not showing.
How
Only
finish date
lesson.
not showing? I just told you, no, Baba, it is not a very big thing. It is not updating here. You can update it here by opening it and running the summarize button. Okay, now let us go into the lesson 2. Open the lesson 2. Select lesson 2 and open. So now we are going to learn that what is the concept of the critical path and what is the effect of the holidays on the project. Okay. Now in this lesson, we do not require the calendar column. Since we do not require the calendar column, so what do? We right click here. Go to the column toolbox. So in the column toolbox, we select the column and we say remove from list. Now guys, as you remove it from the list, it goes to the category. Which one? General.
General.
Okay. So next time you want the calendar column, there are two ways to get it. Either you go to the general and select it from there, or you can basically use the find option like this, right guys? So whatever comes to you first, you can use that, right? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now after you have removed the calendar, so you click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now after you have clicked on the OK, so you can see that you have some space here because the calendar column has been removed. So in this particular lesson, we do not require the calendar column. Now, since we have changed the layout, so we will save the layout. So to save the layout, we will use this button. So guys, please look at the button which I'm pointing out. This button name is save layout as. So guys, please click on this button, save layout as. Now you write here, activities layout by, you write your name, activities layout by name. Okay, just hold the screen. So guys, did you see on the demo screen? So you write your name. So after that, you will save this layout. So it will create a layout with your name. So click on the save. After you have saved it, then you will be seeing this activities layout by your name here. So this is a layout that you have saved. So you know there are various kind of layouts here in the activities also. So basically this is your layout. So your layout will be always be available to you whenever you close and open the Primavera next time. So you will be able to use your structure of the layout of the screen. So that includes font. So that includes the column, that includes the sequence of the column and all that. Right, guys? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now after this, after that you have made the layout. So now we will understand the critical paths. Now to understand the critical paths, I will not go by the standard definition. Rather, I will choose a different way to teach you the critical path. Now, guys, what is the name of this line?
Is the full duration.
No, I'll just tell you. So, guys, what did I write there?
Project timeline.
Timeline.
So, guys, what did I write here?
Activity timeline.
Yeah. So there is one project timeline only, right? But there are multiple activity timelines, right? As many as activities, as many as timelines. So timeline is basically showing you the duration. Now, if you look carefully at the project timeline, so basically, so I want you to notice certain change. Okay. Now just go to the last activity and make the duration as 12 days. And tell me what happened to the project timeline.
Increase.
Guys, what happened to the project timeline?
Became longer.
Increased.
And it became equal to the longest one, right? Okay. Now go to an activity, let's say 1100, and make the duration as 18 days. As 18, 1/8. Now guys, tell me that what do you see?
Increase more.
The project timeline, it has become equal to the longer one. So which one is the longer? The longer one is the 18. So it is staying equal to the longest one. So it means that the duration of the project is equal to the longest activity network path. Right, guys? Is it clear? The project duration is derived from the longest network or the longest activity. So that defines the duration of the project. So duration of the project is not something that the project has its own, but rather the project is looking at all the activities, and whatever activity is the longest, it will take the duration from there only. Now, what the project managers used to do in the earlier times, after completing the plan, they will put a red line into the longest activity like this. They will put a red line manually using a red ink pen, right? And they will say that this is the critical path. Critical path. Now, guys, can you guess why they will call it the critical path?
Because it is physically longest.
See, if a person is working on the critical path activity, and if he takes 1 day leave, so guys, tell me that what is the current finish date? 20th of May, right? Now, if a person working on the critical path, he takes a 1 day leave in the middle of the project. So what will be the finish date of the project?
21st.
Be careful when you say 21st, or else your boss will make you work on Sundays your whole life.
Yes.
Is it the 21st or the 22?
22.
Yes, 22, because the next working day is on the Monday. So, if a person takes a leave, now what the client will say? Will the client say that you have delayed my project by 1 day or 2 days? Tell me what the client will say to you.
2 days.
2 days. Client will say that you have delayed my project by 2 days. For the client, it really does not matter that in between there is a Sunday. He's not concerned with the Sunday. He was supposed to get the delivery of the product on the 20th. So instead of the 20th, he's going to get it on the 22nd. So he will say that you have delayed my project by 2 days, and he might put some penalty clause into action, which is signed in the contract. Right, guys? Is this clear? So that is why the project manager would say that this path is very critical to be watched while we are doing the work. We must take a precaution so that no activity on the critical path is delayed. Because if the critical path is delayed, then the promised finish date as announced to the client will be delayed, will be pushed. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now you must be wondering, if we are using the software, Why the software is not putting the red color into it? Software should put it, right? But you know that Primavera is basically, it's a software which was launched in 83. So by default, it is not in the automatic mode. It is by default, it is in the manual mode. So let us do the manual, then we will set the software into the automatic mode. So first we will ask the software to calculate the critical path manually. Now guys, if you look carefully on the top, I'm going to mark the button. If you look at the panel number 1, there is a clock-like button. It is called the schedule button. And this button can be accessed by the mouse. This button can be accessed by F9, function 9 key. So once you access this button, it will give you the pop-up. It is called the schedule pop-up. So guys, so did you get this box?
Yes.
But tell me, Anish,
Yes.
you got it?
Yes, sir.
You got it. Now this is the button that they will do it. Now let's go back to the year 1983. In 1983, you did not have a graphical computer. You used to have a character-based screen. But then how it will calculate the critical path? It will create certain text data, and next to the certain list of the paths, it will write critical. Now, such a calculation, which was having say 1,000 tasks, it will take around 5 to 10 minutes. You must be wondering, then what is the use of a computer? If for 1,000 activities going to take 5 to 10, see, you should be comparing the computer in 1983 to the manual work. In the manual work, it will take around 2 to 3 days. Now, if a task is normally done in 2 to 3 days, and if you have a computer, you can do it in 5 to 10 minutes. Tell me, guys, which is better? Computer is better
Yes.
compared to the manual work. So now, since we are living in the year 2022, so we are having very fast CPUs and fast softwares, and we just press the schedule button, and in less than a second, it will calculate the critical path. So guys, click on the schedule. Click on this. Do you see what the software has done?
Yes.
The software is marked, so this path has the critical path. So the software says that this is the longest path and this is the critical, and basically this is defining the finish date of the project. If now, what is the interpretation, practical interpretation for the project manager? Actually, the project manager should ensure that this activity should never be delayed. If this activity will be delayed, then it will push the announced date of the project. So this is the announced date of the project. So if the date is announced to the customer, it should be staying constant, right? From our side, we should not create any delay, because if we create any delay, then there are two things that can happen. First of all, we will look professionally bad, right or wrong, guys? Are we going to look professionally good or bad?
Good.
Good.
Bad. If we delay,
Yes.
delay is
Bad.
bad. If there is a delay from my side, I'm going to look professionally bad, that I'm
Yeah.
not a competent company or an organization. Second thing is that it will have a long-term business implication, because if the client has a bigger project in his mind for me in the future, so he will cancel that plan, right or wrong, guys? So the client will think, if he can't do a small project, so what will he do if I give him a big project? So it has a bad business implication in the future also. Since I don't want to look bad to my client, so what do? I will use the critical path knowledge to plan the work in such a way so that this critical path activity will always be having the resources, man, machine, material, at least due to the environmental factor under my control. So what I can control the resources. But there are certain things which I cannot control. At least due to the factors which I control, it should not be delayed. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now if you look at the critical path, you will see that there is a column here called the total float. And if you look at the total float, and if you look at this column, it has got 0. Do you see this number here as 0?
Yes.
Now, what is the meaning of the float and what is the meaning of the 0? It is like this. So guys, I'm going to draw a straight line here from the finish date. So guys, do you see any gap between the critical path and the finish line?
No.
No, that is why the float is 0. The float is 0 here. Do you see that? No float. But in this activity, there is a 12 days float. So the float is basically represented by a dark line. So the float line is like this. So you know what is this purpose of this dark line? The purpose of the dark line is to show you the gap on the activities which are much behind the finish date. If an activity is behind the finish date, it has a float. Now in this activity, you can clearly see what is the float in the last one here, as on the demo screen. 6 days. Okay, so with 6 days, basically the working 6 days will be the float. So there is a gap of 6 working days, right? Sunday will not be counted. Any non-working day will not be counted in the float. In the float, guys, please take a note that only working days which are a gap, they are counted as the float. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Okay.
Yes.
Now we are going to make this thing automatic, because I'll just tell you that what happens. Suppose if you make this activity as 18, it should immediately turn into red color. So go and make the last one as 18. Ashish, go and make the last activities of 18 duration. And go and make this activity 10 as 18 also. Now, guys, do you see, despite being 18, they are not being turned into the red color. It means that the software is not automatically calculating the critical path. So that is why we are going to change the software into we are going to modify the setting so that the automatic calculation of the critical path takes place. Right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now to set it into the automatic mode, we will once again go into the schedule button. Okay. Okay, fine. We will go slowly, a little bit slowly. Everybody, please confirm that you have the schedule button. The schedule pop-up on your screen.
Yes.
Sir.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. Now, if you look carefully, below here, there is an option button. So click the options button here. So you have a screen where you can select schedule options. Now, one of the options, I want you to read the text. So guys, please read this text. What does it say? Oh, don't move this box. Okay, just wait. Now you keep this here. So guys, please read this.
Schedule automatically.
Schedule automatically in the change.
So schedule automatically when a change affects date. So what kind of change? So the change could be the duration. Change could be the relationship between two activities. So, this is going to schedule automatically when a change affects dates. Okay, now we would tell the software, yes, we want this option to take place automatically. So please check this box. So once you check this box, and then you should click on the close button. Click on the close button and click on the yes. Then you will have to click on the schedule button so that it is implemented permanently. Now you will see that these two lines have also turned into the red and their float value is also 0. Why their float value is 0?
Because there is no gap.
Yes,
between-
there is no gap from the finish date. Because if I draw a straight line from the finish date, there is no gap. So the float value is 0, like this. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now the thing is that rest of the activities, instead of the 0 float, they do have some float. Now this float can also be displayed like this. You see this black line that I'm drawing it manually. And in fact, the early project managers, they used to do it manually only. They will draw the float very painstakingly for the entire project. So making this Gantt chart basically manually was worth it, but used to take a lot of time. So this Now this time we are going to use the features and facility within the software to display the float line automatically. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all wipe out this, and then I will guide you how to set the software to display the float lines automatically. So guys, first of all, you right click here, just moment here in the blank area, you right click. Now after you right click, go to the bars option. Okay. Okay, guys, just hold it. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are in the bars.
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
One yes is missing.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, now I got it. Now you should scroll down. So there is a down scroller. So you click down and go to the bottom. So at the bottom, you can see that there is an option called float bar. So you click on it 2 times and click on the negative float bar 2 times, this checkbox. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you have selected the same.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. After you have selected the same, you click on the OK. So guys, do you see that the float bar is now coming up, right? Okay. Now we will see that what happens when I increase the duration of an activity. Now just go to this activity. Let's say you have this activity number 1060. So you increase the duration to 12 days. Now make it 17 days. Do you see that it is still 1 day short, right?
Hmm.
Make it 18 days. Done, guys?
Yes.
Now make it 19 days. From 18, make it 19. So, guys, what do you expect to see?
One critical path.
It is the only critical path because it is the longest one. Rest have become comparatively short. Right,
Yeah.
guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So the critical
Yes.
path is the one which is not only the longest and which has the total float as 0. And rest of them, they have a float based upon their distance from the finish date. So their activity finish, if it is distant, if it is far off, so now you make it back as 18 once again. Okay, guys.
Yes.
Now the thing is that how do we use the critical path? So basically, when our project plan is finalized, when we enter all the tasks completely and correctly, at the end, once everybody says, yes, boss, all the tasks are entered and all the task durations are correct. So what do? We call for a critical path meeting. So
Hmm.
critical path meeting. So guys, have you heard or conducted this meeting, critical path meeting in your company?
Not yet.
Not yet, but after the training, you should. Now, I'm
Yes.
going to tell you the practical use of the critical path, which most of the Primavera trainers, they ignore. They show you the critical path. They assume that you understand the project management process. But I do not leave it there because if you are going to use a software, basically process is the mother of the software. Right,
Hmm.
guys? Is it clear? The
Yes.
processes came first, the software came later to cater to the process. So you must learn the process. Now, the process in the project management is that when you are planning along with your team members, so once the team members they have checked their inputs and your inputs and everybody's inputs have been cross-checked. So after that, we will call for the critical path meeting. To in the critical path meeting, we will look only at the critical path. So how to look only at the critical path? By using the filter. So guys, do you see this button here? This is the filter button. So click in the middle of the button, and then you will find that it has a filter called the critical. So guys, you have selected.
Yes.
Now you click on the OK. Only the critical path will be remaining on the screen. Now, this is the critical path meeting. So I'm going to write it here. Critical path meeting. Now, how many activities are there on the screen in the critical path? How many activities count?
4.
4. Now, what will you do? You will call 4 activity owners, right? Those who are going to take the ownership of this activity and get this done by themselves and by their team members. Now, when this owner come into the meeting, so the first question you are going to ask them is like this. So I'm going to write the question here and you will read it after I have written the question. So the first question is like this. So guys, read the question.
Are you planning to take a leave during your activity?
Now, guys, what happens if someone takes a leave during this activity? What is the implication?
Increases the duration,
Yeah, it will delay the project.
delay the project.
Yes, from the client point of view, he will say that you have delayed the delivery. So I'm going to apply the penalty on you guys, right? It happens in the government project. Now, if he says yes, then what should you do? What is the remedy? Okay, so what do you do? I'm going to write here and you will read it. So guys, please read this.
Arrange for an equally skilled person in advance.
Why you should do it? So that when this person goes on the leave, the equally skilled person will continue to do the work so that the project can finish on time. Is that right? Makes sense? Okay. Now the second question you are going to ask, because it is not only the man that works. So guys, read this question.
Is there any machine that can break down?
Now guys, what happens if the machine breaks down during his activity? Then his activity will get delayed.
Yes, we can't able to do the work.
Yes, he won't be able to do the work. So what is the remedy? I'm going to write it. Guys, read this.
Arrange for standby or send one preventive maintenance.
So guys, preventive maintenance, do you know that what is preventive maintenance? I'll give you an example. You have seen it. Many times you have seen it. I'll just remind you, when you get down from an aircraft, have you seen there are many people are surrounding the aircraft immediately after it lands? And they are checking the various components, the various parts of the aircraft. And can you tell me why they are doing it?
Preventive measure.
No, preventive measure for what? Actually, the aircraft has landed. Then what is the problem? The problem is that the aircraft is going to take the next flight, the return
Next
flight.
flight, yeah.
Because you know, how do the airlines make money? They make this machine, this flying machine, they make it go up down. Suppose it's a Delhi Mumbai route. So they will make the aircraft go at least 3-4 times. Right, guys? Is this clear? So
Yes.
that is why each time the aircraft has landed safely, that is fine. But they are going to make sure that it is ready for the next flight. Right? So that they are trying to prevent something which can happen. So guys, is it possible to stop the aircraft in midair and fix something? No, nothing. Because you know why? I'll tell you the secret. Because the aircraft, they fly on the critical path, right?
Yeah.
So next time you fly the aircraft, you look out of the window, you will be able to see the critical path because you are the project manager. The rest of the passenger won't be able to see it.
Correct.
Only you and only the pilot will be able to see the critical path, right?
Yes.
So now your vision has changed. Now you can see the critical path. Now, guys, you should realize that you are the pilot of this project and your project is going to work on the critical path. Now, is it possible for you to take any delay on the critical path? Because the critical path does not have any float. Float means that there is no room for delay. Read this. Do you see this? Float. No. If any of the activity on the critical path is delayed, then it is going to push the finish date of the project and you are going to look bad on the contract. You have signed a contract. So your contract cannot be withheld. So everybody, I mean, the client side will say, oh, I'm going to penalize you as per the contract. So that doesn't look good in the business. Now, here is the third question. So guys, please read this question. What is the third question?
Is there any material which can run in short supply?
Suppose the man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there. Can the activity be done?
No.
No. So what is the remedy? So guys, tell me.
Search for new vendor.
Yes, correct. Right, guys? So is this clear?
Yes.
Arrange for alternate sources and vendor right now. You should start the process right now. So guys, what is the current date in the calendar? What is the date today? 26th of the November?
Yes.
And when you are going to start this project?
Yeah.
1st of May 2023, right, guys? So how many months you have? You have got the entire month of the December, January, February, March, April. So you've got 5 months, right, guys? So within this 5 months, you should be able to find an alternative vendor who is reliable, right?
Yes.
That is why, you know, it is an advantage to start planning early so that you can understand the critical path and you can understand what can be a blocker in real life. So before anything goes blocker, so you can remove that and prevent that. Okay, guys, is this good? Good thought or not?
Yes.
Very good, sir.
Real use of the Primavera, because with the Primavera you will know the complete list of your critical path and you will ensure that at least the critical path should not be delayed due to the lack of resources. Now there is a fourth question as well. There is a fourth checklist. So read this. Read this.
Is there any subcontracted work which requires large payment or cash approval?
Now you look at the activities 10, 10, 10, 60, 1100. So any of the activities could be also having some component which is done by a subcontractor, right? It could have a subcontracted component, or maybe the entire task is or the entire activity is subcontracted, right? So what is the answer? So if he says yes, there is a large, so you say that start approval process now. What is the advantage if you start the approval process now? If there is any hindrance in the middle of the approval process, you can sort out. You still have time. You have got 5 months time, right? Maybe you are at the end of the November, but you still have the 5 months from the December to the April. Your project is going to start on the 1st of May, and the 1st of May you are battle ready, right, guys? Is that fine?
Yes.
See, there is something which is beyond your control. So the climate is beyond your control. Can you predict the next pandemic? No, you can't predict it. That is beyond your control. Can you predict that the political situation can go bad on your side? Because what happens, many of the clients I know, they were doing the work on this DFR corridor. So on some places, the farmers will come and block. You can't predict that. It is beyond your control. But you should, from your client, because that will give you the extension of time from the client. Client will give you an extension of time. They will not penalize you for that. Got the point? But the thing is that if you are not prepared and everything else is perfect, but you are not prepared, then you will look bad. Right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
So at least you should be doing the due diligence from your side. From your side, you should be looking absolutely professional. So Primavera is going to help you in that. So Primavera is going to calculate the critical path, and the critical path, after you have made it visible, you should make sure that this 4 checklist is ready. So that is in the shortcut. So you can remember it like this. So guys, read the shortcut on the top. So what did I write on the top? This is the shortcut for memory.
3M plus 1C.
So guys, what is the 3M?
Man, machine,
Material.
material.
And the C is the cache, right?
Hmm.
So for the critical path, you should remember to check this shortcut. This is the checklist before you undertake to start the project on the site or on the field, right? So you should make sure that your critical path is basically known to you. So guys, is this clear? The critical path use is clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now I'm going to basically show you the near critical path. So I'll show you that what is the near critical path. You will not find it in any project management book, right? This is a practical knowledge that I'm transferring to you. So guys, first of all, you remove the filter. You click this filter and click on all activities, because this is the way to remove all filters. If you're using multiple filters, so it will remove by one click only all activities, and click on OK. Now you can see all the activities which are having the float and the critical path also. Now just do one thing. Go to the activity. So as on the demo screen, I am going to ask Ashish to change the duration of 10, 20 to 15 days. Change it to 15 days. Yeah. Now you change the duration of the 1080 also to 15 days. Now you change the duration of 1150 to 15 days. So guys, you can also select some 3 different activities and change their duration to 15 days. Okay. Now, if you look carefully, these activities are near to the critical path, right? These activities, as you can see, they are very much near to the finish date, but they are not critical because their float is there. Some amount of float is there. That is why they are not being marked in the red color. But it has been observed by me in real life that certain activities which are technically not critical, but what happens when these activities are executing, they somehow they get delayed and they exceed the existing finish date. Okay. Now these are called near critical path activities. They are also a risk. So I tell the Primavera, I'm going to set up a rule. If any activity is near to the finish date, even by the 3 days, it will be also marked as critical. And I will do the same kind of the procedure which I'm doing for the critical path activities. So I expect the software to mark these activities as also as critical using the red color. And I will call these 3 guys also into the critical path meeting. Why? Because I have known that these activities are technically not critical because they are having some float, but in the real life, some of these activities can expand and they can become longer than the current critical path. Yes, that is a reality. Guys, do you agree with this?
Yes.
This possibility is there. Now, how to implement this rule of the near critical path for 3 days boundary? Now, this will be also implemented through the scheduling tool. So go into the scheduling option tool. Okay, so I'm just pausing here for a moment just to confirm everybody is here.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
All three of you are here. Okay, now
Yes, sir.
click on the option. Now, guys, read this text. I'm going to mark a portion of this. Read this.
Mm.
Define
Define critical
critical
activities.
activities as total float less than or equal to.
See, right now the rule by default is say the float should be equal to 0. But you know, I say that no, if the float is equal to the 3 days, even that should be marked. Those activity, even they are having a gap of 3 days, they should be also marked as critical. So you put here 3D, small d. Okay, now you click on the close and click on the yes. Okay, after that you click on the schedule button to implement it. See guys, you will see that all these activities, even they are having a 3 days float, they are also being marked as the critical. Now let's see if they're really critical or not. So let us go and apply the critical filter. And let's see if they turn up in the filter. Click on the OK. Now guys, do you see these activities are also included into the critical?
Mm.
Now, how many people you will call into the critical path meeting?
7.
7.
7 people will come into the critical path meeting. Now, when these 3 people they come into the meeting, they will say, boss, my activity has 3-day float. So why I am being called into the meeting? So guys, please tell me, what will you explain to that person?
Is there any problems?
Because 3 days is
You will explain to this person, you will tell this person coolly that it has been observed that activities which are technically not critical but they are near to the finish date of the project, they can also have the risk of expanding in the middle of the project. So that is why you have been called into the critical path meeting, so that we can arrange for redundancy of resources on your activity also, because resources is something which is under my control, but earthquake is not under my control, pandemic is not under my control,
Mm.
bad political situation is not under my control, unpredictable flood is not under my control. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
yes.
What I can control is man, machine, material, and cash. I want to make sure that your activity is supplied with a little bit more man, machine, material, and cash, so that at least due to the lack of any 3M plus 1C, your activity should not be delayed. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
If you have understood this, this is transfer of experience. This is not Primavera. Basically, the Primavera has to be working under the project management thought process. So I'm transferring my thought process to you, because if you know the Primavera and if you call for the critical path meeting, then you have really utilized the Primavera's power. Right, guys? Is this clear? So, guys, will you conduct the critical path meeting next time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now you are clear. This is the real use of the Primavera. Okay, so that you will ensure any so because you have the right time to prevent anything going wrong. See, why prevention is better? Tell me, guys, why did the government conducted this coronavirus vaccination program? For what? So, guys, tell me, is it good to fill up the hospitals or to stay safe using the vaccine, using the vaccine? But tell me, guys, what option did you choose? Did you take a chance or did you take the vaccine dose?
Even after vaccine, I got COVID, sir.
So that's fine. You survived.
Yes, yes.
You survived due to that only. Because the vaccine gave you some kind of the immunity, right?
Immunity. Yes.
Okay, so prevention is always better. I'm not saying
Yes.
that there won't be any problem.
Prevention.
Maybe the amount of the material or the man or machine that you arrange, even that might break down, right?
Correct.
If
Yes.
even the standby can break down, it's a technical thing, but at least there should be something. At least nobody can say that, oh, you didn't take any precaution at all. You didn't have a standby at all. So
Hmm.
you can say, oh, I had a standby. It is a 1 in a million chance that standby has broken down also. See, there is a tire, there is a spare tire in your car boot, right?
Yes.
Suppose if you're going on a long journey and you don't check the pressure in that and you need to replace the flat tire, there is a good chance that you will find it flat because the tire which is kept in the boot slowly and slowly it is also losing the pressure over due course of time, right or wrong?
Correct.
Yes,
Yes. Right. So to prevent that also you should check before going on a long journey whether it has the requisite pressure or not. That is the nature of a true engineer. Okay, a true engineer should be the thought process to prevent, and a true engineer is held by Primavera. So Primavera enhances your engineering process, right? Engineering process should be based upon the diligence of safety, timeliness, and the cost saving and cost optimization, resource saving and resource optimization. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So you should have that thought process, and Primavera is going to help you in that. So the near critical path is clear.
Yes.
yes,
Okay. Now it is up to you that how much you want to have the distance. It is up to you. Suppose I am saying that it is normal for any kind of the domain to lose 1 day in a month. I can lose in any kind of the domain project. I can lose 1 day in a month. So if you're doing a 6 months project, you put a gap of 6 days as the rule. Okay, if you're doing 1 year project, you put the near critical path as 12 days gap. So if in a 1 year project, if any activities is having a distance of 12 days from the finish date of the project, you get it marked as a critical. Is that right, guys?
Hmm.
yes,
Okay, fine. So that is a good thought process. You can start it, but with a fine observation over a period of time, you can adjust it for that particular kind of a project. That what is the optimal critical path gap for the near critical path, right? Okay, now guys, we are going to remove the filter. So first of all, remove the filter. Okay, then we are going to remove this rule. Okay, we will set the rule back to 0. So go into the scheduling tool. In the scheduling tool, click on the options, and here this one you set to 0. And then you click on the close, click on the yes, and click on the schedule button because it will implement it. So guys, you see that the near critical path is gone
Yes.
yes,
because the rule is again set to the 0 float only. Only the activities which are having the 0 float will be marked as the critical. Okay. Okay, guys. Now we are going to learn about the holidays. Then we will take the lunch break. I hope you are fine. It will just take only 5 minutes. So that will complete this lesson number 2. What is the impact of the, how do we implement the holiday in the calendar? Okay, guys. Now if you look here on the top row, so what is the finish date of the project?
20th.
What is the current finish date of the
20 May.
project? 20th of the May. Suppose if your company declares that the Wednesday, okay, that the Wednesday, which is basically the 3rd of the May as the holiday, which is a non-working day, then guys, please tell me, think very carefully. Don't give a quick answer. Give a well thought out answer. If the Wednesday is holiday is declared by the company, then what will be the new finish date of the project? What will be the new finish date of the project if Wednesday is declared as the holiday?
22nd.
22nd Monday.
Yes, correct, guys. Because it will advance by 1 day, but since the Sunday is a non-work day, so it will go to the next working day. Fine. Okay. So it will be the new finish date. Okay. So keeping that fact in mind, we are going to apply the non-work day. So which is from our point of view is a holiday. Now, how to implement that? We will go into the calendar toolbox. Now, so everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after going into the calendar toolbox, so what do? Click on the modify button. Now you scroll to the month of the May 2023. Now you select third. You place your cursor on the third and you can see that what is the work hours? 8, right? Now you click on the non-work button, it will become 0. Do you see that it has become dark color?
Yes.
Yes.
And the work hour has become 0. It means that it has been marked as the non-work day. Now you click on the OK. Now click on the close. Now guys, look at the top row. Look at the Wednesday. Do you see that it is marked with a gray shade? Look carefully. Okay, sorry guys, let me expand it. Guys, do you see the gray shade on the Wednesday?
Yes.
Because the Wednesday is now marked as a non-work day.
Hmm.
And due to which the critical path has expanded. The critical path has expanded into the Monday. Do you see that all the critical activities have gone to the Monday? Right? So this is the new finish date of the project. Now guys, I'm going to tell you that what is the correct way to remove the holiday, because sometimes it might happen that you might apply the holiday on a wrong day. So how to remove it? So that I'm going to teach you so that in real life you are perfect, right? Okay.
Hmm.
Now to remove, yeah, if someone has a question, guys.
No.
And okay, fine. Now, how to remove it? So, if you remove it, it will come back to 20. The finish date will come back to the 20th, right? How to remove? Go into the calendar. In the calendar, you select the modify. Then you scroll to the month of the May 23 and you select the third and you select the detailed. Select, click on the detailed. So guys, right now what you are seeing, all the working, that is the hours are non-work, right? They're all dark color. Now you click on the work. This is actually the wrong way. Click on the work. Click it. No. See, you should not be clicking here. First of all, just a minute. You click on this, guys. What do you see here? Do you see that all the 8 hours are working? Do you see any
Hmm.
gap here? Do you see any lunch break?
No.
This button is actually not the correct button because it is creating a workday without any lunch break. But your day is having a proper lunch break and it is starting at 9 a.m. This is starting at 8 a.m. So it is the wrong button. So what is the correct button? The correct button is the standard. So click on the standard. Now, if you look at the structure of the day, it is starting at 9 a.m. Then it is having a break time. Then it is finishing at 6 p.m. Is that right, guys?
Yes.
So this is the correct button, which is the standard button. If you want to remove a non-work day or convert a non-work day into the working day, use the standard button. So guys, can you please write it in your notebook? You have a notebook?
Yes.
Yeah, please write that. Okay, now click on the OK and this will remove the holiday and you will see the finish date will come to the 20th of the May, right?
Sir, I have a problem.
Yes, tell me.
After clicking the standard, but it is not showing what you are doing there.
Good. So we learned something from the problem. Good. Now you share your screen. We will fix it and we will learn something. You fix it. You'll fix it yourself. Basically, I told you not to select it. Okay. So what do? You place your cursor here first on the Thursday. and then you place your cursor back on the Wednesday. Now you place, just do this thing. Just a moment. It is not showing the, okay, now you click on the work. First you click on the work. Okay, now, so just give me the remote control. So because if you click somewhere else, sometimes the standard button is not active. So let me see if the standard is active here. So let me cancel. Let me, so what is your standard day? Your standard day is like this. So Friday has become non-standard also. So your Monday is also non-standard. Okay, so what you need to do, first of all, you click the cancel. Are you sure you want to cancel the changes? So yes, you want to cancel the changes. Now let us go into the modify button. Okay, so in the modify, do you see that what you have done? So you have put this, so you put here standard, you click the standard one by one on all this, click on the standard. Next 9. No, go to the next and then click standard. Okay, then you scroll to the month of the, then you scroll to the next month. Let's see that where you have made such mistakes. December. Click here, Baba. Next. So next. Okay, now let's see that what is happening with the March or the May. So we go into the detail. So is the Monday correct? Tuesday correct? No. Wednesday correct? Yes. Thursday correct? No. Friday correct? Yes. Saturday correct? Yes. So your Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, they need to be corrected. So go into the work week. Now you select Monday and Tuesday. Select Monday and Tuesday using the shift and down. Now you fix the schedule. Fix it. Non-work. And 8 a.m. is also non-work. Yes, correct. Now, after that, you go to the 16. 16 means,
I need to do okay.
no, you have to
Take
make it,
16.
no? Yeah.
Work.
Yeah, this should be the work. Just wait. No, actually, the work is starting at 9 a.m., Baba. 8 a.m. is non-work, na? You should know it.
Yeah.
Non-work. And your 12 is work and 13 is non-work again. 12 to 1 is work time.
Yeah.
12 to 1 is the work time. And after that, 13 is entirely non-work. And then 17 is entirely work.
Yeah.
Okay, now let us do this thing. Let us check this out. Click on the Wednesday, click on the Tuesday. So Tuesday and Wednesday fixed. Now your Thursday needs to be fixed also. You fix it. Fix the Thursday just like you fixed Monday and Tuesday. Non-work.
So can't we highlight the all and change it?
8 is non-work, Baba. Non-work. Okay, non-work. Yes. And your lunch time is 13 hours. Entire 13, 1 hour is non-work.
Yes.
Okay. Then your 16 and 17 is work. Okay. 16 and 17 is work. Then you click on the OK and we will go outside and we will check it here. Monday, correct or not?
Yes.
Tuesday?
Yes.
Wednesday?
Yes.
Thursday?
Yes.
Friday?
Yeah.
Saturday?
Yes.
Sunday?
Yeah, no work.
Yes, so that is also correct. So I'm going to just do a cross check here. Yeah, now it looks correct. Then I will close it. So did you see that your schedule has come back to the 20th of the May, 6 p.m., right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So someone was asking me a question. Please go ahead and ask it. Now, what you should be doing, basically, if you want to see the entire length of the activity, bars. So you should optimize so that you can see the single letter. Because I think single letter is good enough for you to recognize the day of the week, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay. Now someone was asking me a question. Please ask.
Before we change Wednesday as a non-working.
No, I didn't get your questions. You just do one thing. You share your screen and then you explain from your screen. I'll be able to understand it better and I will help you fix it also. So you first share your screen, then ask me.
No, that's just my curiosity because before we choose every Wednesday, so can we choose alternate Wednesday as a non-working day?
Oh, we can choose any one of them as a non-working day. So Ashish, you please share your screen. Yes, good question. I'll show it to you. Yes. Because we'll have to do it once. So because in the Primavera it is not an automatic thing, but we'll have to do it one-time exercise. Because see, this calendar is a global calendar. If you create it once, you can use it. Yes. So suppose, let's say, he's asking the question like this. He says that every Saturday is a non-work day. So you'll have to do it one-time exercise. So you'll have to select the Saturday, make as non-work. So the December 22 is marked. So this one non-work. So last Saturday of every month is non-work. So guys, you'll have to do it manually.
Okay,
Right?
manually. Okay.
Okay. Now, if you want to restore it, you click on the standard. So it will be restored. Now, if you go to the previous, select standard. So it will have a structure which is standard. So standard which has been created by you. So if you want to put it back into the working mode, you select the standard, select the standard. So this is how you can do it. Okay. So it is a one-time job because in software like Microsoft Project, so basically you can create it perpetually. Means that there is a command or there is a facility in which you can tell the Microsoft project that you make all the second Saturdays non-work. So it will apply perpetually, but here it is not possible. So in this version of the Primavera, you will have to do it manually. But
Okay, sir. Thank you.
suppose if you have done it for 3 years, 4 years, suppose you have done it for 4 years, so it will be staying in the global calendar. Now, if you use the global calendar and if you are using it for a project which is say under 2 years or 3 years, so you're fine. The project calendar should be longer than the project, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Calendar should have more holidays than the project. It should be configured for a longer duration than the project. So as long you have, say, if you want to do 1 year project, you configure a calendar for 2 years. If you want to have 3 year project, you configure a calendar for 4 years. So that will give the safety margin. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so it does not hurt if your calendar is longer. Suppose if you are doing a project for 6 months, so you create a calendar for an entire 1 year. It will not hurt you. But if your calendar is shorter than the finish date of the project, then can you foresee that it will artificially show you that your project is going to finish earlier than the realistic finish date, right? Right or wrong, guys?
Yes.
Because if your calendar is short and your project is longer than the calendar, it will show as if your project is going to finish earlier, which is not true. So make sure that your calendar is always longer than the project duration.
Mhm.
Right, guys? So this logic is clear why I am saying that.
Yes.
Mhm.
So that you will be always within the safety margin of the calendar. Okay, so that's all for this lesson. And if you still have a question, tell me, or else we'll take a lunch break, then we'll come back. You
No
have
question.
questions?
No.
No. Okay, fine. So right now we have got 2:30. We will meet at 3:30 Indian Standard Time. So I'm going to put a message into the WhatsApp group, which will set up a time marker. Okay. So I'm going to pause the recording at my end. Okay, guys, any questions on the critical path?
No. For me.
Okay. So the critical path and the holiday is clear. So you know how to put it and how to remove it.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now you can close this lesson. Okay, how to close this? So you will press Ctrl W. Okay, let's see that what is on the third rule. So the third rule says schedule is adjusted by dependency, lead and lag time. Dependency, lead and lag time. Okay. Now, how to create the third lesson? Go to the lesson number 1. So here you press Ctrl C and then press Ctrl V. No, take a copy from the lesson 1. Yes, correct. Now click on this OK box 3 times. It will come up 3 times. So you have created another copy, that is the lesson 3. Now you write here dependencies and relationships. Dependencies. Now you write dependencies and relationships. Yeah, now it is correct. Dependencies and relationships. Okay, just hold it for a second so that your friends can also see the name and the spelling. So guys, please have a look.
Yes.
So guys, have you started your recording button? Have you clicked that? Okay, fine, good. Now you open the lesson number 3. Okay, so you have a copy from the lesson 1. So that's a lesson 3. Okay. So Anit
Sure.
and Asad, you are here, same to same, synchronized.
Yes.
Okay, now in this lesson, at this point of time, we don't need to look at the time part. So the date has a time component. So how to switch it off, guys? Do you know that how to switch off the time?
Columns.
No. No, you just cancel this, not this one. Cancel this. We don't need the time component. We need to see the date column, but we don't need this time.
Oh, this is from
This you can switch off from user preferences.
user
Okay.
preferences.
Go into the user preferences.
Hmm.
And then in the dates or option, go to the dates or option. You can clearly see it says do not show time.
Hmm.
So you close it. Okay. So the time will stop showing, because when you don't have longer periods to take care, I mean, you have long periods to take care of, then the time may not be as significant. Sometimes you will need to switch it on, sometimes you will need to switch it off. So when we need it again, so we'll switch it on, right? At the point of time, we don't need to see the time. So what you do, you can save the space like this. Okay, so now we have the sample data, we have the raw data, and we have this like this. So since we made a change to the layout, so what you should be doing, that you should be saving this layout, this particular style, save layout. So it will be saved into the current layout format. It will be updated. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there are 4 different kind of the dependencies. First, we will understand that through the whiteboard. Okay, so let me go into my whiteboard. So you guys don't have to, you guys just stay here. So let me find my document. Okay, guys. So in a relationship, to start a relationship, we need minimum two activities. Guys, do you see that? 2 activities. So, the one activity which is the controller is called the predecessor and also referred to as the boss. So, guys, have you heard the word predecessor before? In English language, it's a common word. Have you heard this? So, what
Yes.
is the English language meaning? In the English language, the word predecessor means ancestor, and successor means descendant, right? So our parents and our grandparents, they are predecessors, and our children are successors. Now, but the same word, when it is applied in the project management, it has a different meaning. So, guys, please read the red text. Read what is written on the top.
Scheme one, which controls the start and or finish date of the successor.
Okay. Predecessor task is the one which controls the start or finish date of the successor.
Hmm.
Now, every activity, it has got two dates: start, finish. So if I take two activities, so I have total how many dates? I've got 4 dates.
4.
So two from the predecessor, two from the successor. Now, if I do 2 multiplied by 2, the answer is 4. Right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Multiplied by 2 is 4. So it is basically giving me 4 combinations. Now, the first combination is that the finish to start. Now, what does it mean? It means that if the predecessor and successor, if they are like people, so what is the boss saying to the subordinate? Please read this.
When I finish, then you can start.
So it means that the finish date of the predecessor will control the start date of the successor like this.
Hmm.
Okay. This is the first combination. And why it is called the first one? Because it is the most common one.
Hmm.
So it is set in the software as default in all the softwares, not only the Primavera, but any software that you may use in the future. So this you will find that whenever you are setting up relationship, finish to start is applied by default between two activities. Okay. Now, let us read the second combination. So what is written here?
When I start, then you also start.
Yeah. So what will happen? The start date of the predecessor will control the start date of the successor. The arrow will be drawn like this on the Gantt chart. Henry Gantt created this Gantt chart, and he showed that what is the theory and practice of the Gantt chart, in which the relationships are very important. Just a moment.
If you have anything.
Okay, guys. So it says that when I start, then you also start. So the start date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor, right? Okay, now read the third one.
When I finish, then you also finish.
So the arrow will start from the finish side and it will go to the finish date of the successor. So whenever this date is changing, this one from the predecessor side, so this finish date will also get updated. So it will remain synchronized. Okay, now the finish date will control the finish date of the successor. Now you read the fourth one.
Before I start, you should be finished.
Okay, so it is like this. So basically the start date will be the controller. So the start date will be fixed. So there is a condition here in the fourth kind of the relationship. The start date is predetermined. Okay. So whenever there is a change of the, change of the start date, so its finish date will change. But the finish date will not be able to dictate to the start date. So we will see by example. So in the start to finish, it says that before I start, you should be finished. So this is the fourth combination. So keeping this combination in mind, we will do some real life examples. And with the real life example, we'll be able to understand it better. First, we will see how to create these relationships. Okay. So now go into the Primavera. Now you go into the Primavera. Now you click on the WBS. So in the WBS, we are going to learn to create the WBS also. So now to create the WBS, you can click on the add button here. So here you write finish to start. In this one, you write finish to start. And then you place your cursor back on the parent. And then you click on the add. Then you click on the add. And then you write here start to start. Then you click on the parent, select the parent once again. Then you click on the plus sign. And then in the WBS, you write here finish to finish. Now go to the parent once again, click on the add. And then you write here start to finish. Start to finish. Okay, done. So guys, you're done.
Start to finish.
Okay, now after you have created this WBS, come to the activity screen, you will find them there. Come to the activities. So you know what is a WBS? WBS is a logical grouping for the activities. So guys, do you see them here in the at the bottom of the screen? You can see that the 4 logical grouping has been created. Okay, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish. So this WBS is basically to organize your plan better, right? So now what we will do, you select 4 activities like this and do a Control X, cut them. Control X. Now you paste them inside 3.1. Finish to start. 4 activities are pushed into 3.1 like this. Then select next to 2 activities 10450 4050. Then put them into start to start. Then take 2 more activities No, 60 and 70. Go in the sequence. 60, 70 you select and put them into finish to finish. Okay, then you go again. 80 and 90. Control X. And start to finish. So the remaining activities, you can delete them. You can delete the remaining activities. Okay, now just wait here, just pause here. Anit, please confirm that you have the same data here.
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Okay, fine. So we will wait for you to catch up, and you also, Asad, you also create the same data.
Wait, sir.
Okay. So basically we want 4 activities in the first group, and rest of the group will have 2 each, and rest of the activities you can delete.
When I copy paste the number, it's changing.
Which numbers are changing? No,
Activity ID.
numbers will not change. Numbers will remain the same.
The activity number.
No, activity number will remain constant. You can see on the screen, though no number has changed.
He's copy pasting, I think.
No,
Cut
not
paste.
copy paste. You have to cut paste, not copy paste. Baba, we have done cut paste. I told you control.
Okay.
He has done. He has moved. Move or cut and paste is called move. Because if you copy
Delete that one.
more activities, say yeah, there it will create new numbers. Yes, of course. We are not creating any activity. We are just only moving the existing ones into these groups.
Okay.
So it will be control X, and control X will not create any new numbers.
Okay.
Papa, Papa, are you doing the car? Papa, are you doing the car? I put my sunscreen on. Daddy, do you have this sunscreen too? Papa, I want to touch it. Oh, it's not.
Okay, sir.
Okay, guys. So you are up to date now? Same?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell me, Anit, you are same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, guys, we will understand the first one. So you are ready? Guys, I need some feedback. Is your mic on the mute?
No. All
No.
right, sir.
Okay, fine. See, the first is the finish to start. In the finish to start, one activity finishes, then the next one can start because the start date of the next one is dependent upon the finish date of the previous one. Now, I will take an example from the civil engineering. In the civil engineering, I asked one of my friends that how do you construct a building? He says that the basic steps of construction of a building is first step is excavation. Okay, so you write here excavation. EXCAVATI1. So excavation means digging the earth, right? So this is the first step. And then I asked him that, what do you do next? He says, when the excavation is finished, then we can start. Only if the excavation finished, then we can start. The next step is PCC. First, you write the PCC in the capital letters, PCC, and press enter. So PCC means plain cementing and concreting. This is the next step which can only start after the excavation is completely finished. So then I asked him, then what do you do next? So he says, next we do is reinforcement. After the PCC is finished, we start reinforcement. So after the reinforcement is finished, so we do the shuttering. So we can start the shuttering only after the reinforcement is finished. Shuttering, SHU. Then press enter. Okay, now place your cursor on the excavation. Now, after that, you will switch on the details. So you will switch on the details of the activity. Because if you look down, you will see that there are tabs here which says predecessor and successor, right? Now, we are not going to use this tab, but we are going to use a better tab. So here you have to see the successor or the predecessor. You can see only one at a time, but we have a better tab here. Better tab configuration is possible in which we can see the predecessor and successor within the single tab. Now, how do we configure, guys? First of all, you switch on the detail and then you right click here on this gray strip. Right click here. And after that, you will be able to see the option customize activity details. So you have done that?
Yes.
Can you show it again, sir?
Okay, now, oh, you right click here, then you select customize activity details. So did you get that? Customize activity
Yes.
details? Yes.
Yes.
Now in this box, I'm going to make some selections and removal. You also do the same. First of all, I'm going to remove the predecessor. I'm going to remove the successor. I don't need them here. And then I will select expenses. Guys, do you see that? Expenses?
Yes.
So I select it. Then I select notebook. Then I select the most important one. This is the one which I need. This is the most important one. That is the relationships. Then I select WPN docs. Okay. And I will move the notebook down below the relationship. So guys, this is the sequence from the top: general, status, resource, expense, relationships, notebook, WBA, and docs. I'm holding for a while here, so you confirm that you are done.
Yes,
Done.
sir.
Okay, very good. Now you click on the OK button. So after you have clicked on the OK button, the configuration is changed. So you can then select the relationship. Select the relationship tab. Now, guys, you will see that if you click the relationship tab, you can see that there are two relationship boxes. Because every activity can have a predecessor and any activity can have a successor as well. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So I can see the predecessor and successor at once. So which is very much useful, which is very convenient, right? Which will increase my speed. It will increase my accuracy. Now, guys, tell me that who is the successor for excavation? Which activity?
No, successor,
PCC.
PCC.
PCC. Now, selecting the excavation, you go to the successor side. In the successor side, you will click the assign button. So we are going to assign PCC as a successor, right? So we will select the successor box. And once this pop-up comes up, since this pop-up has come for the first time, we will configure this. Okay, we will make it a little better to use and a little more convenient to use like this. You can do the configuration. Okay, now you will change the font to the Vardhana 9. So Vardhana 9
So which one should I click for that?
You should click here the successor side button. So you will get this pop-up, then you can adjust the size as on the screen. So you should
Right click or
click this box.
okay, yeah.
Click this button, you will get the box, the assign successor, and then we will make the box comfortable to use. So first of all, what you should do, you click on this triangle and you select table, font and row. And then you will select Vardhana 9 number. You will select Vardhana 9 number, then click on the OK. Then you click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now, assign successor, which is the successor for excavation, it is the PCC. So guys, you select the PCC and click on the assign button once only, and then close this box. Okay, so after you close this box, you will see that a finish to start relationship has been established. Do you see that? If a finish to start relationship has been established here. So guys, can you see the arrows that I'm drawing? Oh no, some of they have started to disappear. I don't know that what is happening. So I'm drawing some line here. You can see some line here. No. Oh no, just a moment. So let me stop the sharing. Share your screen again. So I'm drawing the lines once again. So guys, tell me, can you see the line now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So this is the finish to start relationship, which is basically applied by default. See, guys, you have to look very carefully here. Actually, it is not a box. Actually, it's a drop down. See, carefully, you click this. If you click this, you will see a drop down. You see that? So why the finish to start is applied? Because I told you in the beginning that finish to start relationship being the most common relationship in the world. So it is in the majority of the cases, more than 50% are the finish to start. So finish to start will be default. So whenever you establish a relationship without your choosing, it will apply finish to start. So in this case, we are fine because we actually need it. But in case we are doing the remaining 3, we will change it, right? So it's a drop down. So now in this case, we are not going to change it. We just let it remain here. Right, guys? Okay.
Yes.
Now go to the PCC, and from the PCC, we will select the successor. So guys, who is the successor for the PCC? You select the next one. No, select PCC. Yes, reinforcement is the successor because When the PCC finishes, only then reinforcement can start. So from the PCC, we will select reinforcement as the successor. Select reinforcement, click on this button 1, then click on this close button. Okay. So guys, do you see that a finish to start relationship has been created? So this is the finish date of the PCC and this is the start date of the reinforcement. The finish side, the arrow is starting from the finish side of the predecessor and it is hitting the start side of the successor. Right, guys? So is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how it is established as a finish to start relationship. So we will see that impact very soon. First of all, let us complete. Now, if you look at the shuttering, I'm going to the shuttering. Now, from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor for shuttering, not the successor? Shuttering, who is the predecessor?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. So this time we will set the predecessor. So we will go to the predecessor side, click on the assign button. A new box will come up which needs to be configured because it is a different box. Okay, so it will also need to be configured with Vardhana 9 font and you will adjust the size of the box as per your convenience. It should be comfortable to view and just a moment. So you should drag this a little bit down and you will basically make sure that it is appearing on a part of the screen which you do not use for something else, right? You can drag this a little bit more so that you can see more tasks, right? From the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor? Reinforcement. So you will select reinforcement. Now click on the plus button, then click on the close button. Okay. So you can see the relationship with its predecessor is finished to start. I don't know why my arrows, why my line are disappearing. Can you see the lines once again that I'm drawing?
No.
No. So Ashish, are you doing something? So it is disappearing. Are you trying to use them? Oh,
No,
yes.
sir. No, sir.
Get
No,
them
sir.
back.
Right
So
now they are
now
showing-
you can see them?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ashish, you are doing something, right?
No, I don't not. I'm not doing anything.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So now they are back. So they have come back. Okay. So now, guys, have a closer look. So it is a sequence which has been created. Now, let us understand what is the predecessor column, how to interpret the predecessor column. It gives you a very detailed information. I'm going to the excavation. So from the excavation, so guys, in the excavation, the predecessor column is blank. Do you see that? Predecessor detail column is blank. Why it is blank? Very simple. Because it is the first activity in the network chain, so it does not have a predecessor. Right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the first activity start date is coming from where? Where is the excavation getting its start date from?
1st May.
It is, no, that is the date, but where?
Okay.
Where? It is coming
Start
from
of the
the
project.
date of the project itself. Any activity which does not
Yes.
have a predecessor will by default will get the start date from the start date of the project. So guys, where is the start date of the project? Guys, do you see this thin blue line? This is the project start date. So please recognize this line. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So any activity which you create by default, if it does not have a predecessor, it will be created from the project start date line. So automatically, this activity not having a predecessor will get the start date. So that is why the predecessor detail is blank for the first activity. Okay, now we go to the next one. So which is the next one? PCC, right? In the PCC, it is written the predecessor detail. It is written A1000. So guys, what is the name of the activity number A1000? Which one is that?
Excavation.
Yes,
Excavation.
the excavation is the A1000. And what is written next to it? FS.
Hmm.
So what is the full form of F and S?
Finish to start.
Finish to start. The finish belongs to the predecessor. The start belongs to the successor. Is this clear? So you can
Yes, sir.
interpret this FS like this. Right, guys? Is this clear? This is the interpretation.
Hmm.
The finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date. So in compact, in a sort of a code language, it is telling you that the predecessor of the PCC is excavation and the relationship to the predecessor is FS. Right, guys? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, if this thing is clear, then you will be able to understand this also. A1010, it is pertaining to this. So this is how it is relating.
Hmm.
Right, guys? Okay, now let
Yes.
me show you that what happens when we change the duration. So let me make some space for you to see that thing happening right in front of you. It will dynamically change the dates. Okay, okay, fine. So we have created some space for you to see. So guys, just do this thing. Go to the first activity, that is excavation, and change its duration to 10 days. Change the duration of excavation to 10 days.
Hmm.
Okay, guys, what do you see on the Gantt chart? In the Gantt chart, you can see that excavation duration, when it is increased, it is pushing the PCC. When the PCC is getting pushed, in turn, it is pushing the start date of the reinforcement. When the reinforcement is getting pushed, it is pushing the start date of the shuttering. Right, guys?
Mhm.
Yes.
So it means that the start date of the successors is under the control of the predecessors, right? So they are controlling, each of them is controlling the start date of their successors. Okay. So if the finish date of the excavation is changing, it is changing start date of the PCC. In turn, PCC's finish date is changing and it is changing the start date of the reinforcement. When the reinforcement finish date is changing, it is changing the start date of the shuttering also, right? So it says, the excavation says, if I'm delayed, you start late. PCC is delayed, then your reinforcement will start late. If reinforcement is delayed, then the shuttering will start late. Right, guys?
Yes.
So this is the effect of finish to start relationship. Now we will see the opposite effect. Now from 10 days, you reduce it to 4 days. Let's see then what happens. So once you reduce it to 4 days, then what happens? That excavation says that I am finishing early, right? So the PCC goes back. And PCC says that I'm finishing early, then the reinforcement says, okay, I'm also going to start early. If you're finishing early, I'll start early. Then reinforcement, if it is finishing early, then the shuttering also has a chance to start early. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So that is the finish to start. Okay, now again you change the excavation to 6 days and see that what happens. You are changing only one, and rest of these successors, they are getting changed automatically due to their relationship with their respective predecessors. So guys, finish to start is clear.
Yes.
I'm sure that you need no other examples. So these examples
Yes.
are clear and good for you. You can translate into your domain. Have you got the logic? The idea is that you should be able to catch the logic, because we are different engineers. One is mechanical, one is civil, one may be something else. I am IT engineer. So we all understand the logic. If the logic is clear to us, I can use it in my domain. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
So the finish of one activity controls the start of the other. In my domain, I would know that which activities would be put into the finish to start, but I should know that how to implement in Primavera. So once I've done that, then I will get the desired schedule calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will learn the start to start. So in the start to start, I will give my example. After my example is understood logically by you, I will remove that and I would like you to think and give me your example, right? Okay. Let me give you my example to stimulate your thought process. So I'll scroll a little bit down. And here in the start to start, so what I'm doing a software testing. Okay. Now what happens that if you are going to test a product, you are going to fix the defects after the testing is completed. But in the software, it is a little bit different. In the software, you can do the testing and the defect fixing simultaneously. Why? Because the software is not a physical product. Software is a line of code which can be accessed from the server by two different people at the same time. So simultaneously, the testing and defect fixing can start. Now, how to represent that? So that we will do. So, Ashish, so you change this activity name to software testing. You write here software testing, software, W-A-R-E. No, S-O-F-T. After the T, you put the W. Okay, now you write in the next one, defect fixing. In 1050, you rename it as defect fixing. Okay, now you select the 1040. Select the activity number 1040, that is the software testing. Go to the successor. And you assign defect fixing as the successor. Okay, and click on the plus button. And close this box. Now, what happens is that once you apply the relationship, as I told you, that by default, it will apply the finish to start. So you change it to start to start. Now, guys, once you change it to start, this comes here. Do you see that? It has come back. Okay. And you look at the total duration. What is the total duration? 6 days. Right?
Yes.
What is the total duration of the group? You can see it in the WBS. I am asking you to look at this box. Okay, in this box, you can see 6 days. Okay, just do one thing. You change the relationship to finish to start. Even if you do it in finish to start, technically it is not a problem. But guys, what is the duration right now?
12 days.
12 days. So 12 days is the double. Right? It means that if I have the opportunity to do some activities in the start to start, I should do it. Right? So here I know that instead of the finish to start, I can also do it in the start to start way, and I can save on the duration. Right? So I'm saving the duration by almost 50%. Right? Now let me tell you that how does it work. Suppose if I postpone the date of the software testing, if I take the software testing from here to here, to the next Monday, to the 8th, so automatically the defect fixing will go along, right? Okay, let me demo. Okay, now I go into the date column. Normally we don't do it. I go into this date column and I click. So once I click, a controller comes, a date calendar controller. Now I select 8. Do you see that 8?
Yes.
So 8 I am selecting. It is not a natural thing. I'm doing it manually. So I'm selecting the 8 manually and I clicking on the select and then I say yes. So if I say yes, the date of the software testing will be changed. So when the date of the software testing changes, do you see that the defect fixing is also moving along? Why? Because I told you the software testing says that when I start, then you also start. Now, what is the logic? The logic is that the defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing. How to do the dependency check? I'm going to ask you guys a very simple question. Guys, just my question is that suppose if I cancel the activity software testing, can I do defect fixing or do I need to do it? If I'm not testing a product, can I fix the defects without doing the testing?
No.
No, not at all. If you are not doing the testing, how do you know the defects? If you don't know the defects, then how can you do the defect fixing? So guys, can we say that the defect fixing is dependent upon the testing to start?
Yes.
Yes, it is dependent on that. See that. It is because of this dependency, it is being pulled along. See this. I'm going to change again to the next week. So if I postpone the software testing to the next week, then what happens? Do you see that the defect fixing is also moving along? Right, guys? So is this clear?
Yes.
Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So it means that software testing is starting, only then the defect fixing can start. Now, if I say that, okay, I'm going to start the software testing at the beginning. So I bring it back. Do you see that the defect fixing is also coming back? You see that? It also comes back. It says that, okay, if you're going to start earlier, then I will also start earlier. I will not wait. So as soon as the defects are known, the defect fixing activity will start. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is how the things go. So when the testing starts, only then the defect fixing will start. Right? So if the software testing is delayed, the defect fixing will be delayed. If the software testing can start earlier, then the defect fixing can start earlier. In this case, technically, I know I don't have to wait for the entire software testing to complete before I can do the defect fixing, right? It is a technical knowledge. If technically you know that when you start the predecessor and side by side also you can start the successor, then you should put it in a start to start. Because what happens in a start to start? Lot of duration is saved, right? Gives you the opportunity to finish the project earlier, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do, once you have understood the logic, I'm going to put this P and S. Now, guys, I would expect you to think about your domain and bring up some good example here. So think of it. What would you consider as a start to start in your own domain of engineering? Think of it.
Dismantling a plant and painting it, painting the parts.
Dismantling the plant, and what would you start side by side?
And painting means this is just the protection cover for
Painting
whatever
the-
parts have been taken out.
Painting the
parts of the plant.
Painting the parts of the plant means when you dismantle the
Yes.
the dismantled part, you can start
Yes, yes.
painting side by side.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I can visualize that. I agree with that.
Yes.
So you write it. First, you write the predecessor here.
Yes.
So you tell Ashish will write dismantling the plant. You write here dismantling the plant.
Or is also called as decommissioning. No? But whatever.
Yeah, so dismantling and decommissioning, we understand. So you write here
Yes.
painting the dismantled parts. You write here painting the dismantled parts. So yes, painting dismantled parts. Write here parts also. Okay, so it is a start to start example, and there is a dependency. I'll just show it to you. Okay, I'll show you that what is the dependency. Suppose if I cancel this task now, can I do this? Can I do the successor? No. Because if something is not getting dismantled, then how you can paint it?
Yes.
So it means that a dependency is there. So guys, you should set up a relationship only if a dependency is there. So now is this thing clear?
Yes. Yes.
So it means that it is a good fit candidate for the dependency. So it passes the dependency check. So dependency check is passed. So this is a valid start to start relationship. So if I'm postponing the dismantling, so similarly, you can see the painting will also start late.
Yes.
Okay, now what happens as I call the painter? Painter says that, sir, I cannot immediately start because the dismantling should give me some parts first. First, some parts should be lying there. So I'll start painting 2 days after the dismantling so that I've got good enough quantity of the parts paint. So I say, fine. So we will use a lag time of 2 days. The relationship will still be start to start. So guys, do you see that next to the relationship, there is a lag column. Look at the right hand side.
Yes.
So you
Yes.
put here 2D, put here 2D. And press enter. Now, what is the advantage of the putting 2 days? Now, what will happen? The 2 days will create some good enough quantity of the dismantled part, right? And the painter will start painting on the 3rd and he will finish his job on the 9th. Right, guys? Right or wrong?
Yes.
Now, guys, tell me what is 6 plus 6? What is 6 plus 6?
12.
12. And 12 minus 8 is equal to 4 days saved. 4 days saved. So guys, do you see that 4 days have been saved? Okay, how you have been saved being the 4 days? So I will show you graphically. See, the 4 days of the overlap is starting from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So guys, do you see this shading that I have done? So this is the 4 days of the saving. These 4 days are being saved. You see that?
Yes.
Right? How do
Yes,
we
sir.
calculate? Basically, how do we are comparing it with the finish to start, because the finish to start is taking the maximum duration. So when we use any other alternative like start to start, so as compared to the finish to start, we can find out how many days are saved. So we are saving here 4 days. 2 days is going into the lag. Now, what happens during this lag period? So there's 2 days of the lag, that is the delay. Some parts are dismantled. Some parts are dismantled and accumulated for the painter. Right, guys? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Because the painter couldn't be directly poking into the dismantling activity. You know, the parts need to be dismantled safely and put at a distance. Right, guys?
Yes.
You have to be taken away from the dismantle activity, because if the painter goes right into the middle of the dismantling activity, he might hinder the dismantling activity and he won't be able to do his job, and plus he might get injured also. So what happens? The dismantling team dismantles the parts which are very heavy and big parts. Some of them, he puts them away from the dismantling activity site, puts them at a distance, and then the painter, after 2 days, he will start his job. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So that is why we have put the time lag. So this time lag has been created by this lag column. Do you see this lag column? Lag means delay. So this 2 days of the delay has been created so that the painter can work upon the dismantled part at a distance. Right? So this is done for the reasons of safety and reasons of to give enough work to the painter to start with. So at least the painter should have at least 1 whole days of the activity, right? So this still saves time. So the start to start, and this is the example of lag time. So guys, the start to start is example is clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I will give you an example of the finish to finish. Then I would like you to think that how you can use it in your domain. Okay, so I'm doing this activity, this predecessor activity. So you write here, software development. and you make this activity as 4 weeks. You write here 4W. Okay, and then go to the 1070 and you write user manual. Write user manual. You put the word write because it should be a verb. It should be sounding like some activity. You put the word write before that. See, activity should sound like an activity, like write or do, create, paint, write user manual. Now, normally that what happens that once a software is developed, then we write the user manual. So let us do it like that. Now, first of all, what you do, go to the successor side and you select write user manual. And close this box. Now, guys, when I plan this, so when I write it like this, so look at the duration. So what
30
is the
days.
duration? 30 days. Now it takes these two activities to finish in 30 days. But you know, there is a smart chap in my team. He says that, boss, that why do you write the user manual after the software is developed? So, you know, we can have it in parallel also. I say, how? He says that the user manual, basically it is an accessory. It should be available when the software development is finished. So I call the technical writer. So he says that, boss, when I should start writing the user manual? I said, no. It is not important when you start, but your user manual should be ready when the software is completed, because I want to give the software to the client along with the user manual. Because if your user manual is ready along with the software, so it is useful. So I give the software, I give the manual. So the software is the main product and the user manual is the accessories. So please schedule your activity according to finish, so that both your activity is finished along with the predecessor.
Mhm.
So now I tell him that look at the start date now. So his start date is 22 May, right? So if he starts on 22 May, his activity will be finished on 27th of the May, right? So his activity will be finished along with the software development, which is the main activity, right, guys? Is this clear? Okay, now
Yes.
I'll just tell you that what to do. So he says that, boss, I need 10 days. So you put here 10 days and see his start date will change. His start date will change to earlier. But his finish date will remain constant because his finish date is under the control of the predecessor. So the predecessor says that if you need 10 days, so you should start earlier so that you are finished by the 27th of the May. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Now, what is the saving? I'll just tell you. So, guys, please total, what is 24 plus 10?
34.
34? Okay. Now, what is 34 minus 24?
10.
10 days are saved. So how the 10 days are saved? I'll just show it to you. So that those 10 days, the saving is right in front of you. So guys, do you see the overlap?
Yes.
So this is the 10 days saving due to the overlap. So this is the benefit of the finish to finish. Now I will give you the dependency check. Okay. So the dependency check question is like this. I am going to cancel the software development. If I cancel the software development, would I still need to write the manual?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
No, because the user manual is dependent upon the software. If the software is happening, if the software development is being done, only then we will need the user manual. Right or wrong, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Fine. Correct. So we need the user manual only if we are doing the software development. It means that the software development is the boss. It is the predecessor. If the predecessor is happening, only then it will be required to do the successor, or the successor will have a reason to start. Right, guys?
Mm.
Okay. Now, is the logic clear? Okay.
Yes.
If the
Yes.
logic is clear, I'm going to remove this example. Now, guys, please think from your own engineering domain and what would you like to do in the finish to finish relationship. Think of two activities in which the finish of the predecessor would trigger the finish of the successor. Okay?
Mm.
Think of it.
Mm. Painting of the house and fitting the furniture. Maybe. No.
Painting of the painting and installing the furniture. Yes, it seems good to me. Yeah, this can be done in a finish to finish manner. So both of them is ready, because if I'm not painting, then I cannot move in the furniture
No.
without painting, because then it's a problematic thing. Okay.
Mm.
Because if you move the furniture first and then you start the painting, so that will be very troublesome for the painting job. So
Yes.
if you have painted some parts of the house and you start to move the furniture and then you complete the shifting of the furniture as the painting is getting completed, I think you can save some time,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
you can do it like this. So you write here, painting the house right here. Painting the house, painting house, and you write here, move in the furniture. Move in the furniture. So your movement of the furniture into the house can be completed in a finish to finish manner. You don't have to wait for the entire painting to complete to move the furniture. Right? You don't have to do it, because when some part of the house is painted, so that will create good enough space for you to start moving the furniture. As the rest of the house is getting painted, you continue to move the furniture into that part. So when the last part of the house is painted, so you can move the furniture, and your movement of the furniture into the house can be completed simultaneously along with the painting. Right, guys? It sounds right. Can
Yes.
you visualize that? So to me, from my point of view, it seems a very good example of the finish to finish. So do we have more examples here? Someone is having some other example? Tell me, guys, do you need more examples on this finish to finish, or is this thing clear?
Clear.
Okay. So if the finish to finish is clear, then we will do the start to finish. Start to finish will be a little bit different. Some people say, oh, it's very complex, it's very difficult. But I say that start to finish, we have many examples from our real lives in the start to finish. So for the start to finish, I will go to my whiteboard. So in the whiteboard, I would like you to read this. So guys, please read these 3 points.
Have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from the station. Takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home to school?
So guys, you should factor in this fact. Tell me, guys, when would you plan to start? Say something, give
1
me.
hour before. 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, I'll start at 4 p.m. Okay, so I'm writing here 4 p.m. start. So I start at 4 p.m. Now, what happens that on the way, 10 minutes are required in Um, "10 minutes are required in replacing flat tire." Now guys, tell me, when will I reach the railway station?
5:10.
5:10. So can I catch the train? I missed it. Okay, so fine. No, not a problem. Let us take another chance. Okay, so you have another chance. Now this time, when will you start?
10 to 4.
350? What you're saying is 350, or please tell me clearly.
Yes, yeah. 10 to 4, yeah, 350.
Okay, 350. So I depart at 350. 3:50 p.m. is my start. Now 10 minutes are gone entire. Replacement. And then what happens, that 10 minutes are gone in rerouting, because there is some problem in the current route. And so I need to do the rerouting to reach the railway station. Now guys, tell me that would I be able to catch the train?
No.
No, I'll still be late. Now guys, there is a third chance. Now tell me that what will you do this time?
3:30.
3:30. Okay, fine. I start at 3:30 p.m. And then what happens is that nothing happens. Nothing happens. Okay, so when do you reach?
4:30.
4:30 p.m. So guys, I reach at 4:30 p.m. Now I have to wait for the train for half an hour. Is that any problem?
No.
So missing the train is a problem. So waiting for 30 minutes for the train is not a problem. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now tell me one thing. If I reach the railway station at 4:30 p.m., can I ask the station master to depart the train? Yes or no?
No.
No. He says that, look, train is a public vehicle. It will go at the designated time only. It cannot start earlier, nor it can start later if you are late, right? Because
Yes.
there are many people dependent on it. To maybe they will be catching another train, or maybe someone is going to catch a flight in another city. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
For the international flights, people are coming from smaller cities in trains and buses only, right? To catch international flight, because international flights, they don't go from all the cities in India, right? So if an
Yes.
international flight is taking from Delhi, so people in Delhi, they will take the cab, but people in some other town, those who are not they are outside the Delhi, so they will take a train to catch the flight. Now, if the train is late, so they will miss the flight, right, guys? So, this is a fixed time. The 5 p.m. is a fixed time. So you can't start it earlier, you can't start it later. It means, what does the train says to you? Train says that before I start, you should finish your activity of reaching the railway station. Right, guys? It sounds right?
Yes.
Suppose it is not a train, it is an international flight. So guys, tell me, you would be starting even earlier than that, right? Because
Yes.
if you are going to catch an international flight, there is a lot of protocol at the airport you have to do. First of all, you will go through the initial security check at the gate, which will take time. Then there will be your baggage scanning. So it will take some time. Then you will go to the check-in counter at the airport. I mean, for the particular flight check-in counter. So your baggage has been screened. So then you will present your baggage. Your ticket will be, you will be provided the boarding pass, and your baggage will be checked in. And then you will go to the passport and visa control, right?
Yes.
After that, you will go to the final security screening, where you will be body scanned, right? Only then you can reach the boarding gate. Okay, so you will create more buffer time or lead time to catch the flight. Suppose if you have to catch the flight at 5 p.m., so you will target to reach the boarding door at 4 p.m. You might reach the boarding door maybe at 4:15, 4:30. You're still safe. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So, guys, tell me one thing. Have you ever missed any exam in your school days or college days? I'm sure not.
No.
No. Why? Because you knew that if you don't reach your exam venue on time, you will not be allowed to enter. Right? You always reached your exam venue much earlier than the designated start time. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you have never missed an exam. So did you ever miss any flight?
Yes.
Yes. My God, you must be a rich man. So how did you miss your flight? What happened? Hmm? Who missed a flight?
I missed once,
How
not
did
because
you?
of my problem, but because of their problem.
Okay,
Like we
so
landed at 11 o'clock. Yeah,
it is due to the delay in the connecting flight.
yeah,
Oh, so airline can take care of that.
exactly.
So airline can take care of that if it is the same airlines, right? So they
Yes.
can take care of it. So they know that since the connecting flight is late, so the onward flight, so they will provide you some boarding and onward flight free of cost. So that is not a problem. But in case you are going on your own to the airport, and if you don't reach the boarding gate on time, so then it is your problem, right, guys?
Yes.
So you know that suppose you have a movie at 5 p.m. In the movie hall, nobody is going to stop you if you are late, right? Suppose the
Yes.
movie has started at 5 and you are seated at 5:15 and you start watching the movie and a lot of action is going on. There are two parties, they are having a lot of fights, okay, on the movie. But will you be able to understand and enjoy the story if you miss the background? How it all started? Tell me, guys. No, you won't be able to enjoy the action. You must know the background. So, in the movie hall is an exception. Nobody stops you there, right? So, you can go, but you will not be able to enjoy the movie. In the exam hall, you will be stopped. If you go to the airport and the railway station, nobody will stop you, but you will not be able to catch your train or your flight, right, guys? So, it means that start to finish is existing in our lives, and most of the times we have been on time. Right, guys? Is this clear? So start to finish is nothing new. We just only have to recognize it in the project and we have to apply it. So guys, the concept of start to finish is clear because the start time of the flight says, please finish reaching the boarding gate before I start. Right, guys? The train says that please finish reaching the railway platform before I start. The movie says, please finish reaching your seat before I start the story. The exam says, please be inside the exam hall before the exam starts. Right, guys?
Yes.
So here the start time of the activity is dictating the finish time of the successor. It says that you must finish before I start because my date and time is predetermined and fixed. Right? We don't determine the date and time of flight. We only choose it according to the timetable provided by the airlines. Similarly, the exam date and time is determined by the examination board, not by us. We just only have to comply. We have to finish our studies and you have to finish reaching the exam hall. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. If this example is clear, then we will basically implement it. So 30 minutes to lead time. Lead means that we are creating a buffer. So buffer is a common language that we use in English, and in the project management, we use this language 30 minutes lead time. So you can write it like this to be clear. Lead time. Lead means leading, means early. Okay, so you will reach early by 30 minutes. So lead times means early time. Early, right? Now you come to the P6. Now, I will tell you an example. So it is basically I'm doing a telecom project. So in the telecom project, so what is happening here? So guys, there is a bug. Lines disappear sometimes. Okay, so you can refresh the screen again, then the lines come back. Now in this telecom project, that what is happening, that there is a task here. Okay, this task is activate 5G. Okay, so I'm writing it like this: activate 5G signal. Now I ask the subject matter expert, sir, can I start this task on the 1st of May? He says that no, I will have to look into my diary. Now, what is the problem? Why he is going to give me the date? Why he is not going to follow my dates? Because this is a subject matter expert who has the ability to activate the 5G signal. So there is one subject matter experts for 5 projects. Right, guys? 1:5. Why? Because the subject matter expert is a rare resource. It is a costly resource. So what the CEO says that since we have one subject matter expert for 5 projects, so every time you want to do any activity by him, so you have to take an appointment. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So I asked him that if he can come on the 1st of May. He says, look, just wait. I have to have a look at my diary. He says that I cannot come on this date, but I can come on this date. So guys, can you read the date which I marked on the time scale? Now you should be able to read the time scale and interpret the date.
Friday.
Hmm?
19th?
15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yes, correct. So
19.
you can either calculate this date from Monday, or you can calculate this date from the next Monday. From the next Monday, you can read backward. So you can read 21, 20, 19. So this is the 19th of the May. So it means that if he comes on the 19th of the May here, so it would be here. So you know what I need to do? So I need to position his activity here. I have to shift it. Then I asking that, okay, fine. I'm shifting your activity to start from the 19th. Okay. So I'm going to apply a constraint as a convenience. So constraint is my next lesson. I'm not teaching the constraint here, but I'm rather using it as a matter of convenience. Okay. So I will go here. So guys, do you see that this activity has been shifted to the 19th? Right? Now, what is happening? I ask him, sir, what should be prepared before you come? Okay. He says that before I come, you should install the hardware, you should update the firmware, and you should install the software. I said, fine. So I created task here. Install hardware, install the firmware, and install the software. So these 3 activities should be done. So I call my team members. I tell them that, guys, you have to finish doing these things before the subject matter expert comes on the 19th. So your activities should be finished 3 days earlier. Guys, what is 19 minus 3?
16.
16. So I want their activity to be targeted to finish on the 16th, so that we are guaranteed to have a good start. Because I asked the subject matter expert, sir, if on the 19th I cannot provide you the input, so what will be your next date of the arrival for my project? So he says that I can provide you next date approximately only after 1 month. So guys, tell me one thing. Would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month? Yes or no? No.
No, no.
No project manager would like to create a delay which is preventable. So to prevent this delay, I tell my guys, I will give you full 6 days and plus I'm giving you 3 days lead time. Means 6 plus 9. So this lead time is a 3 days buffer. So I'm asking you to complete or finish your activities to target by 16th. Right? Now, guys, how to set up this relationship? So, Ashish, you go to the relationship tab. Since it is the successor, we will set up the predecessor. We will assign the predecessor. Now in the predecessor, you click this in the predecessor box, you select activate 5G signal. No, first of all, you select the activate 1080 and click on the plus button. Then you click on the close button. Now what happens that by default, the Primavera will always assign the finish to start. So you have to change it to start to finish. Start to finish. Now I want 3 days buffer. So you put here minus 3D. Minus. So it will create a lead time, leading. So guys, do you see that once you put minus 3, it says 16. Right? So it has created a buffer of 3 days. So this is your first target date. If you can't finish on the 16th, you should start finishing by the 17th evening or by the 18th evening, because on the morning of the 19th, that is the Friday, he's going to come. So guys, do you see the green arrow?
Yes.
So the green arrow is the start date of the activity, and these 3 arrows, they represent the buffer time, because full 6 days has been provided plus 3 days has been provided as the buffer time. So is that right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there is a battery low message. Is that yours or mine? Guys,
Fine, sir, it's fine.
oh, that's yours. So I got panicked.
Now it is okay.
Okay, good. So because you are having the Lenovo, right?
Asus, sir.
So it looks exactly the same as mine, but I'm always connected. Okay, fine. So you should keep it connected at home. Your battery should be always charged and ready to go. You don't know when you have to take the next flight, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, your resources should be always be ready. Okay, fine. So now coming to the main point. So what we are saying, that we have created a buffer of 3 days lead time. Even without the buffer, we can set up the relationship. But guys, would you like to take a risk if you are going to catch an international flight? Would you plan reaching the boarding gate exactly at 5 p.m.?
No.
You would never try that, because you know that what are the implications. So if your flight is going to happen at 5 p.m., so you will target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. and you will calculate the time backwards, that how much time it is going to take to travel for the security, for the check-in, and for the body scanning, right? So you will put the leading time, that how early you should start from home so that you're good to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So if you reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. or a little bit later, it's fine. So it's not a problem. Even if you sleep at the boarding gate, someone is going to wake you up. Right, guys? Even
Yes.
that's not a problem. We have done that to many other people. Right? So I know that if this guy is sitting near to this particular boarding gate, he has to take this flight only. Right? So you will not miss the flight. Right? So it is always better in the start to finish that you should have some lead time. It is a good practice. Right, guys? Is it okay now?
Yes.
Start to finish, I'm not asking any example because you may not have used it, but I'm sure the finish to start. Now, let me tell you that what is so special about the first 3. I'm going to write something here, and I hope that you are going to agree with that. So guys, read, what did I write there?
Due to engineering process.
So you can determine from your engineering process, they are not very difficult. Guys, read this, start to finish. What is the common cause?
Due to constraint,
Necessary due to constraint.
special
Yes.
request from client.
Yes, sometimes the client is bypassing the engineering process date. You tell him that I'm going to deliver this component on the 30th of the November. No, he says, no, I want it on the 25th of the November. Then you will have to plan backwards. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Because the client wants something earlier. He says, no, it's a special request. Right? So it's a special request. So once you get a special request, then you will have to plan backwards from a special request delivery date. It is due to the reasons of the client. So this start to finish is rare, but it is there. And it is requiring you to find out. You got to find out. You have to read the contract. You have to read any communication for special request coming from the client. So you got to find out the number 1 to 3, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish. You don't even have to think about it. You just think logically your engineering process, and after applying the finish to start, think, can you compress it? Yes. If you think like that, can you compress it? Then you would realize maybe you can use start to start, maybe you can use finish to finish. See, all activities can be always put into the finish to start. But after the finish to start, if you think that start to start is possible with some lead time, or finish to finish is possible with some lag time, so go ahead and do it. So nobody is going to stop you, right? That it is due to the engineering process, but start to finish is a special one. It has got nothing to do with engineering process. It is based upon either there is a resource constraint, resource sharing due to constraint, right? If there are big equipments to be shared, so you will get it only when it is free from some other project. So you'll have to wait for your time. So you'll have to plan all the things before that resource is brought in to your site, that what should be ready so that you can start to use it immediately. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Like if you say that, say you are hosting a party. So the dinner will start at 9 p.m. Right? Let's say the dinner will start at 8 p.m. So guys, for the cooking team, it is a start to finish, right? They'll have to finish the cooking before the 8 p.m. Right or wrong, guys?
Yes.
For them, it is start to finish. It's not that the cooking team will tell you, oh, we'll be finished at 10 p.m. You can start to have the dinner when we have finished the cooking. So do you think the world will work like that?
Nope.
You are the client. You say, no, my guest must have the dinner at 8 p.m. Right? My guest should have the dinner at 8 p.m. So you should finish your cooking at least by 7:30. Right?
Yes.
So that is a special request from the client. It is a special request from you. Right or wrong, guys?
Right.
Okay, you want it at a particular time. So the team which is doing the cooking activity, they'll have to calculate this. They will start all their activities in such a way so that they are able to finish their cooking well before your serving time. Right, guys? Now, guys, tell me any doubt you have in this 4 of the relationship before we move to the next one, so that we build upon the existing knowledge. Look at this, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish, and think of any questions that is coming to your mind. Tell me, Anit, do you have any questions coming to your mind?
No.
Okay.
Fine.
Tell me, Asad.
So all good.
All good?
Yep.
Ashish, you have any question? No questions. Fine. So, guys, just don't worry. Even if you have questions, even after 6 months, I'm still there. Because after this training, you will be added in the Telegram group. Okay. And you will be there permanently, even if you have not about only the small ones. I don't think you will have any small questions. But if you're in the future working on a big project, you will find me, or since I have very good people in the group. So, if you post a screenshot, so you will get the help. Okay, so it's not a problem. You will never get stuck. But from my side, you should ask all the questions. Okay, so guys, if the relationships are clear, then we will move on to the next scheduling rule. So please close this lesson, press Ctrl W. So this project will be closed and the data will be saved. Guys, do you see that the floppy button is inactive? Inactive means that all the data has been saved. So whenever you close a project, the Primavera understands that you want to save the data. It will not ask you, just like file. Do you want to save? Yes, no. Here it will not ask you yes, no. Right? It will directly save. Okay. Now, what we will do, we will first look at the next rule. So what is the next rule of the scheduling? Guys, read this.
By date constraints.
Yes. Now we are going to learn about the date constraints. To learn the date constraints, so we will create the lesson data. To create the lesson data, we will take a copy of the lesson 1. So guys, you press Control C here. Press Control C on the lesson 1. Control C. Done. Then place your cursor on the parent and press Control V. Now you press Control V and 3 times you click on the OK, and a lesson number 4 will be created. And you just rename it as date constraints. You write here date constraints. So we will learn that how date constraints are further constraints, TS. Constraint means limitation of date. The resource is available, but limitation of dates are there. So you open this lesson. So you will be seeing the raw data like this. Right, guys, you are here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there are various kind of date constraints. So we are going to create the WBS for that. So guys, tell me, do you need a break or shall we continue?
Continue.
Continue. Okay, fine, good. So now you click on the WBS. So guys, if any of you wants to go to the washroom, so please ask us to pause the training. See, I'm running the training in a small group. So try to understand. Going to the washroom is a very normal thing. You should not put yourself in stress, nor you should go to the washroom and come back to see the lesson as progress. No, it is not like that. If any of you is needing to go to the washroom, you should tell me to pause the training. We are running a small group here. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, we will write the various type of constraints in the group. Then we will understand by example. So click on the add. So click on the add button. Okay, now you click on start on or after. Start on or after. So you write the new WBS name as start on or after. So this is a date constraint. So it will be clear with example. Okay. Now you place your cursor on the parent like this and click on the add button. So you write here finish on or before. Finish on or before. Okay. Now place your cursor on the parent. So you write the next one, you create the next one. Now here you write as late as possible. As late as possible. Correct. Then the next one you write as primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary constraint. And then there is one more constraint that you should learn, mandatory finish. You write here mandatory finish, M capital, mandatory finish. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So after you have created this WBS, so we can basically go into the activities and we'll find the groups there. So if you come here, you will find the groups below. Do you see the groups below?
Yes.
Now you select the first two and move it into start on or after. Two, move the first two, cut, Control X and paste. Yeah, now cut paste the next two into the 4.2. Okay, now go to the 40 and 50, Control X. In fact, we need only one. So what do? You Control X the 1050 and move it into primary and secondary. Okay, then you go to the top and you select only one, the 60 number, Control X, and you put it into the primary and secondary here. In the primary and the secondary, we need two. Paste, Control V. Okay. Now you select 8. You just count 8 and you control X and move them into the mandatory finish. And the remaining activities which are there on the top, you can delete them. We don't need them. You delete the remaining activities. Oh, he got disconnected. So we wait for him. So let me call him. Okay. Let me give him a call. And you bring the Primavera. And, okay, guys. So, guys, you have your sample data like this.
Yes.
Same to same? Okay. Now, we are going to continue from here. We will first understand start on or after. Now, what is the meaning of the date constraint? Date constraint means limitation of date. Means that you have a resource whom you can apply in your project, but there is a limitation on the dates that he can provide. Right, guys? Is that clear? So I'm going to show you the first one, that is the start on or after, that how the date constraint can be used to fine tune the scheduling. So guys, just do this thing. You rename this as task 1. You put 1 in front of it, and then the next you make as task 2. You make them as 1 and 2. Just put the number 1, correct? Yeah. Make the next one as number 2. Okay, now this task 1 and task 2. See, guys, I'm giving you a shortcut for the finish to start relationship. See, if you select these two activities from top to the bottom and right click. So, guys, do you see there is an option here, link? You see that? Link activities. Now, I'll tell you that why the link activities has been provided. In every software, in every project management software, the link activities will be provided because the finish to start is so common, so frequent, that it can be applied with a single click. You don't have to go into the predecessor and the successor box, right? So if you click on the link activities, these two activities will be linked in the finish to start relationship. Okay, do you see that? Finish to start has been created. Now, if you link the activity to, if you look at the task 2, what is the start date, guys?
8th May.
The start date is 8th of the May. Now, I'll tell you that what happens if you are working in a company. See, in an organization, if you apply a resource to the task 2, he will get a mail, right? He will get the alert, okay, that you have been assigned on task 2 in this project on the date of 8th May. You have this upcoming task. So he got this mail from the system. It will be generated by the Primavera system from the central server. whatever updates you are making, it will be on the central server. So this is a learning addition. This is provided free of cost. It has all the features, but it cannot connect to the central server because the Oracle company also needs some revenue to run its business, right, guys? So if
Yes.
an organization is wanting to use the real software, they will have licensing fees. So in this, no mail will be generated because it is a standalone version for your learning purpose. This is just for your knowledge that when you work on the organization's network version, and if you apply a person to a task, so he will get the alert mail. Now this guy comes to me, he says, boss, I want to discuss something with you. Okay, he says that I would be on leave during this week of the 8th, and I will be joining on the 15th of May. He says that I'll be joining on the 15th of May. So I thought that why should I take another resource for just for a short duration of 1 week? Normally, I had told you that if a resource is not available, then you should take another one. Right, guys? But in this case, I'm not going to take another person because he is better. So I said that, okay, fine, I can wait for 1 week for you to join and then continue with me for the next 3 months, right? So it will be better because for the next 3 months, if I have this guy, so he can basically, he has a good speed and he can catch up on the schedule, and waiting for him for 1 week will be worth it, right, guys? It makes sense? Okay,
Yes.
fine. So what I need to do, I need to basically use an option to shift his activity because the Monday, the 8th of the Monday is the natural date. It is coming from the finish to start relationship, right? It is a natural date and you have to shift it to the 15th. So I can say start on or after because this guy would be joining. So his availability will be marked with the green patch. So guys, do you see this green patch?
Yes.
So he is not available during the red portion. So I'll mark it with the red. So he is not available here. So start on or after. So he is joining on the 15th. So I can start this activity on the 15th or after the 15th, anytime after the 15th. So I need to shift his activity. So I need to apply a date constraint, right? Now, how to apply the date constraint, that I'm going to tell you step by step. Now, keeping the task to selected, click on the detail button. Click on the detail button. In the detail button, you will go to the status tab. Go into the status, right? Okay, I'm holding the screen, guys. Guys, make sure that you can see the constraint block. If it is required, please drag this up. Drag this thing up. So if you are not able to see the constraint, please drag this up. So tell me, Anit, can you see the constraint block? Asad, can you see the constraint? Okay, fine. Now we will select our constraint, that is start, on, or after. So go into this drop down and you select the constraint name start, on, or after. It is, you have to scroll down a little bit more. Start, on, or after. Then what is the constraint date? The constraint date is the 15th of May. You select 15th of May, Monday, and select. So as you select, so guys, you will be noticing that the activity got shifted to the 15th. And guys, you should note also one thing. Since you applied a constraint on the start date, you will see that on the start date, there is a star. Do you see that star here? Now, what is the indication of the star? The star is indicating that this date has been applied a constraint. This is not a naturally calculated date. It has been applied a constraint. Is this clear? Now, I want you to show something more. See, guys, there are two lines here. One is the dark bar and one is this dotted line. Actually, these are two different lines. The dotted line that you can see, it is the relationship line. Okay, since the relationship has been stretched, so it is being shown as a dot. Relationship line. Okay. and the dark bar is the float bar. Float bar. Why the float has been created? The float has been created because you have pushed away the successor. You have forcibly pushed away the successor. That is why float has been created. So guys, can you please count how many days of the float has been created? Okay, I'm going to give you the hint. So you count the dates which are falling in the green patch. Count.
6.
6 days of the float has been created. We only count the working days. Non-working days are not to be counted. Fine, guys? Okay.
Yes.
Let me show you the float column. Okay. So let me show you the float column. So guys, please look at the float column. Do you see that the float column is saying 6 days? The total float, right? The total float says that it is 6 days float in the float column. So where is the 6 day float? The 6 day float is here. This is the 6 day float. Right, guys? Is this clear? Now, why this float has been created? Because I pushed away this activity. I pushed it using a date constraint. Now, whenever you write a constraint, you should write a reason, because any person reading your plan will be confused that why someone has applied a constraint. Now, guys, do you see that Primavera is a very disciplined software? Do you see this notebook here?
Yes.
That is why the notebook has been provided. Okay, and you will find a category of constraint, notebook topic. Select the topic as constraints. Now you click on the plus sign. Click on the plus sign. Now close this box. Close this box. Now you go to the modify, click the modify. Now here you write the reason for the constraint. Listen to me carefully. The resource assigned on this task, the resource assigned on this task will be available from 15th May onwards. 15th May onwards. Okay, put a space. That looks good. 15th May onwards. So guys, is this clear? So see, I'm not using the word human resource. I'm using the word resource. So when I use the word resource, it can mean any of the three. It can mean man, machine, or material. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Suppose the man and machine is there. If the material is not there, your supplier is saying that the material will reach on 15th. So you will have to postpone. Right, guys? Is it clear? You'll have to postpone this task till you get the material. Suppose man and material is there. The machine supplier says that I will be providing the machine on site on the 15th. Right, guys? Is this clear? But the initial reason I gave for the man, but the reason can be machine and material as well. So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if this reason is clear, so then you can close this box, click on the OK. So after you close this box, if someone is looking at this activity, if he sees a constraint, he can go into the notebook and he can read the note. So he can basically understand why this constraint has been applied. What was the compulsion to apply this constraint? What was the compulsion to shift the date when the successor activity could be started on 8th? Then why it has been pushed to the 15th? So guys, is this clear now?
Yes.
So you think that constraint is useful in creating realistic schedules?
Yes.
Okay. So is this clear? Shall I explain the next one?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So this is one constraint in which you say start on or after this date. So this is the date onwards from which an activity can start. Now, guys, we will do a small little experiment. Okay, on this activity only. change the duration of the predecessor to 12 days, and you will see that the float will be consumed. Change it to 12 days. The float will be consumed. Once the float is consumed, do you see that this also becomes a critical path? It becomes a critical path because there is no room for further delay. The float is now consumed. Now, if I'm going to draw the green patch here, so just wait for me to draw the green patch like this. Okay, now guys, just do this thing. You go to the duration of the task one and make it as 16 and see that what happens. Do you see that it is now calculating the start date back to back? Because within the green patch, the person or the resource applied on task 2 is always available. But if you bring the task 1 back, make the task 1 duration as 6, so will it come back? From 16, make it 6. Will it come back? Will task 2 come back? No.
Sir,
The task 2 will be stopping at its boundary line of the constraint. So it will stop at the 15th Monday. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So ask me your question.
mine shows mine shows a little bit different.
Okay, fine. So you share your screen. I will help you.
Just a second.
You combine the monitors first. First, you combine the monitors.
Let's see.
Yes, it is coming. Yeah, there is some patch. Yeah. So let me do this thing. Just give me the control. I will adjust the Gantt chart so that we can see it fully. So, you should optimize your column like this. Okay. Like this, you can create more space for the Gantt chart. So you can bring the divider here in the middle, and you can reduce the size of the day like this. Like this. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to look at the relationship. The relationship that we should be having is the finish to start. So let me drag this here. Okay. Okay. We go into the relationship. So task 1 to task 2. So first of all, we will make it 6 days. Okay. We start from here. And then let us look at the task 2. What is the relationship? Relationship is not there. So we will apply the predecessor. So predecessor will be task 1 because we link it. So the task 1 is the predecessor. So
I think
we close this box. Now we will go and look at the constraint type. Constraint type should be start, on, or after. So you have applied the constraint correctly. So you have selected the correct start, on, or after 15 May 2023. Then when you apply the constraint, you have to write the note. So you have written the note correctly. So everything is fine. Because if a person is looking at the constraint, so he'll be able to understand why this activity is starting on the 15th, right? The resource assigned on this task is available from 15 May onwards. Now we are going to basically do an experiment. So we will increase the duration of the task 1. So because if I draw the arrow, it doesn't come up. It just disappears. I don't know. So you go to the task 1 and make the duration as 12 days. You will see that the total float will be 0. For the task 1, the float will become 0. Do you see that the float has become 0?
yes.
Float column for the task 1. Now, if you increase the duration of the task 1 to 16, it will start pushing the task 2. It is starting to push the task 2, right? But if you
Yes.
bring the task one back, suppose if you say the task one should be starting, the task one should be given 6 days, but the task two will not come before the 15th of May. Why it will be getting stuck at 15th of May? Because on the 15th of May, only the resource would be available, but before that it is not available. That is why this constraint is named as start on or after. Start on 15th or after the 15th, right? With the explanation that the resource assigned on this task will be available from 15 May onwards. And if I'm using the word resource, that could be any of the three, right? Man, machine, or material. If any of the three is missing, then we can't do this task. Okay, so we'll have to wait till the 15th. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now we'll switch to Ashish. Okay, so I'll explain the next one. Okay, now the next one is finish on or before. So you name them as task 3 and 4. You change them to 3 and 4. So you select 3 and then you select 4. Then you right click. Yeah, link. Tell me, Anis, did you apply this shortcut for finish to start?
No.
See, you select these two activities and right click.
Yes.
So when you right click, you will see link activities. So link is the shortcut for finish to start, because the finish to start being the most common relationship. So Primavera is providing you a facility in which, without having to go into the predecessor or the successor box, you can link two activities instantly. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
You can link the two activities instantly. So this is a benefit for saving the time. Okay, fine. After you have linked, now let me tell you the story. So as you can see, these two activities are linked. Now, what happens is that the person who is working on the task 4, he comes to me. He says, boss, that, okay, let me increase the duration of it. So guys, go to the task 2 and increase the duration to 12 days. Go to the task 2 above and increase it to 12 days to increase the duration of the project. Now, guys, if you look at the task 4, do you see the float line is extending till the end of the project?
Yeah.
Do you see its float bar is extending till the end of the project? From this to this, right? It means that it has that much room to go to. It can float that much, right? Now, what happens is that the person who is assigned to work on the task 4, he gets a message in the system that you have been assigned on the task 4, which is ranging from 8th of May till the 13th of May. So he comes to me, he says, boss, I got this message that you assigned me to the task 4. I said, yes, I have assigned you to the task 4. Your task will start on 8th of May and finish on 13th of May. He says, fine, but boss, I need to tell you something. He says that, look, I am a contracted employee of the company and my contract is valid till this date. So guys, can you please read this date for me? Saturday, 21 or 20? 20. He says that I would be available till 20th of May, 6 p.m. So he says 20th of May, 6 p.m. is my last date. Right? He says that 20th of May, 6 p.m. is my last date of contract with your company. Please make sure that if you are applying any predecessor, my activity should not be pushed beyond this date. Make sense, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have to, as a precaution, apply a constraint so that if by mistake his activity, when I'm planning the predecessor task 3, because you know what happens when you're in the planning stage, any activity duration can be changed because some person can have a better idea. So he can change the duration. He can either increase or decrease based upon his understanding. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply a constraint. This constraint means finish on or before. So I'm going to tell the Primavera finish the task 4 on 20th May 6 p.m. or before that to be on the safe side, right? Now, how to apply this constraint as a measure of safety? So first of all, guys, I'm going to go into the status. You go into the status and then you select from the constraint dropdown, you select finish on or before. Now, in the constraint date, you will put the date as 20th of May and you will select the time as 6 p.m. Now, since the 6 p.m. is not visible here, so once again, we will go to the user preferences and we will activate the time. Okay. Yeah, you can activate the time from here in the dates, in the dates. In the dates, you select 12-hour time format, AM, PM format, and click on the close button. So once again, you will be seeing the time. So it says finish on or before the 6 p.m. So guys, do you see this time here? Now, since you have applied a constraint on the finish date, you need to expand the finish date also, this column. So guys, since you have applied a finish constraint, do you see a star on the finish side? And do you
Yes.
see that his float has been trimmed up to the 20th of May till 6 p.m. It is 6 p.m. If you expand the Saturday, if you stretch it, you can see that this time is 6 p.m. The finishing. Do you see a small little gap here? Do you see this
Yes.
gap? Actually, this is 6 p.m. The gap is due to the 6 p.m. So if you stretch, see, let me show it to you. So let me stretch the Saturday. I'll stretch it even more. So Saturday is basically, okay. So Saturday is what? 20th of May. So let me go to the 20th of May. Okay, do you see this task 4?
Yes.
See, Primavera, you know, it's a very meticulous and very detailed software. See, the entire stretch of the day is 24 hours. And if you look carefully, you will see the point where this activity is ending, I mean, the float is ending, this is 6 p.m. proportionately. Just look at this very carefully. See, this is 6 hours, this is 6 hours, this is 18, and this is 24. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So Primavera, you know, it's a very detailed software. So you got to understand with a lot of dedication. Okay. So now we bring it to the normal scale so that we can see the entire stretch of the Gantt chart. So the entire stretch of the Gantt chart is like this, and this float has been trimmed till the 20th of May. So you know, guys, this is the 20th of May, right? So it means that this activity can be done within this green patch. So I'm going to mark the time. Within this green patch, this activity can be done, but this activity cannot be stretched into the red patch. The red patch is not available. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what we are going to do, that since we have been told by this man that he is available till this point, we are going to write a note as well. So guys, please go into the notebook. You select add. You select the constraint. And you click on the close button. Click on the close. Now you click on the modify. And you write here, the person assigned on this task, would be available till 20th of May, 6 p.m. Okay, 20th of May, 6 p.m. So after that, you click on the OK. Okay, so if anybody is looking at the constraints, so why his float has been trimmed till this point, he can understand from this note. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to do an experiment. In this experiment, we will start increasing the duration of the predecessor and see that what happens if I'm wanting to push the predecessor. If I'm wanting to push the predecessor beyond this, okay, now you go to the task 3, okay, go to the task 3 and make it as 12 days. You will see the float will be consumed and both of them will become critical path. So why these two activities, they have become critical path? Because they have reached their limit. Their limit is here. Their limit is not the finish date of the project. So when a set of activities reach their finish date due to the limit of the constraint, even they are marked as critical path. Because if they are not finished by the finish date, they are considered as a late delivery. That is why they are even marked as critical path. So critical path is not always the longest path. Any path in the middle of the project, which is having zero float, is also a critical path. So is this thing clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to do further experiment. What if I increase the duration of the task 3 to 16 days? I want to push it beyond the finish date. 16, make it a 16. So guys, do you see something on the screen?
Yellow line.
You are seeing a yellow line, a yellow strip. So this is called the negative float indicator. I'll explain to you how to interpret this. This negative float indicator is your friend. He's your well-wisher. Okay, how is your well-wisher? I'll explain to you. Now, look at this. I'm going into the status. I'm selecting task 4. So guys, do you see that there is a fold here? Do you see a fold in the beginning? So this is your finish date. Now, what happens when you go beyond the finish date? So you will notice something. You will notice something in the float column. So guys, read the float column. What does it say? What does it say?
-4.
-4. You know what is the meaning of the -4? It is saying that you have exceeded your target date by 4 days. You are going 4 days beyond, which are not available to you. You are in the minus. See, I'll show you the minus. This is the -1, right? This is the -2. This is the -3. And this is the -4. So guys, do you see the -4 here? All these 4 days are minus. Why they're minus? Because they are going beyond the line of control. Line of actual control. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
If you cross the line of actual control, you are minus. Okay, you are safe if you are behind the line of control. So where is the line of control? The line of control is here, finish on or before. That is your point. You should be finished by then. Even the zero float is fine. So what do? You call your engineering team. You tell your engineering team, so guys, we have exceeded the schedule, okay, by 4 days. Can you increase the number of men and machines so that we can finish within the zero float? Okay, fine. They say that, boss, yes, we can finish it in 12 days and we are going to increase the men and machines. So fine. So what do? They increase men and machine and you change the duration of task 3 to 12 days and see that what happens. You change it to 12 days. So guys, what happened when you change it to 12 days?
Negative float is gone.
Negative load is gone. But guys, tell me one thing. Think logically. Would you plan like this with just a zero float? See, would you like to catch a flight like this?
No.
Can you catch a flight? Can you plan to catch a flight with zero float of time?
No.
No, it is dangerous, right? So technically you are fine. Technically, it's not a problem. Technically, if your flight is going to take off at 5 p.m., you say, oh, guys, I'm going to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. I'm planning in such a way, I'll reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. Not a problem. I'll catch the flight. Technically, he's fine, but is it practical? Tell me, guys.
No.
So on the way, there could be many uncertainties. So guys, what is practical? A little amount of float is practical, right? Little
Yes.
amount, little, not too much. So you tell your engineering guys, please increase the number of the resources a little bit more. Let's create a float of 1 day. So you reduce it to 11. See, Primavera is not going to tell you these things. Only an experienced project manager can tell you, right, guys? Is it clear now?
Yes.
1 day of the float gives you a safety margin. See, technically you are fine at zero float. But when you start doing the work in real life, you will find some delay can happen. So a little amount of float in the planning stage does not hurt. Right, guys? Suppose if your flight is going to take off at 5 p.m., you reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. Is that a big problem in your life? Tell me, what is a bigger problem? Waiting for 1 hour or missing an international flight?
Missing.
Missing an international flight is a bigger problem. Okay, suppose you are joining a new job and your new company has sent you the tickets, they've sent you the visa, okay, and they are sponsoring 4 days of the hotel stay upon your coming to the site, and after that you will find your own accommodation. So if you miss such kind of a job, is it not bad? Tell me, guys. So you will make sure that you will always catch the flight. That is why in this kind of a relationship, when you have a limitation on the finish date, so you should create a little bit of float. So who is helping you? So who is helping you? You are being helped by this finish on or before. So finish on or before is helping you know your finish date boundary. So where is your finish date boundary? It is not the project finish. It is basically the finish date of the person. The person who has been assigned on the task force. So basically he would be working till 20th of May, 6 p.m. So you should be targeting to finish this activity number 4, this task 4, on or before. So that's why we say finish on or before the 20th. Right, guys? Is it clear now?
Yes.
It makes sense?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Any question on this?
No.
No. Fine. So we are going to learn another one, the next one, which is an interesting one. Okay, fine. So the next one is like this. It says as late as possible, right? So you might be wondering why as late as possible. Okay, so it's like this. You write here closing process. Closing process. Okay, now I'll tell you that what is a closing process. See, whenever we are finishing a project, so we have to do a lot of closing process activities. For example, that I'm finishing the shopping mall. Okay, I've constructed the whole building. All the engineering activities are complete. Now, after all the engineering activities are complete, now what I have to do to close the project? I have to clean up the project site, right, guys? Right or wrong?
Yes.
Yes.
I have to remove my unused material from the site and restock them. I have to get a quality acceptance certificate from the client, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Then I have to raise the final invoice to the client for payment, right?
Yes.
Then I have to make final payment to my vendors and subcontractors because I'm holding them till now. Once the client gives me okay, I have to release them. Okay, so I make their payment and release them. Then I remove the temporary structures from the site. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Temporary structures are created for people like cabins, for the project manager and other people to look at the maps and drawings and direct the work, okay, in a comfortable environment. And then I'll have to do the landscaping, which is done in the last, okay. Then I have to remove the protective films from all the glass and the panels, right or wrong, guys?
Right.
Yes.
Then I have to hand over all the maps, drawings, and guarantee warranty documents to the client so that they can maintain the building and equipment. Because if you look at the lift is a third party equipment, right or wrong?
All right.
So I have to hand over the warranty documents. So if I've installed generator in the building, I have to hand it over. If I've installed the HVAC equipment in the building, I have to hand it over. If I've installed the CCTV in the building, I have to hand it over. If I have applied the parking sensors, I have to hand it over to the clients with all the maps, drawing, and the spare parts so that the client can maintain the building for a long period of time. So this is closing process. So for the closing process, what I do, I allocate a lump sum duration like 6 days, 8 days, and put all the activities in the notebook. I don't have to write the WBS because these are non-engineering tasks. And non-engineering tasks are not based upon any particular sequence. They are opportunity based, not process based. Did you get my point? Process based means that they will be coming in a sequence. Opportunity based means if you are meeting the client, you give him the invoice. He says approved, done, take your payment. So I've used the opportunity of his meeting with me to get my approval for the invoice. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So I make a list of this activity in the notebook, which you can do. Now, how to apply the closing process? I say the closing process should be done during the last 6 days of the project. Right? So how do I push it? So it is a very simple solution in the Primavera. In the Primavera, first of all, you go into the status. Okay. Then in the status, you will select a constraint. If you look down, you will find a constraint is there as late as possible. Apply this and you will see the activity will jump to the end of the project. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You don't even have to mention the date. It will automatically jump to the end of the project. And then what you can do, you can go to the notebook and you can write your checklist. Okay, you can write your checklist of the activities that you want to do here. Now, guys, see one magic. If you increase the duration, then see what happens. Increase it to 10 days. See what is going to change. Start date is preponing. If you are reading 10 days as compared to 6, then the Primavera says, okay, you start 4 days earlier. But the finish date will not change because the finish date is aligned with the already existing finish date of the project. But so suppose if you update any activity on the top, suppose if you change the duration of this task to 18 days and see what happens. Make it to 18 and see what happens. Do you see that? Only then it will shift because it is aligned with the finish date of the project. Right, guys?
Yes.
It is aligned with the finish date of the project.
Yes.
If the finish date is updating, so this will also update. But the closing process will be always aligned automatically. If you increase or decrease the duration, only the start date will change, the finish date will not change. Okay, is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, now we will learn the next one, primary and secondary constraint. So guys, you need a break or shall we continue?
Continue.
Continue, good. So primary and secondary constraints are like this. So you write it as task A, 4 days duration. And you write task B as 4 days duration. So both these activities are 4 days each. Now you relate the A and B like this. In the finish to start with the shortcut. Link activities. No, link. You remove the line numbers. You don't need them here. No. Actually, instead of the line numbers, you use the link. Just wait. Link. Click on the link. Now they are in the finish to start relationship. Okay. Now let me see how many relationships, because in the Primavera, you can have multiple relationships. So multiple relationship I got applied. So I removing the one. We need only one relationship. Okay. Now I want to ask you a very simple question, guys. Have you ever borrowed books from the library?
Yes.
During your school days or the college days? These days, people don't go to the library. Okay. Now I'll tell you that what happened. I went to the library and I asked the librarian that I want a book today. She said that, look, your book will come on the 8th of the May. It is in circulation. I said, I told her that, look, ma'am, I need the book only for 4 days. She says, fine. The library has a policy to grant a book for 2 weeks. So you can borrow the book on the 8th and you can return it by the 20th. Right, guys? Is this clear? So what she is saying that you cannot get the book earlier than Monday and you can keep the book till the 20th. So this is the green patch during which you can use the book. Now, what is the use of this story in the project management? I'll tell you. Suppose your company is having multiple projects running simultaneously. Listen to me carefully, guys. Now, multiple projects are running simultaneously. There is a 50-ton capacity crane which is being shared in a particular project. So you go to your resource manager. Your resource manager says that you will get this crane on the 8th and you can use it till the 20th. In between, I don't care. Right? Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Now, why he is doing that, I'll just tell you the practical situation. Suppose he shifts this 50-ton crane to your site, right? Now, the next project is going to need it on 22. Will it be useful for him to move it earlier than that? No, it will not be useful. So he says that I will give it to you on 8th, and at the end of the 20th evening, I will start to move it and move it to the next project. That's it. But you may use it for 4 days. That's your choice. Right? So is this clear, guys? It means that this activity will be scheduled with 2 constraints, one for the start date and one for the finish date. That is why the Primavera provides primary and secondary constraint. Now, guys, let me tell you something. Primary and secondary constraint is only available in Primavera. No other software has it. Okay, is this clear? And because it is a highly useful constraint, engineering companies need it, so they will appreciate your skill in applying this. Now, to apply this constraint, so what do you do? Go to the status. So in the status, you can clearly, first of all, you pick this up. Okay, we need to pick this up, little bit up. Now, guys, I am drawing your attention to there are two boxes. One is the primary and one is the secondary. Do you see this?
Yes.
Okay. Now do this thing. So on the task B, you apply the primary constraint start on or after 8th May. You select here start on or after. Start on or after. And then you select here 8th May. Then you go to the secondary constraint. In the secondary constraint, you select finish on or before, and you select 20th of May, 6 p.m. 20th of May, 6 p.m. Guys, do you see this? This float line has got trimmed. See this. It is starting from here only. It is staying within the green patch. And you will, if you expand the dates, you will see two stars. One star will be on the start date, another star will be on the finish date. Now, both the dates will have the star. Just have a look. Now, guys, do you see the stars here?
Yes.
Star for the start constraint and star for the finish date constraint. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So what is the range in which we can use this? Guys, do you see this green curtain, green patch? So this is the range of use. Now we are going to do an experiment. Now, what is the experiment? The experiment is that we will start to push the task B out of the range, out of the ending side of the range. So increase the duration from 4 to 12. Increase it to 12. No. Not for the task B, but for the A. So this one will remain 4. Let the task B remain 4 days and change the duration of the predecessor to 12 days. Now, guys, do you see that the float is getting consumed? Only 2 days of the float is remaining. Now, make it as 14. Once the float is consumed, the both of them will become critical path. Do you see the float is now 0?
Yes.
They have become critical. Now, from the 14, you make it as 18. Make it as 18 now. So it will become negative float. Okay. So guys, how many days of the negative float is there? See, if you go to the float column, it says that the total float is, so let me reduce it. Let me reduce this thing. It says that the total float is -4 days. Do you see the -4 days? I'll show you the -4 days. See, the -1 is the Monday, -2 is the Tuesday, -3 is the Wednesday, and -4 is the Thursday. Right, guys? Is it clear now? Now, what is the 0 date? The 0 date is the fold of the ribbon. If you look at the ribbon carefully, it has got 20th of May, which is the 0. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So if you are exceeding the 0 float, then you are getting the negative float. So on the right side, it is the negative float. So which is the 0 line? So let me draw the 0 line. So the 0 line is the 6 p.m. of the Saturday. If you go toward the right of the 0 line, so what you get is a negative float. So negative float is your friend, is your well-wisher. So this negative float bar, he is telling you that you should correct your plan. Right, guys? Is this clear? Now, 18 minus 4 is equal to 14. If you put 14 here, it will become 0 float. So put here 14. So is it right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now, would you plan like this? Technically, it's fine, but practically, tell me, guys.
No.
No. So at least a 1 day float will be good. So you increase the man and machine and make it as 13. So you get 1 day float, right? So
Yes.
if you are on the left hand side, so on the left hand side, what you get is the positive float. So I believe now you understand a little bit of the positive float is not so bad, right?
Yes.
Hmm? Positive float, right? But too much of the positive float is also not good, because then you are not trying, you are trying to basically speed up your activity unnaturally, right? So you try to use the maximum duration possible, but without exceeding the zero float line, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
So primary and secondary constraint is clear. Okay, now just see this thing. Now reduce the duration of the predecessor to 4 days. Now, guys, do you see this activity? It just comes and stuck here. It just comes and it just hangs around here. It's not going to the beginning. It's not going beyond the boundary. Why? Because of its primary constraint, right? It says that you can start on or after 8th May, but not before the 8th May. And you should finish on or before 20th of May. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
This activity can execute only between the date ranges marked by the green patch. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So this is due to the primary and secondary constraint, and this is very much realistically required on the engineering projects. And if you can apply this, you will be a PM, Primavera Master. It might seem very small, but when you work with a lot of engineers, those are site engineers. They are mostly interested to work hands-on. They're not interested in the Primavera, but they really appreciate a Primavera person if you can implement it for them. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
learn the skill so that you are basically comfortable with the Primavera and you are being respected for that. You'll be considered with a different skill. Okay, so different skills make a total project team, and your skill will be a very specialized skill. Okay, guys, any questions on the primary and secondary constraint? I'll pause for question. Think, any question?
No.
Any doubt? Okay, if there is no question or doubt, then we are going to learn the next one. So next one is, guys, so what is the name of the next one?
Mandatory finish.
Mandatory. So what is the meaning of the word mandatory in English? In English, the word mandatory means compulsory. And why it is compulsory, I will explain it with an example. A real life example will be good to understand the mandatory word. Why the mandatory is mandatory, why we need this constraint, why it is useful, right? To understand the mandatory constraint, I will take you to my notebook. So here is my notebook, Primavera notes. So I go to the Primavera notes, then I go to the mandatory finish. Now, guys, what's happening that if you look at this, I'm constructing a shopping mall. So I basically, there are a lot of shopping malls around my place. And I have been working as a consultant for the builders. And so that's why I use this. So these are civil engineering. Now, what happens that this shopping mall is having the starting point is the basement, right, guys? You see that? Because we start with the base of the building. So the shopping malls, they require a lot of parking space, right or wrong?
Yes.
Yes.
So this shopping mall has 2 levels of parking. One is the basement -2, and one is the basement -1, because in India, the ground floor is the 0 number, right?
Yes.
And the basements are minus, right? So the basement, the -2 basement is going to be basically the client signed contract is 31st of May. And it is going to get me 10 million units of money. I'm not saying dollars or rupees. I say I'm going to get 10 million units of rupee as a first payment if I complete it on the 31st of May. And that's why I mark is a mandatory finish. Why mandatory? Because it has been signed up in the contract. So guys, is that clear?
Yes.
It
Yes.
is mandatory because client is the boss. Okay. So I have to compulsorily finish it by 31st of May. So I will implement it with a mandatory finish milestone. With a milestone, I will combine it with a finish milestone. Read this sentence, guys.
It's combined with the finish milestone.
Yes. Okay. Now, let me plan this. Now, let us go into the Primavera. In the Primavera, you can see that it is written as task, task, task. So what do you do? In front of this task, you write here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to the 7 only. No, you write 1, you write task 1 in front of the task. Right here, task 1, and in front of the next, you write 2. Correct? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, in the last one, you write here basement -2 complete. Basement -2 complete. Because this is the requirement of the client. Complete. Okay. So you have written. So guys, tell me, you have written the same?
Yes.
Okay. Now you will go to the detail. So click on the detail button. Detail button is here. Click on this. Yeah. So you move this zoom control. In the detail, you go to the general. Go into the general tab. In the general tab, make sure guys, you have selected the basement -2. Tell me, Asad and you, Anit, have you selected basement?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is a very special task. This is actually not a task, but rather a milestone. What is the purpose of a milestone? Guys, have you seen milestone on the intercity road? Have you seen a milestone in your life? See, milestones are basically were used by people in earlier times. These days, we are using the GPS system. When the GPS system was not there, so what the people used to do, when they were traveling from one city to another, they will look at the milestone. The milestone will have the numbers of the miles which you have to cover or which you have covered. So if you're going from one city to another and you have taken a particular road to the destination city, the milestone will be seen frequently and it will have the marking of how many miles you are remaining from the destination city. So it will tell you basically that how far or near you are from the destination or how far or near you are from the origin point. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So in the project, the milestones are used as a marker for the achievement. Client pays us for the achievement, right? So the achievements which have to be accomplished, they are predetermined and written in the contract. And from the contract, they are brought into the Primavera. So this is the first milestone. So I have to complete the basement -2 So it is not a task, but rather it is a marker of the achievements. So I will change the activity type to finish milestone. So guys, if you click on this drop down, you will be able to see the finish milestone in the top. So as soon as you change it to the finish milestone, you will notice two things. The first thing you will notice that for the finish milestone or any milestone, the duration is 0.
Hmm.
And the second thing you will notice that it has only a finish date.
Yes.
And the third thing you will notice that it has a diamond symbol.
Yes.
Right, guys, please note it. A finish milestone has duration 0, only finish date, and the symbol diamond. And there is a start milestone as well to mark the start date. In the start milestone, only the start date will be there. There will be no finish date. And rest two factors will be same. Right, guys?
Yes.
Is this clear? Now, according to my contract with the client, what is the finish date for the basement -2? 31st of May. See, let's go into the contract. Here is the contract, guys. So, guys, in the contract, read this line.
May.
And when is the next milestone? Next month. And so on. So, the building is being constructed in this fashion, bottom up. So that is why the milestones number have been written from the bottom to the top, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to set this date for this milestone. I'll be using the mandatory finish constraint, date constraint. So go into the Primavera. Now you go into the status tab. After going into the status tab, you select here finish milestone. I mean mandatory finish, sorry, mandatory finish. And your mandatory finish date will be 31st of May, 6 p.m. And you will make sure that it is 6 p.m. The time should be 6 p.m. Please set the time to 6 p.m. so that you can use the entire day. You continue to scroll till you get 6 p.m. No, not here. Otherwise, you'll be scrolling in minutes. So minutes, you keep it as 00. Right? You keep the minute as 00. Just wait. You go into the hour. Now you scroll. Scroll. It is a round thing. Continue to scroll till you get 6 p.m. Scroll back. Yeah, 6 p.m. Select. No, you select it now. Do you see that you are getting 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Those who are watching, please tell me if you have been able to apply like this.
Yes.
So after you have applied this 31st May, you will see the milestone has shifted to the 31st of May. Right, guys? Have you seen that?
Yes.
So, guys, do you see a thin line here? Very thin line.
Yes.
Now, I'll tell you, this thin line will appear at the end of every month. So let me write that what is the meaning of this line. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
It is inbuilt into the Primavera. Okay. End of month line, it will appear at the end of every month. This is a thin line. This is not end of activity or end of the project, but it is just a matter of convenience for you so that you can understand when is the month of May ending. It will be there at the month of end of the month of June. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, after I have marked the milestone, so I will call my team members. So my team members are young people, very enthusiastic people, very, very cheerful people, and very, very fresh people. Now I ask these guys, so guys, please tell me what should be the sequence of the task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is that boss, first of all, you select all the activities from task 1 to the milestone. Select it. Like this, correct. Then I asked them, so what is the sequence? They said, boss, sequence is very simple. You right click here. Okay, guys, just a moment. Okay, guys, you click on the link, activities. So once you link, the finish to start link will be established. You right click and select link. Ashish, right click and select link activities. Okay, you have done it. Just wait. Your computer is a bit slow, so don't do it again. Because the Primavera might apply the relationship twice. The Primavera can do it. Okay, we need the relationship only once. Fine. So, guys, what do you notice on the screen? What do you note? What have happened?
Negative.
Hmm? So
Solvent negative
you
float.
are getting a negative float, right?
Hmm.
Oh, guys, can you plan your project with a negative float? Do you think it's a realistic plan?
No.
It is just like you're planning your your monthly household expenses beyond your salary, right? It is just like that only. You are trying to use a time which is not available to you. Now, guys, let me tell you that what used to happen in the beginning of my role as a project manager, I will put a lot of activities in the finish to start. Okay, then slowly and slowly over a period of time, I realized that I can use some other kind of a relationship like start to start or the okay, start to start or the finish to finish. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, now what I'm going to do that I'm going to first of all okay, so first of all, so what we are going to do that we are going to understand the concept of schedule compression because without understanding schedule compression.
My bar chart looks different.
Okay, fine. So I'll come and check it. Okay, yeah. You show me your screen. You show me your screen.
Just a second. Sir.
Okay, so let me have a look. So I think this. So first of all, we should be able to view the entire. Okay, so let us look at the sequence. Yeah, so one of them is out of the sequence. So let us do this thing. So because you selected something in the middle, not from the top. So first of all, let me remove this existing relationship, then it will be fine. Okay, so this one is task 3. Task 3, its relationship is with its successor is task 1. Now I select task 2. Its successor is marked as task 4. So I remove this. So basically the task through 3 and 4, they should be selected in a sequence. Okay, so that will set the sequence right. So I go to the link. Now it will be sequenced in a correct fashion. Okay, now I have to basically simulate a condition in which I get a negative float, because if you do not understand the negative float, then you will not be able to do the schedule compression, because the schedule compression is something which is a very important concept for the project manager. So when I link this, now what happens when I'm linking it to the milestone, since the milestone is fixed, okay, milestone can't be moved. Right, guys? Milestone can't be moved. So what is happening, that the milestone is telling the software, it is telling you that you have exceeded the finish date by 15 days. That's what it is telling you. It is saying that you have exceeded it by 15 days. Now you have to do a correction here. Right, guys? Is this clear? You have to do a
Yes.
correction here so that you can have a realistic plan. Okay. So to have a realistic plan, so what we need to do, we need to remove the negative float and bring it to at least a positive float. Okay, so positive float will be good. So we need to understand the schedule compression technique, right? Okay, guys. So I'm going to first explain to you the schedule compression technique, that what is this schedule compression technique in the project management and how do we apply it in the Primavera so that we can have a realistic schedule. So first of all, let us go into the whiteboard. So you share the screen. Ashish, you share your screen. So I'm going to my whiteboard. My whiteboard is here. So we will go into the. So guys, please read this. Read this much. What is the schedule compression?
Reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities.
See, right now, what is the originally planned duration? Right now, the originally planned duration is having, as it is coming to me, it is having a minus float. It is having a negative float of 15 days, right? So this is the originally planned duration as it is, right? Now, in the schedule compression, there are two techniques. The first one is fast tracking. Please read it.
Fast tracking. And the fast tracking is first method. This is difference.
And what is crashing? So someone please read it clearly so that everybody can hear it.
When fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Okay, so you have understood it partly, but we'll understand it fully by doing it, right? Okay, let's say that this is the original plan presented to you and you are the subject matter expert. Now, after you look at the plan, so what do? You tell your person. So guys, please look at the relationship between task 1 and 2. So guys, what is this relationship? What kind?
Finish to start.
Now, since you are the subject matter expert with your experience, you say, no. It is possible to do these two tasks in a start to start fashion. So you recommend them to change it to start to start. So you change it here. Change it to start here. Now, guys, as you change it to the start to start, what happened to the total float? Is it reduced or not?
Yes.
It is reduced by 6 days, right? Now,
Yes.
then you ask your team members, so guys, please look at this relationship. What is the relationship between task 3 and 4?
Finish to start.
Finish to start. So then you tell them that, look, guys, if you select the task 3 and if you go to the successor side of the task 3, the successor of the task 3 is task 4, you can change this relationship to finish. I mean, that is your subject matter expertise, right?
Yes.
So guys, what is the reduction in the float?
6 days.
6 days. Now the total float is -3. Now your team member are asking, so boss, can we change the relationship between 5 and 6? You said, no. The relationship between 5 and 6 is finished to start. It is hard-coded as per the engineering process. Then what is the solution? Then you say that even between 6 and 7, you can't change the relationship. They have to be compulsorily finished to start. So guys, what is the solution? So what do we do? If you can't change the relationship, you can reduce the duration by increasing the man and machine, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to write the solution. Increase man and machine. So this is called crashing. So guys, please read this theory. Read this. Crashing, read this. Read it a little bit loudly.
When fast tracking is not possible, when we can add more resource to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Right, guys? Is it clear? So what do? You ask your engineering team to examine the possibility, then they recommend that, boss, we can reduce the duration of task 5, 6, and 7 to 4 days each. So go to the task number 5 and reduce the duration to 4. Go to the task number 6 and reduce the duration to 4. Go to the task number 7 and reduce the duration to 4. So then you ask your team, guys, are you comfortable with a float of 3 days? They say, yes, boss, you are a genius, right? We used to have the negative float. Now we have the positive float of 3 days. Then I tell them with a warning that do not try to use the float, okay? Don't do any Facebook, WhatsApp, or Instagram or Twitter, right? And don't even smoke during the activity. Make sure that you're left with the 3 days float once we complete all these activities, because I have a large chunk of payment due on the basement 2 -2 completion. Guys, clear or not? This is called people management. You have to do this also. Doing the Primavera is not enough. Guys, let me tell you one thing. Primavera will be as good as your management of the people. Do you understand or not? You have to be a little bit strict, right?
Yes.
Not too much, but little bit. You have to show them firmness. You should tell them that changing the plan is fine, but following the plan is very important. Right or wrong? You make a plan, they fail the plan, they waste their time, they're smoking BD on the site, they are doing WhatsApp, they're applying for jobs. Okay? They are talking to their girlfriends, they're chatting, dating, tindering. That is not allowed. You have to be the PM. What is PM? Productivity manager. You have to make sure that every person in your team is spending the time productively, is completing the task as planned. If you do not do the monitoring and controlling of the people, Do you think the Primavera will help you?
No.
No, it's not going to help you. Primavera gives you good calculation that how it can be proceed, right? But if the people do not follow the procedure, so you have to make them follow, right? Is this clear now, guys?
Yes.
That's why I
Yes, sir.
say project management with Primavera. So PM word has got many meanings: people management, process management, productivity management, problem management, promise management. Okay, right? You have to do all those things.
Yes.
So everything is project management, right? So you have learned crashing and fast tracking. So is this clear? But who helped you? You were helped by the mandatory finish, because the mandatory finish, what did it do? This constraint, actually this constraint pinned down the milestone. So if you look at the status. So let me bring this up. Just a moment. So this mandatory finish, what did it do? It pinned down the constraint on the particular date. So if you are having some activities which are on the left, you will see the positive float. If the activity go toward the right, you will see the negative float. So the negative float and positive float, they are your friends. So the negative float gives you a caution, right? And the positive float gives you a comfortable feeling, right or wrong, guys?
Yes.
Okay, right? So who is helping you do the calculation? Mandatory finish. Right now, guys, mandatory finish should be combined with the milestone, because milestone can stay fixed, but you cannot fix a task to a particular date. Otherwise, you will not be able to calculate the float. Right, guys? Is this thing clear now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm doing, so I'm going to expand all this, and I would like you to review and ask me questions. I'm pausing for questions. Okay, so think and ask me good questions on the constraint. Go through all of
Fine.
them. Think of it if you have any doubt or something.
So the deduction of the days from 6 days to 4 days. So we have to consult with the site engineers or site boys, yeah? And
You should
if
bring
they are
the
comfortable.
meeting room and tell them, guys, please calculate and tell me how many men and machine you can add, so that we can increase the work per day, work output per day, to reduce the duration from 6 normal to 4 days. Because if you apply more machines, so more progress of work will happen each day. Because see, look at the business aspect. If you are not delivering on time, can the client pay you for something that you have not delivered? So just imagine that you are doing your own business. So you are the business owner and you are also the project manager. Tell me, how would you like to conduct your business? Will you make your promise good? Do you think if you make your promise good, you can work, you can survive as a business man for a long time? Right or wrong? So think of this training that you are going to apply in your own business plan. Okay, so every businessman wants to look good to his client, right or wrong?
Yes.
Now, what happens if a person is hiring you? He will hire skilled people, smart people, so that by using the work of the skilled people, smart people, he will look good to the client. Go and tell the client, look, sir, I finished your this basement -2 with all your quality parameters tested by my team. You can test it yourself. And if they are all found to be good, you can make me the payment. So this is how the business owners, they make the money. So in the future, you might be doing the same thing if you run your own business. Right, guys? In the beginning, when a person runs his own business, he's doing his own work. But when the business expands, so he hires smart people. Right, guys? Right or wrong?
Yes.
A company is as good as the people they hire. Right or wrong?
Yes.
A country is as advanced as the number of the skilled people it has. So that is why if you look at the Canada Australia, USA, they are every year they are opening their visa system to the skilled people. Why? They are sucking away the skilled people from the developing countries and they are making their countries more advanced, right? But
Yes.
if the skilled people, they don't have any choice to use their skills in their host country, in their home country, definitely they will be going to the country where it pays more, where it gives them a better life. So one day you will have a better life, right, guys? So think of that. So make sure that you ask me all your questions, you grab all the skills, and you do the best in your life. Okay?
Yes.
So that's all for today. So tomorrow, guys, let me tell you, tomorrow is going to be a very long day. Minimum 10 hours, you should be prepared. And there should be no other appointment or engagement. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Can we start early or same time?
No, we will be starting at the same time. So you will sleep a little late. You will wake up a little late, Anit. Okay. Okay, so that you can wake up till late. So don't wake up early in Australia tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
So you sleep a little bit late and you set your watch to the Indian Standard Time. So right now, the Indian Standard Time is 6:57 p.m. as you can see. So you set your watch like that and you wake up a little bit later. Okay. Not little bit,
Okay, sir.
3 hours later. Okay, you sleep a little bit late so that you can be staying awake. So, but we will be taking reasonable breaks. Okay, it will not be a torture at all. It will be very
Sir,
comfortable.
Sayantan here.
Yes, yes, tell me.
Can I have the after lunch recording?
Recording I will provide you, but it takes time to convert and upload because the conversion process takes around 3-4 hours.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll be able to provide you by 1 a.m. today. Will that be fine? So after
That time
I
you,
upload it, I will give you a call in the midnight.
I think someone can give me because I think anyone can have a good internet speed.
It's
So
not about the speed, Baba. Internet comes later, but first of all, the laptop needs to convert it.
yeah.
If I close the 8 hours of the recording, it will take 3 hours to convert because it is in the compressed format. From compressed format, it will convert into the MP4 format. It takes 3 hours minimum. Right now, it is 7 p.m. So
Okay.
it will be converted by 10 p.m. or maybe 11 p.m. After that, I will start the upload. It will take 1 hour. And at the 12 a.m., I will call you. Fine? Keep your mobile on.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I'll
How
not
do
be
we get?
sleeping
Do
today.
you share the link or
Okay? Is it clear? So it is not
so
practicable.
do you share?
What I'm trying to say, it is not practicable.
Yeah.
Just hold on. Okay? So you should have left your computer on if you had wanted the recording. Fine. Okay. So I'm going to close this meeting. So please